welcome to Sew Street. Happy birthday. It's actually my birthday, because I know a lot of people cheat and say it's their birthday show, but this is actually my birthday. And I am actually born now, because I was born at just after midnight. So it is my birthday. I've got balloons. Look, aren't they lovely? Balloons. And Wendy Orlando's made me a bag. Look at this. First birthday present of the day. It's even got chocolates in it. See? Anyway, she's demonstrating this. This is her first project today. Not in these colours, because I've got my own exclusive ones. But how lovely to be given your own bag on your birthday. Very pleased with that. So, as it's my birthday, we've got lots of special treats and offers and everything. Everyone who shops today, drum roll, will receive a free pattern. And it'll be a surprise. But it will be a pattern, and everyone will receive one with every order, which is exciting, isn't it? Free pattern. I'm not sure about that photo of me, you know. Don't like it. I think it looks slightly odd. Oh, my microphone's disappeared. Sorry. Hang on a minute. Just a slight readjustment. Right. Is that better? Okay. Right. So, shall we start off my birthday show with one of my favourite products? Not only is it one of my favourite things, but it's a special bundle and it's a special offer. I love a friction pen. I use them all the time, and I love having all the colours as well, so I can mark on all different fabrics. Now, normally, the 4 of these would be £15.96. They are brilliant. Those of you who use these all the time will know how wonderful, though, they are. Anyone who's never used them, oh, are you in for a treat? It was one of my really good friends' birthdays last week, and I bought her a collection of items that are really useful for sewing, because she sews... she hasn't been sewing as much as me, so I thought, she's brilliant at sewing, but I thought, I'm going to buy her all the very useful things. This was one of them. There were about 8 items in her present, and I chose all the things that you really need. These are brilliant because they are heat erasable. You mark your seam allowances, you mark all your fabric, you mark anything you want, your embroidery transfers, and then you iron them, and they disappear. Absolute magic. So, Ben, what's the offer today? Oh, I've got a birthday cake thing. £9.99. That's amazing. That's £5.97 saving. Wow. So you get a green one. These are the medium ones. Now, these are my favourite. You can buy fine and you can buy medium. I prefer the medium because they're just a little bit thicker for marking things. So I mark all turning gaps, seam allowances, all sorts of things. I do a lot of embroidery transfers with them. Anything where I need to mark something and I just want to iron it off. I even label all my fabric pieces with them so that I don't have to write them on pieces of paper. So you get a blue, red, black and green. Now, you are saving more than the P&P. So that's like free P&P, isn't it? Really? So if you buy this today, that's almost £6 saving. So that's your P&P well covered, and free pattern with every order. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday from Julie. Thank you, Julie. Isn't it exciting to have a birthday? Good morning, Rebecca. Very happy birthday, Joy, from Peterborough. Oh, I like Peterborough. Very nice. Very nice. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Have a great show and a lovely day from Karen in Bristol. And the last one for now. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Looks like it's going to be a great day on Sewing Street. Hope they bought you some cake from Judith. Well, the lovely Wendy Orlando bought me a whole tray of cupcakes. The only problem is I've left them in the gallery with Ben, Ollie and Levi. So whether there'll be any left when we come off air, because I can hear them eating them. It's like you can hear them taking them, but I can't get to them. So, yes, I have had cake so far, which is very exciting. Look at that, £9.99. Ben says he'll buy me a coffee, only if I sell out of all of these friction pens. That's a bit mean, isn't it? Could you please buy them? There's the only way I'm going to get a coffee today. So save yourself £5.97. That's your P&P covered, and you're getting really, really useful items. Absolutely brilliant. Now, we've got also... Should we have a look, see what's coming up today before we carry on with the next product? Oh, fantastic day. And it was great because I got to choose who I got on the show today, which is great. Now, I haven't seen that Wendy Orlando for ages. I used to work with her really closely on Yarn Lay. She did loads and loads of really good patterns. So I spoke to her all the time and saw her loads. But I haven't seen her for ages. So I said, please come here, Wendy, because I haven't seen her for ages. And there we are. So she's got a brand new design at 9 o'clock, the Lowena shoulder bag, which is gorgeous. In fact, it's the bag that she made me for my birthday. So you can't have, unfortunately, you can't have it in this colourway because this is from Wendy's Own Stash. But we have got 4 colourways. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's got internal pockets. It's got a magnetic snap, really nice shoulder strap, nice big size. And I like the little wedge shapes on the front. Beautiful, isn't it? That's coming up at 9 o'clock. We've got instructions on their own, and we've got 4 kits. Some have got corduroy, we've got den, fabulous. So that's 9. Now, at 10 o'clock, I always do, for my birthday, a brand new pattern. And well, to be honest, a lot of the Amber Makes patterns are things that I want. But this is something I really wanted because, as you know, I love crochet. And I crocheted 3 cacti, and they sit in little pots on my windowsill at home. And I thought, well, we need to have fabric ones. So they were going to be called the Everlasting Cacti, and then I thought, oh no, it's funnier to call them the Carefree Cacti. So in the kit, you get all of the pieces to make all 3. You get to make the saguaro. I know how to pronounce that, like these desert cacti. Look at the grit. Amy designed grit fabric for me. They're beautiful, aren't they? And they're like proper mosaic pots. Then you get the ferro-cactus, and then you get the prickly pear with flowers as well. So I designed this especially because I really would like these. They're going to go on the windowsill next to my crochet cacti. And also, Amy has designed a feature panel that has 3 18-inch squares, which I've made one into a quilt. I've made cushions. I've made a bag. And she's designed charm square panels as well. So the quilt, it doesn't come with instructions because it's easy to make. But if you buy the feature panel and the charm squares, you can make that. Or you can make cushions or a bag like that I made. But they're brilliant. They're really good price, and you can use them for what you want. So without putting the instructions with them, then you can just go rogue. And they're flying on pre-order. You can also make, look, a little pot from the charm squares for my real. You see this? You can see why I'm not very good at plants. I either have artificial plants or fabric artificial plants. Then 10 o'clock, sorry, that was 10. 11 o'clock, Wendy Orlando will be back. Another brand new design. You see, I said, please, can you come on with me and can we have some new designs as well? So, gorgeous. I'm loving this. Flourishing Flowers Applique Quilt. Now, it's brilliant because it comes with a panel with all the strips to cut out to make this. But you can make a quilt, you can make a smaller quilt, you could make a whole set of 6 cushions. You can do whatever you like with it. But you get the panel. It comes in different colourways as well. So you don't just have to make the brights one. There's different colourways for you to make. Isn't that gorgeous? Makes you feel spring, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Then at 12 o'clock, it couldn't be my birthday, could it, without having a bit of crochet on. And if I'm going to have a bit of crochet on, it has to be Sam Sabino. And she said to me, what would you like for your birthday design? Which was even better. Because I love, as you know, I've made loads of Sam's designs, and they are gorgeous. And I've seen the pictures on the socials of this one. The Sunshine Crochet Cardigan comes in different colourways. Isn't that gorgeous? I love it. There's like a black one, and then there's a creamy one. Absolutely beautiful. Now, all of that, the whole day, is already on pre-order. So if you want to get ahead and get your hands on these things, because things like, you know, now we've told you about Sam's cardigan at 12, those are going to fly. So if you want to get ahead with them, there you go. sewingstreet.com on the website. Then click on Watch Live. And then if you scroll down from there, so all the items in the first hour, I've got to talk about the first hour, didn't I? They're all the things that I like. And we've also got some deals, because I said to Hayley, can we have things in my first hour that I like, and can we have a few little offers as well? Cheeky offers. I'm very excited. There's even one. Don't know how we've had that back. That pink one. That pink one. Special offer, back in stock. Sold out. And we were told that we couldn't have it. Look at that. The half metre of H640's already gone. Where did that go? Don't worry, we'll find some more. There are the Lowena bags in all the different colourways. So you can get ahead with that. You can get the pattern on its own, or you can get the kit. There's a William Morris one, there's a Liberty one, there's a Sanderson one, and there's a Riley Blake one. Beautiful. And then there's the Amber Makes Anne. Now, I've also put the flower pots in there because they're artificial plants, and the poinsettia. Ooh. And that is the there's the Carefree Cacti kit. So you get the instructions, And you get the panel. And actually, I know Amy put the video tutorial on the Amber Makes website last night, so you can even have a watch of it, so you can see it before it arrives. That's the whole day. That's the whole day. Now, let's start with the Aliso iron. Gorgeous. Let's go straight to the price, and then we'll talk about the details, because we weren't supposed to have them back. I'm surprised we've even got more of them in, to be honest. They must have just docked. That's all I can say, because we had sold out, so they must have just come in. Now, the normal price for this is £164.99, but look at that, special price, £149.99. That is £15 saving. Give me a price comparison, Ben. £15 saving. Now, look at that, £169.95. What website's that on then? Cotton Patch, £170, near enough. And we're £149.99. Here's another one. Frugo, who are they? Never heard of them. £179.99. We're £30 cheaper. Not bad, is it? What a great price. Now, I've been allowed to have this only because it's my birthday. Now, I've got a tulip pink iron. Sadly, I've got the normal, well, not sadly, I love my yellow one, but I love this pink one more. So this is the tulip pink special edition. Now, this is a brilliant iron. If you're a regular viewer to Sewing Street, you will know all about it. But if you're not, then I'm going to tell you all the best features once I've unwrapped the incredibly long cord. 3 metre cord, bud. I think was it 2 metre? Really, really long cord. I need to plug it in so you can see how it works. Oh, I won't plug it in the one that says do not use. There we go. Now, the best thing about the iron is it's made for us. It's made for sewers. So when you're ironing for sewing, you're constantly picking the iron up, putting it down, picking it up, and we're all a bit lazy and we forget to pick it up and then we burn the ironing board. So you just touch, you just put your hand on it, it lowers for ironing. When you've finished ironing, you take your hand off. And the little feet, I'll show you, it's got little feet. Hang on, you have to hold on to it a bit. Oh, yeah. You wouldn't guess I've got one of these, would you? So the little feet here and here come out, and that's what raises it up. So you don't have to keep putting your iron up and down. It has many other great quilting sewing features as well. It's got a very, very sharp point, so you can really get into those corners. Now, if you're a dressmaker, that's brilliant for things like collars and cuffs. If you're a bag maker, it's brilliant for getting into those little box bottoms. It's also got quite a deep inset between the sole plate and the top, so you can get in between you can get your fabric in between. Another great feature, and brilliant feature for me, because I always get this wrong when I'm filling up irons, is that you vertically fill it. So normally with an iron, you put it up like that, you open the flap, you have to tilt it forward slightly, you put the water in, you forget to shut the flap, you go like that and it all falls over your hands. And also, you can't see how much water's in it until you put it back down again. With this, it has a little bit here, comes out. Oh, we're on overhead now. That comes out, you fill it up so you can immediately see, because it says the max line, you can see as you're filling it what the level is. It's a lot easier. It's also got a really big tank, so you don't have to fill it too often. It has got a fantastic ceramic sole plate, so it doesn't get stuck very easy. In fact, the other day, yesterday, I managed to melt a fabric clip on mine. No idea how. I picked up my hand and thought, that's a funny smell. I must have had it down, and the fabric clip melted into it. But it came off really easily. I was thinking, what am I going to do now? I pulled it off, just wiped it a little bit, because it's a ceramic sole plate. My iron is now good as new. This tulip pink special one says, please don't feed the fish. Just for fun. It has 4 steam settings, so off, medium, strong and extra strong. It has all the different heat settings. It's got the shot of steam. It's got the water spray. It's got a 360-degree... So you can move it all the way around, so it doesn't matter whether you're left-handed or right-handed or whether you're getting in. Lisa says, happy birthday, Rebecca. I love my Aliso iron. Yes, so do I. So do I. It's brilliant. And I do use it for my general ironing as well, because it's a good, it's a good heavy iron. Not heavy, too heavy that you can't use it, but you know particularly when you're steam pressing thing, you need a big water tank, so it gives it the weight to really steam. And the tulip pink one's beautiful, because it's got lots of, it's got all the little tulip pink fish and things all the way around. It's a thing of beauty. And, you know, the thing is, an iron is just important to us as a sewing machine. You don't get that neat professional finish. So it is really is about time somebody invented an iron, especially for sewers. And this is it. This is it. If you buy nothing else, buy yourself an Aliso iron. Now, 5-way split pay, just saying. So if you're thinking, that's a big investment for an iron, but I really want it, take advantage of split pay. We don't charge you to use it, and we also don't charge you interest. So you can pay $29.99 now. We will send it straight to you. You can have 4 months of glorious use with it, and then it will all be paid. And then, then it'll be free after that. So just pay the split pay now, and then you can pay the other amounts. But it's up to you. When you check out, you can choose whether or not. Collector Merseyside, happy birthday, Rebecca. Have a fabulous day. Lovely lineup. I know, isn't it? Lovely lineup. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Have a lovely day from Margaret. Thank you, Margaret. I'm going to have a lovely one. Morning all. Cake, Rebecca. Fran. Yes, Fran, I do hope there's cake. There were lots of cake, if they haven't eaten it all. Happy birthday, Rebecca. You look great in green from Karen. Thank you. I really like green. Really like green. I think it's because when I was young, I had very red hair. Very red hair. That was classic, proper red, sort of light red hair. And I think if you've got red hair, that's your skin colour, and then it goes to green, doesn't it? I think that's the theory. Anyway, there's my iron. I'm going to turn it off so it doesn't get too hot. Well, we'll let Wendy use it. I'll give it over to her. She can have it at 9 o'clock. Right, now we've got 3 brand new extra wide fabrics. Not only are they new, but we've got a special offer on them. And they are gorgeous. I'm going to pick this colour first because it's green. So extra wide, so it's 108, 27174 centimetres wide. And I think, at $14.99 is a great price because it is Riley Blake. But let me show you how wide it is. This is just half a metre of it. What's the deal? Birthday deal. £2 off. So only $12.99. Now remember, this is quilting weight fabric. It is perfect for backing quilts, obviously because you don't have to join it and because it's so wide. But because it's quilting weight fabric, it's brilliant for quilts. Because if you look at $12.99, this is about 2.5 times the width of normal fabric. Now Riley Blake is $7.99 for half a metre. Normal width, 44-inch width. So really, this should be about £20 for half a metre, based on that. So what a great price. It's brilliant also for homewares, dressmaking. Really good. It's wide enough to make yourself a duvet cover. Sheets, bed covers, tablecloths. Beautiful. $12.99. Now, if you want more than a half metre, which you probably will, particularly if you're backing a quilt, you need to multi-buy. If you're new to us, the way you do that is we sell in half-metre increments. So if you want, say, 1.5 metres, just put 3 in your basket. Then when your order goes through to our warehouse, they will take the bolt off the shelf and they will cut it to order, send to you. So you can have however much you want. There's no point in sending you 3 half metres. You'd have to join it all together. It will be sent as a whole piece. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Have a lovely day. Love the new pattern. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. This is fabulous. This is absolutely flying out. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So, and free pattern. Free pattern. Everyone who checks out will have a free pattern chosen at random and sent to you with your order. While stocks last, I have to say that, don't I? So remember, use this for your quilting. If you're going to do borders on a quilt, get extra wide, you don't have to join them, and it looks lovely. Now, I've got another one, same print, but a different colourway. Right, this was the most popular on pre-order. But we've got to match the price, because that would be mean. That would be showing favourites, otherwise. We don't do favourites, unless it's me. Unless it's me. I like being a favourite. Riley Blake, Laurie Hole, Prairie Collection, Prairie Flower, Pink. That's a long title, isn't it? Extra wide, half a metre. I love the way it says half a metre and in brackets 274 centimetres. That's the width of it is 274, 108 inches. This is, I love the the sage green of the leaves. I just couldn't get the words. I love the sage green of the leaves because it's quite muted. And then the pinks and the oranges, they're not super bright. They're very gentle. Make a nice summer dress, wouldn't it? And very cheap, not cheap. Inexpensive too. Summer is on its way. Well, I've got loads and loads of snowdrops. I thought they came out in January, but the last week they have just bloomed. And the daffodil leaves are out. Your magnolia tree's out. Have you actually got daffodils though, Ben? Like flowers? No. I've got leaves. I haven't got flowers yet. It must be warm up in Redditch. Isn't your peace lilies flowered? Isn't that an indoor plant? Oh. Well, I haven't got. Has anyone got daffodil flowers? I've just got leaves. And even then, not like full length, about that. But I have got loads of snowdrops. So anyway, there we go. £12.99 for half a metre. Remember, if you want more than a half a metre, it will be cut to order, but you just need to remember to put that number of units in your basket. If you've got any problems at all with your order, if you've put it in and you think, oh, no, I needed more than that, just give the call centre a ring. The number is there. 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number and they're just upstairs. Very helpful. And then the final extra wide. This is very springy, I think. Do you think this is springy? I think this is very pretty. Do you know what this reminds? This reminds me of Laura Ashley in like the 1980s. Really super pretty. I think I bought some of her fabric and made some curtains with it. Obviously, it was heavier than this. Isn't it pretty though? It's absolutely. It's a bit Laura Ashley Kath Kidston, isn't it? It's just iconically pretty. Oh, we've got more of this in stock. That's good. So this is £12.99 for half a metre. Can you imagine duvet cover with this? It would look beautiful, and it's wide enough to make yourself a king size as well. Or tablecloth for your summer table. Or maybe thinking about Easter, make a pretty tablecloth, invite all your family round. Napkins, you could have the whole lot, couldn't you? And at that price, you see, you can make more. If you're thinking, well, I want to make some really lightweight kitchen curtains, or I just want to back them, this is ideal. Right. Special announcement. I asked Hayley this morning. I said, because it's my birthday, love you, Hayley, please, may I have the Stripology XL, which is back in stock on split pay. And she just said yes. It's coming up at 11 because Wendy's using it for a quilt. But I wanted you to let you get ahead because I know there's loads of you who want the Stripology. And we've been out of stock for a while. And I know lots of you, and I mean, it's well worth the price, but I know for a lot of people think, oh, it's a lot to spend in one go on a Stripology. But Hayley's agreed, just for today, though, and only as my special birthday treat, we can have it on split pay. So if you get it on pre-order, so you'll be able to get it on split pay. What's the split pay? It's three ways, 23.33 for 3 instalments. So if you've always fancied it, but you're thinking, oh, I'm not sure, today and today only, it's on split pay. Thank you very much, Hayley. Very kind of you. Right, what should we do next? Oh, I've got to get... Can we do... What have we got? Yes, let's do the 505 because I just run out of it, so I might take this home with me. Because you do run out of it. When you first start quilting, well, when I first started quilting, I used to tack all of my layers of backing, wadding and top fabric together. Then I got lazier and I pinned them together, and then I discovered 505 spray. It is fantastic. It's a special spray glue that you use for sticking fabric together, particularly quilts, temporarily, because it washes out, which is marvellous. So you spray the wadding, you stick the backing fabric on it, you turn it over, you spray the wadding, you stick your quilt, your quilt top on top of it. It's repositionable, so if when you smooth it out there's a little bump or a wrinkle, you pull it back and then you smooth it back out again. And then you just quilt it. It stays in place, there's no tacking, no slippage, no pins. And then when you put it in, it doesn't add any stiffness. It will whoosh through your machine, no problem. The glue is designed specially that it won't affect your needle, your machine, won't make it sticky. And then when you put it in the washing machine, it washes out as well. Now, you'll find when you start using it, you'll absolutely love it. So even if you're just making a small cushion or a bag, use the 505 because you will get a better, smoother look. And if you're using quilt, you'll need loads. Now, we've bundled them together with 2 because you will get through it, but we've got a special price as well. So it should be $15.98, which I think is a great price, to be honest, the time it saves you. But £3 off. £3 off. $12.98. That's, again, nearly your P&P paid, isn't it? £12.98. And I have just run out of mine, and it's really frustrating. There's all instructions on the back of the can, lots and lots of different videos that you can see about how to use it. Start in the centre of the wadding and put the fabric on, and then start in the centre and work on the other side of the fabric. Any lumps or bumps, just reposition it. It will save you time and you will get a better finish. And I think at $12.98 for 2 cans, that is well worth it. It's a brilliant price. You need to get checked out on that because this special bundle price is just as my birthday special as well. $12.98 for 2 cans. It's the sort of thing, if you've not used it before, if you're a bit like me and you're thinking, oh no, I'm going to tackle, I don't want to start gluing my stuff. Loads and loads of people use it, and eventually I succumbed to, well, I'll have a go. Honestly, particularly the backing fabric, that's the one that I find I always get little creases in. You just get the most perfect finish. And one thing that I know a lot of you do, you make your quilt and then you think, oh, I can't quilt it, don't know how to do that, haven't got the space, don't want to do all the tacking. Get yourself some 505. It's an absolute winner. Loads and loads of you've got this in your basket. It's brilliant. We are getting very low in stock on that now. You need to get checked out. That special price is only today, $12.98. So if you've never used it, use this opportunity to have a little go. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Have a wonderful day and shows today from one of your Amber Megs fans, wishing you good health, happiness, luck, love and wealth. Thank you very much, Susan. You are one of our great fans. Always hear from Susan. You made so many of our items and we're so pleased. Ginny says, I see gardens with tall daffodils fully out in people's gardens yesterday. Did you, Ginny? Well, I must be living in the wrong, but I live in Bath. Why have we got no... It's quite warm down there, isn't it? Well, it's very wet. How come everyone else has got daffodils? I haven't seen any yet. Maybe... Well, then if you've got them... I haven't seen them in Redditch either, so... Well, maybe mine are going to come out very soon. We must be behind because there's only my snowdrops that have just blossomed. Send me your daffodil pictures so I can get excited about mine because I've planted absolutely loads of them. I just need to wait for them all to come out. Anyway, look, this is flying out. £12.98. Loads and loads in baskets. What was our ever deal? Now, I can't remember. On the threads, which ones? The recycled one. Right, let's do some thread. I'm going to talk about deals because not everything is deals. This is the Gutman recycled thread. It's made from plastic bottles, which is amazing, isn't it? It's nice to think all those bottles you put in your recycling actually do get used for something. Right, so this should be $34.99. And we're going to reduce the price by £10. Oh, that's ridiculous. 24 reels. So 12 white, 12 black for $24.99. So it's polyester thread, obviously, but it's recycled, but it's lovely to use. You really wouldn't know the difference. It's just really nice that it's actually made from plastic bottles, so you feel that you're helping the planet, and all those bottles you recycle yourself are something to use. Now, these are threads that you are going to use over and over again. There's 100 metres on each reel. They come in this lovely little storage box, and because you're going to use loads of them, it's great that you've got them all in a box, so you can keep them on your shelf, and then you always have all those, the black and the white threads. That's amazing. £10 off. $24.99. Amazing. How did we get that special deal? Fabulous. And it's lovely to use. It's Gutman, so it's really high quality thread, but it's recycled from the plastic bottles, which is fab, isn't it? $24.99. What a bargain. And it comes in a nice little box. That's a really nice gift for somebody as well. You know, when you want to give somebody you know sews a little present, because it comes in a nice box. Quite good. Lovely. Right, should we do my favourite ruler? You're not allowed to have favourites, are you? But you can have favourite rulers. Well, I have two favourite rulers. This is one of them. The 6.5-inch square. Now, for some reason, well, not for some reason, this goes out of stock all the time. Whenever I try to put it into one of my shows, it's always gone. But we've got it back, $14.99. It's brilliant. I use it. We're not doing any special deal on this. I've just chosen it. The deal is it's back in stock. This is one of my favourite rulers because the sort of sewing I'm doing, I'm constantly trimming half square triangles, or I'm cutting little pieces like a 2x3-inch rectangle, or I'm cutting squares, or I'm cutting out a box bottom on a bag. And this is just the right size. Obviously, if you're cutting full widths of fabric, it's too small. You need the 8.5 by 24.5. If you're doing any speciality things or you're cutting bigger pieces, but for general drawing lines, trimming triangles, it's marked in 1/8 of an inch increments. It's got your 45-degree angle, so you can mark up your half. You can line it up with your half square triangles. It's creative grid, so it's great quality. I've had mine for years, and none of the what you'll find with the creative grids that the numbers don't disappear and fade and rub out, which they do with some rulers of my old ones I've got. It is a brilliant addition. If you've not got any other ruler, this is a really, really good one. Should we put it on? Could we put it on split pay if we can't have an offer? Because I would like to have an offer, and it is my birthday, and it is my birthday. Well, you've got to now, haven't you? Now I've said it out loud. Maybe I should do that with everything. Yeah. Should I do it with everything? Let's have everything on. No, we will get. But this one, because honestly, I love this ruler. I know all different designers all have their favourite rulers. And I don't have loads and loads of rulers, I have to say. I have Rule of Envy, but I don't own, in fact, I own 2 rulers, which isn't very good, isn't it? Split pay. Right, take the graphics off and work it out. I think that's a great idea, because if like me, you've only got a few rulers and you quite fancy this one, but you don't really want to spend all that money today, what is the split pay on it then? Have you put it on 5-way split pay? How funny. 3-way split pay, 0% interest, no admin fee. What's the price? $4.99. Fabulous. Why not? So, pay your $4.99 today. We'll send it straight to you. I think it's great. I think we should put the whole thing. We're not allowed to do that. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? We could call it Split Way Day, couldn't we? I think we got a business, because obviously because we send you a product and then we don't charge you to do that, and we don't charge you interest. So I don't think we'd be allowed to have Split Way Day. But I think it's Split Pay Day. I think it's a brilliant idea. $4.99. Oh, go on, get it while you can. So if like me, you have ruler envy and you don't always buy them. Mind you, to be honest, quite often the ones that we have, you think, I'm going to get that, and then it's gone, because I really want the long rectangular one as well. That is brilliant, isn't it? I love this ruler. In fact, I think I might even have mine with me today, because I use it for marking all sorts of lines all the time. It's really, really useful ruler, because you need the long ones for cutting across the whole width of fabric, but when you're just doing little markings, that's why I've got it on, because it is my favourite. I think creative grid rulers are brilliant. You're right, but worth every penny. I'm building my collection when on split pay. It's a great idea. I know. I need to put some more in my collection. I really want the 12.5-inch square. That's what I've got my eye on, but I haven't bought that yet. Happy birthday, Rebecca. We are birthday twins. Have a lovely day. Daughter giraffe class. Oh, Jill, I'm right. Yes, so Jill made her daughter the giraffe bag because her daughter's class is called the giraffe class, which is fab, isn't it? And the giraffe doorstop. Do you know, it's also Robbie Williams' birthday. I was thinking this morning, I wonder what he's doing on his birthday. Happy birthday, Bex. Hope you have a good day with lots of love from your work husband, Ian. Oh, he is my work husband. Lovely to see you, Ian. Where are you? You could have come in today. Where are you? You should have come in. Could have had Ian's deals, couldn't we? Could have brought me a cake. Well, I hope maybe... Oh, no, he's on holiday next week, so I won't even see him next week either. I haven't seen him for ages. It's Robbie Williams' birthday as well. I bet he's doing something fab, don't you? something very expensive and wonderful. Right, should we do needles? Because I love needles. Now, which one? Let's start with Microtex. Favourite needles? Oh, we've only got 2. Well, we had more than these. These are my favourite needles. Just because of the sort of sewing that I do, Microtex are brilliant because they are super sharp. They're going to sell out. Let's do gold top stitch. Now, these are brilliant. So, you know if you watch Jane Green off her gold tapestry needles, the reason that you have the gold coating on them because they slip through the fabric better. So this was another item that I said, well, let's buy these. They've only been on once. And they sold out, not surprisingly, because the Schmetz needles are brilliant. And when we got them in, and Barry was choosing which ones, I said, oh, can we have these? Because they slip through the fabric better. Now, they're top stitch. So the good thing about a top stitch needle is the eye is a little bit bigger because you tend to use, not always, but you tend to use a thicker thread for that decorative top stitch. Because the thread is thicker, the scarf, which is that little indent behind the eye in the main shaft of the needle, is deeper, so the thread sits in it, so it doesn't skip stitches. And because you're stitching usually with a thicker thread, and often top stitch might be through several layers, like a denim or something, the gold plating helps them to slip through the fabric. Again, better finish. $7.99 for a pack of 5. They're all size 80, which is perfect because 70, sort of 65, 70 is great for quilting, 90 great for denim, so 80 is your in-between. I would get these if I was you, if you do any top stitching. Even if you're using metallic threads or decorative threads, these are brilliant. And that bit of gold plating does make them last longer, and also they slip through the fabric better. So you'll get less skip stitches, which you often can do. Happy birthday, Bex. I've read that one. Why is Ian called Collector? Was he collecting? It's not working. Ian, is that for me? Ian's messaging, he goes, I would come in, but I'm still in my pyjamas and you don't want to see that again. No, I do, because I imagine they're tartan brush cotton. What do you reckon? Or they might be like something like Star Wars pyjamas. He loves Star Works. Right, last pack of needles. I'm not repeating that comment. What Ben thinks Ian's pyjamas are. Universal. So these needles obviously are your middle-of-the-road needles. They have got a slightly rounded point, so you can use them for cotton fabrics, and you can also use them for knit fabrics. So they're brilliant for your all-purpose, and that's why we've got them in a pack of 10. Their size is 70 to 100. 70 is ideal for your lighter weight cottons, 100 denims and canvases. This is a great price, $4.99 for 10 needles. And they're Schmetz. So remember, if you've got the higher end machines, I mean, I know with my Elmer machine, they told me that your warranty isn't warranted unless you use Schmetz needles or their needles. And lots of the big sewing machine manufacturers will always recommend to use their brand or to use Schmetz because you will get better results. Quite often when your machine goes wrong, it's due to inferior quality needles. So get yourself some Universal, because they will cover most things. I would also say if you're doing lots of sewing on a particular fabric, get the needle that goes with that fabric. But the Universal are great. Oh, look at this. Quilt kit. Deal. Right, we've only got 25 of these left. And we are going to the lowest ever price. Right, let's drop it straight away. Can you tell me what that is in inches? I can't think in centimetres. I can't think in centimetres, and I want to know what size bed it fits. So it's 145 by 193, 57 by 76. So that is going to fit a single bed or... Oh, look, I've just seen it's on the back. I've just seen it's on the back in inches. It's actually 57 3/4 by 76 3/4. So you will, so you will be able to get this on a double bed with less of a drop or a single bed with a nice big drop. I think this is gorgeous. Should we have a look inside? Oh, nice box. Nice box. Oh, posh box. Look at that. Look, it's got magnetic. Keep that to use it afterwards. Nice box. Oh, this is beautiful. Look, spotty inside. Definitely, when you make this, keep that for something else. In fact, while you're making the quilt, keep all your cut pieces in here. And when you've finished it, you can keep all your zips in there. It's nice for zips. Right. Oh, I'd quite like this. Should we save one for me? So, all Riley Blake fabric. Gorgeous. Lovely colours. Oh, nice green. These are all the fabrics that you'll get, and then we'll have a look at the pattern. That's a nice one, isn't it? It feels a little bit retro, but with a sort of slight modern twist to it. I love the greens and these ochres. That's a nice colour, isn't it? That's like a deep citrine. This one, look, it's got little birds in. Very folk art, isn't it? And then a little bit of peach. So you've got this little bird one 3 times. That's nice. Beautiful. That's kind of needlepoint design, isn't it? You've got that in 3 colours. Oh, I like that one. You're getting a lot in here. £139.99. Madness. Lowest ever price for a double bed quilt. Look at it all. I'm still going. Oh, that's lovely. Tomato, isn't it? I like a bit of tomato. Beautiful. There's so much. And a massive piece of that one. So let's have a look at the design. So you get a pattern. Oh, it's got diagrams. Do you like diagrams? Oh, you get a nice piece of paper there. So you've got full instructions with all the diagrams. Shows you exactly how to make it. Look, they've even put cutting diagrams in. I do like that. That makes quite a difference, doesn't it? You've got all the fabric for the binding, borders, flower centres, flower petals, diagrams of each stage of it. Oh, this is nice, isn't it? Because I wondered when I saw the picture whether it was a plique, but it's not. It's all pieced. This is a great summer quilt, isn't it? In that, you've got all of the sunflowers on it, but it's in those beautiful shades. It's quite sort of folk art, isn't it? What I like about it is once you've learned how to do one square, this was launched on Christmas Day. And this is lower than that. £139.99. Not only that, that makes my birthday better than Christmas. How cool. £139.99. And it's on 3-way split pay. So you can get the whole quilt, £46.66. We'll send it to you straight away. By the time you've paid the other 2 instalments, you'll have finished it. But I do like the way that you make one block as the flower, and it's actually done in quite an easy way, because what you do when you make it is you snowball the corners, easy, so you haven't got any funny angles. You snowball to make the stems. You join them all together. That is actually quite a simple way of making a quilt. Join it all together, make your block, and then you can move on to the next one. And they're all mixed and matched. The really lovely colourways. Oh, I do like that one. Right, we've got more in baskets than we've got left. They've also put in here, there's a special piece that tells you which fabrics go where. So it's very, very easy to match up. Also, keep the pattern, because it does say on the front, it's fat quarter friendly. So once you've made this, keep the pattern, go through all the fat quarters in your stash, and you can make another one. Because that's the great thing, is that you sort of forget that when you make a quilt, it's not over. You've still got the pattern. And because it's fat quarter friendly, you could get some fat quarters of designer prints and use some of your plains to mix it together. And everybody who buys today gets a free pattern. Everybody. I have to say while stocks last, but we've got quite a few. And that is across all the stuff that we're doing on TV, and it's also on anything that you buy on the website as well. There will be special gift from me, a free pattern with every order, just for today. So get this kit, because I think that's a great price. $139.99, 3-way split pay, but make the quilt because the colours are beautiful, and then you can use the pattern to make it in your own fabrics. In fact, if I was you, I'd get yourself a bit of, because this is Riley Blake, extra wide, Riley Blake kit. That's actually quite nice, isn't it? I'm just going to power that. Don't forget, if you've just tuned in, the Tula Pink Aliso iron is back in stock. Not only that, it's on special offer. £149.99, £15 saving. You can buy it elsewhere if you prefer. If you want to buy it from somewhere else, then you are more than welcome. But you might be paying £185. And they haven't got split pay, not like us. £149.99. £149.99, £15 saving. Buy it on 5-way split pay, which is amazing. So if you've always wanted to have a specialist sewing iron, you deserve it. Why should you put up with non-specialist sewing irons when you're a sewer? It's like buying a lawnmower instead of a sewing machine, isn't it? When you want a sewing machine, this is a specialist sewing iron. You can use it for normal ironing as well. It's brilliant. But it is a specialist sewing iron because you deserve it. This will give iron, makes your sewing better. So get a decent one. £29.99 split pay. So you pay £29.99 today and you will be sent it straight away, including its diamond ceramic flow sole plate. Cool. We'll be using it all day, so you have plenty of chances. We just wanted to remind you it is back in stock and we have got £15 off. We've got the H640 back. Brilliant. It's sold out, but we've got it back. On pre-order, it's sold out, but we have got the H640. Well, I knew that I know we should have some because I put lots of it in my 10 o'clock show and kept it there. So the H640, £5.99, that's a ½ metre. But if you want more than a ½ metre, you can multi-buy and it will be sent to you as a cut piece, as a whole piece. £5.99 for ½ metre, H640, which, if you don't know, is a fusible, they call it fleece, same thing, fleece wadding. It's fusible on one side, non-fusible on the other. It is brilliant for bag making, cushion making. It gives you a really nice finish. You can quilt without putting fabric behind it, which is fab. It's really good for padding cactus pots, because that's what I used it for. Really good for that. It's great if you want, if you want to just quilt a cushion or a little purse. Obviously, it's 90 centimetres width, so people don't often use it for quilts just because of the width of it, but you can, no reason why not. Because the great thing is, because it irons on, it doesn't slip, it doesn't move, you don't have to tack, you don't have to pin. So get that while you can. £5.99 for ½ metre. One more deal. Oh, the Tula Aurifil. Going into a deal. And it's got a giraffe on it. So those of you who love giraffes. The only thing is we've only got 8 of these. Now, the price for this should be £74.99, but we've got a special price. You get 2 beautiful boxes. Look, aren't they lovely? Really just nice and then you could keep one for yourself and give one to a friend. We're reducing it today to £59.99, which it has never been before. So what you've got is you've got neons and neutrals. So these are Aurifil thread, which are the 50 weight threads, Egyptian long staple cotton. So it's beautiful for sewing with, but the colours have been chosen by Tula. Aren't they beautiful? So this one, you've got all the beautiful pinks and mauves and peaches and oranges. Gorgeous. Do you love this one in the pink, Ben? Or do you love it in the green? In the pink or in the green and blue? I think I love it in the green and blue, actually. But anyway, it doesn't matter which one you love because you get both of them. So £59.99 for 20 50 weight spools. 200 metres on each spool. I like that neon. So if you love the Tula pink colours, obviously these will go with all of them. But they're actually quite muted, I have to say, for Tula, except for the lime green. But it's a really good way of having that whole collection of threads. $59.99. That is a £15 saving. Special deal today. Right, let's get through everything else now very quickly. Right, the hemline glue pen, because I love these. Are these just the... just the refills. Oh, but not the pen. Oh, I think the pen is in one of the other hours. I'm sure I've seen it. These are the refills. So if you use the Soline glue pen all the time, like I do, pack of refills, 6 refills. So whether you do EPP and use them for that, or whether you use them for sticking zips in, I discovered yesterday it's the best way for sewing zips to velvet. Found that out yesterday because it stops them slipping and stops everything. If you're sewing a zip in to a fabric which can pull when you're doing the tightness of a zip tape onto a fabric, sometimes it happens with velvets or PUs. If you stick it on and then sew it, that doesn't happen. Found that yesterday because I was trying to work out a way around something. Anyway, these are the refills for the Soline glue pen. $7.99. Now, I love this chalk marker. Now, my favourite markers, as I said earlier, are the friction pens, which were our early bird of the day. Our early bird. Those are my favourite pens because they are heat erasable, so they're very easy to use. However, there are many fabrics that you can't use these on, particularly some colours, whether you've got darks or lights, and also some fabrics you don't want to be putting heat onto. So this is my second favourite way of marking. I think this is great because this is the refill set for the actual pen. So if you've bought the pen, you'll get through the chalk. And what's great in the refill set is it gives you all the white chalk. It gives you more of those, and then it gives you one colour each of all of these coloured chalks. So if you've got one of these chalk pens and you want a refill pack, because you will get through them, a lot of people prefer to use chalk because they don't want to use the heat. And some fabrics, the friction pens might not come off because you always have to test them. These are great for that. We've got the Aurifil Necessities, because I love this. Actually, I've run out of the cream of mine. The Aurifil Necessities pack, there are 4 reels of thread. They are all, are they 500 or 1,000? Oh, 1,300, neither. They're all 1,300 metres. You have white, ivory, pale grey and black. Absolutely brilliant. If you've never used Aurifil before, this is a really good collection of thread to have. You can piece, well I've done anyway, pieced a whole quilt and quilted it with 1 reel. This isn't supposed to be a deal, but it is my birthday. Surprise deal. $34.99. Amazing. $34.99. And it is brilliant to have all of these threads, to have the complete collection. Should we open it so you can just have a little look? I want to see them. Now we've got a special deal. It's worthy of opening. There we go. So you can see what they look like. Aren't they fab? So these are the colours that you get in the pack, and they are brilliant. I love my Aurifil. Levi's just glaring at me, and I know why he's glaring at me, because I've opened the Aurifil. But you know what, Levi? We've got a special deal. And so, therefore, it warranted opening the box of Aurifil. He's still glaring at me. They are worth getting. If you've not used Aurifil before, start off with the basic collection like this, because they will go with all of your fabrics. If you have, you will know how wonderful they are. If you've got a machine where a lot of people say, oh, Aurifil doesn't like my machine, it doesn't work. There are a few where it doesn't, but it's the bobbin that's the problem. Use a polyester thread, or a cheap, not allowed to say cheap, a less expensive, lower quality thread in your bobbin, and use the Aurifil in the top, and it will be fine. And it's the top thread is the one that you want to see. Morning, Scott! Look!
I was going to say happy birthday.
Oh, have you bought me a special deal?
Your birthday.
It is actually my birthday,
It's your
yeah.
birthday.
Because all the best people are born on the 13th.
There's no fake in here. This is actual.
Yes, see, look, because I've got it written on my wrist.
I didn't
'cause it's
know
my
that.
birthday.
Hello, happy
morning,
birthday.
Morning.
Yeah, should we just do a deal?
Yes,
Did you
we do
already
a deal.
Should we just do something? I've
Yeah.
not got no talk back, so we'll just
That's
do
fine.
something. Pick something, Ben.
Yeah, the
What
wool
does
press
Bex
him
like
up.
the most? Let's do it. Hayley can't tell me off.
Where's the embroidery thread organised? Oh, yes, there. The box.
The box. Oh.
Is this our special deal?
Why not? $6.99. We don't like $6.99. Do
No,
we?
go on, give us a
Should we
price.
just say a number.
Anything, go on,
See
just
what
for a laugh.
happens. Oh god.
I asked, could we have split payday?
Yeah, we'll
Do
do
you
that
think we
at some
like the
point.
whole day?
You want it today?
Any day? Well, no, because we need to plan
Can't
this.
do it now,
But
yeah, it
are
needs
we
to be
ever
planned.
allowed to have a whole day that
Maybe.
everything's
yeah,
on
maybe we'll
split
plan
pay?
it. Yeah, we can plan it.
Ben said we'd lose money if we did that.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Go on, give us a price.
$3.99. $3.99. Does that feel okay? I don't know. Levi, is that all right?
He's still opened the box of Aurifil.
Oh.
$3.99. I think that's a great deal. Thank
There
you
you
very
go,
much.
sorry.
That's
Anyway,
my birthday
happy
present.
birthday.
Have a cake. Wendy bought me some and they're in the gallery.
Okay, I'll go that way.
Thank you for visiting. You do smell very nice today, Scott. What have you got on? He does, actually. No, you smell very aftershavey. Like a corridor of aftershave. What a great price. $3.99. Was it supposed to be $3.99, Ben? Don't know what it was supposed to be. But anyway, at least you see, now that I've had Scott on, I can ask him about the split payday, because I think we should do that. But we need to plan for it so I can make sure it's all the things that I like, since it was my idea. Message me in, what do you fancy on split pay? We'll make sure we put it in on split payday. Anything you fancy. Maybe that's what we should do. We should vote. What does everyone want on split payday? And we'll get them in. Happy birthday, Rebecca, from Catherine. Thank you very much, Catherine. It does smell very nice. I can still smell. It's like a corridor of aftershave. It's lovely. Right, we're going to go for a quick break now. Do check out on all the offers. Don't forget the friction pens, my favourite offer of the day. Get checked out, anything that's in your basket. And also take this opportunity to shop ahead. Wendy's going to be on with me next with her brand new bag design. Get the kit ball, get the pattern ball, and then you can sit back and enjoy the fun and the demo. And I'll see you back when I've got one of those cakes off those boys. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's my birthday. Look, it's my birthday. I hate that photo of me. I think that's horrible. I don't know why. I don't like that. Anyway, it's me and Wendy. Say hello, Wendy.
Morning.
Morning. We haven't had Wendy here for ages. Where have you been?
I've been around.
Been around. You've had shoulder problems.
I've had bad shoulder, so
how is it?
Yeah, I can do it now.
Really?
I can move it up in the air.
How did you do? Did you have to have anything done to it?
Just like.
Oh, massage.
Yeah, so, but it's okay now. So I'm back.
So no over sewing then.
Or crochet or anything.
No.
But so I can do it all now, so I'm happy.
But you have to be careful.
No, I'm all right now.
Oh, okay. That's it. So we should be here every week from now on then. Back to normal. I've committed her now.
I don't
Anyway,
think the guys
Wendy
would take it, you and me back.
Yes, has designed a brand new bag. Da, da, da. Oh, show the back. Surprise! It's the front. I like this. She's giggling now. She's giggling. It's the Lowena. Who's Lowena?
Sorry, I just still smell a Scott now.
Honestly,
it's going to be wafting all
Scott's
morning.
aftershave, it's really nice.
It is. It's really
clearly
lovely.
very expensive.
Oh,
because
yes.
the whole stew, because cheap stuff doesn't last
No.
this long, does it? He's obviously got expensive because it still smells the whole room.
Well, I think it's a cuddle, so because I wanted to smell it. It's lovely.
Lovely, lovely.
Yes, sorry, the bag.
So why is it called the Lowena bag?
I didn't think you'd ask that. Well, I was trying to...
What did you think I'd ask?
Well, I don't know. I was trying to name it, and it's getting so hard to name things because you type it and it's no, that name's gone. That name's gone.
Okay.
So I thought, do you know what? I'm moving forward. I'm going to find a name and find the meaning. Now, that means joy.
Joy.
And Cornish. So double whammy for
Cornish
me.
joy.
Well, I don't know.
Put your scones in here.
Or scones, depending where you are.
Scone.
Oh, is it scones? Is
It's
it?
scones in Bath.
See, I have a scone.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
Oh, no, I
scone.
definitely have a scone. I made some scones at the weekend.
Oh,
I never
lovely.
called them scones. It's lovely, isn't it? So it has these wedge shapes. Is there a name for them?
Wedge shapes,
Wedge
yeah.
shapes on the front. Rather nice quilting on the back. I thought it was the fabric, just coloured quilting.
Yeah, it's just denim.
An adjustable shoulder strap, so you can go crossbody or shoulder, depending on what you fancy. Magnetic clasp at the top, internal pockets.
Oh, yes.
And a nice deep boxed bottom.
Oh, yes.
Perfect. It's perfect. It is like the go-to use for everything shoulder bag. I did show everybody in the earlier the one you made for me, my lovely red corduroy one. So we don't have that one because that was from Wendy's own stash. So what we do have, though, are kits for these. So I'm going to do the kits first and then we'll talk about... so I'm going to start with this one. This is the Sanderson one. Or Sanderson. Yeah. Sanderson. So with the Sanderson one, amazing price. Look at that, £27.99. Metre of denim, and this is lovely, proper 8-ounce denim. Yes. Half a metre of Sanderson. So that's used on the lining and on the pockets. Oh no, the denim's the lining, and then it has the Sanderson for the pockets and the wedges. And, most usefully, full instructions. They're always very good, Wendy's instructions. Very, very clear. Cutting guides, diagrams, words, numbers, pictures. Everything. Everything that you would need. And a template for the front panel. So it's all there. Everything you need. So the whole kit... That's a great price, isn't it?
That's a brilliant price. See, I never know the price till I come on.
That's a surprise.
That's a surprise.
Surprise. And the great thing is that they comes with the instructions, obviously, but it means that you can then use these instructions to make even more of them. So it's not just a one-hit wonder.
Absolutely not.
I think we sort of think with the kit, well, you've got all of that, but you forget that these can keep being used. It's such a versatile bag. I love it. It looks very posh.
Well, this is for beginners.
Is it?
Yeah.
Ah, you didn't say that bit.
Well, no, you didn't ask.
Oh, and Wendy, is it for beginners?
Well, I've designed loads of aspects in it so that they can learn.
Brilliant. Yeah. And you can use all your decorative stitches in it as well, because we have them on our machines and forget to use them. So that's the Sanderson version. Shall we do Liberty next? So Liberty is your light denim. This is your 80s wash jeans, isn't it?
I love this one.
Your 80s bleached jeans.
I had them on last night.
Yeah,
Not them.
These, it is, isn't it? You remember them being with... This is your white stilettos. And this is Liberty, actually. But you remember the trend of white stilettos?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And pinstripe jeans.
Yes.
Oh, I have both of those. But I also had these white, this really pale denim. So that's your main. And then for the accent fabric, beautiful Liberty. Half a metre. And obviously, full instructions come with this one. This is the one that Wendy's going to be demoing, so you'll be able to see what it looks like when it's all cut and joined back together again. There we go. £27.99. What a bargain. Right, let's do William Morris next. Oh, now we go on to corduroy. Posh. This is a lovely colour. Love that. It's like, is it pistachio?
It's very summery, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really summery.
Love that.
Kind of I think it's pistachio. And that's your main fabric, but it's nice. And then you've got beautiful William Morris. Love that. What collection is that from then? It's called Sunflower. Yes, it is from Emery Walker's house. I think that's a lovely mixture. So that's a really subtle, because the colour contrast there is quite subtle. So it's a really nice summer bag, isn't it? And full instructions. And nice to have it with the corduroy as well, gives it real structure. And then the last kit, if you fancy a nice pop of colour, look at this. Mustard corduroy. This is Ben's favourite, because I think he wants some trousers in it. But if you want a really lovely pop of colour, and then we've got Riley Blake, what's it called? Cheddar at Twilight. Cheddar, is that the cheese or the place?
I have no idea. Oh my goodness.
Cheddar at Twilight. It's a great name. I don't think I've ever been to Cheddar at Twilight. I mean, it's been very dark.
I've never been to Cheddar.
Have you not? It's in the very deep gorge, funnily enough, but very deep. And so it'd be very dark at twilight.
It would, wouldn't it?
It's nice cheddar. £27.99. And you also get the instructions, obviously, with that one. Now, we've got less stock of this one, just so you know. So now you've got to decide. Are you going to go yellow, Riley Blake? Are you going to go green, William Morris? Are you going to go light blue, Liberty? Or, where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Got it mixed up. Or blue Sanderson. This is the most popular. You can, obviously, if you want to use your own fabric, you can get the instructions on your own. Now, for your own fabric, you'll need 1 metre of the main fabric and 1/2 metre of the contrast fabric. That's your instructions on your own, £9.99, bargain. Get that in your basket, and then you can make it in your own fabric as well. Right, Wendy, you can start now.
So it is actually extra wide fabric.
Right, okay.
Now, the reason for that is because it's got the adjustable strap.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't want a join in it because when you have a join in the strap, it gets a little bit caught.
In the slider?
It does.
Okay.
So I've gone for extra wide, but that also means, I mean, I don't need extra wide because I'm short. But anyone that's a bit taller than me might want that extra length on the back.
Right, okay.
And then when you pull it, fully pull it, it makes a nice shoulder bag as well.
Oh, I see.
So it can be across the body.
It can be cross body or it can be shoulder.
Yes, or it can be the shoulder. And because we've used the denim and the plain fabrics, you can really go to town with all the stitches because that is not fabric, that is denim.
I know,
fabric.
it's amazing. If you look at the back of this bag, it looks like some kind of denim tweed, doesn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
But because you've done the top stitching.
Yeah, because we've got all these wonderful machines with all these stitches and we just use a straight stitch. And I'm really sorry to say this, but I've changed the plate on here. I do apologise, sorry.
Oh, well, if you could put it back.
Really? Do you look... No, I've got the one that you can do all the stitches
Oh,
on.
okay.
I could only get 3 stitches, and it was like, why can I only get 3 stitches? Because you've got the straight.
Because I had the straight plate on.
Yes, so you can have on your one. I just did. I did bigger check because that one I've gone 1 inch, but
Right.
2-inch works really well. But what I wanted to do was check that if I did it really close, that you were still going to have enough on the back panel. Because the beauty of this bag, and that's why it's great for those that are venturing into bag making, is you make the front panel and then you cut everything else to match it. Where instead of cutting it all out,
Oh, I see.
you make the front. So actually, if you're a little bit out, it doesn't matter because you're making the back the same size as the front and the lining the same size.
Brilliant, because that can happen.
Oh,
well,
yes.
it does happen, especially when you're doing all the quilting. It sort of changes shape a bit.
It does,
doesn't it?
and then you get frustrated because it doesn't fit, and then you put it in your whip basket, and I want you to have fun and make loads and loads and loads, and my policy is I'd like you not to make thousands, but as many as you want, and sell them to make as much money as you can, but please just don't share or sell the pattern on.
So you can sell the things, but
you
not
can sell
the
what you
pattern.
make from it, and you can make as much as you like. The instructions are very wordy.
I said there's words in them.
There are. You know that with me, and that's because I love watching professional sewers. I love it, but I want to get to those of you that are sitting on the fence or maybe a little bit not as confident with your sewing. So I talk you through every step of the way, and each of the step, instead of just saying join, it would tell you to lay them out and then join the left to the. It would tell you exactly what you need to do.
But then it's better to have too many words.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Because eventually what will happen, you'll read it. So have a cup of coffee, cup of tea or whatever you drink. I don't drink. And read it through a couple of times just to get used to the way that I word things. And then you'll find that when you make the next one, you'll just be referring back to. And then eventually you'll only be referring back to see what the size is that you need to cut up. And then you don't have to use all the information. But it's all there for you. And now I've gone over to graphics now because I find it easier to show the parts. And I've introduced a little magnifying glass so that when that's shown, that's just a section. Otherwise, all the other ones are what you see is what you get. And I think that's really important, that when you're looking at something and you're laying it out in front of you, you're seeing it in true form. Rather than just saying, lay it out, I'll show you how to do it. And every single one of these are as they will look when you've got them in front of you, unless they have the magnifying glass. and that's showing a small section. And that's only because to show that on a big picture, it would be so tiny.
Right, you wouldn't be able to see it.
You wouldn't be able to see it. With the template, you can... I've done my next instructions, actually, in the next hour. I've got a blank page on the back, but this one I didn't. So you are going to have to either trace it or photocopy it. If you can, photocopy it on the thickest card that you can.
Someone has a message to say, does the bag have a closure? Yes, it has a magnetic closure.
Yeah, has a little magnetic...
Yes.
You've got it, haven't you? A little magnetic clasp in the middle.
Wendy's doing hand actions of that. Yes, it has a
little
magnetic clasp.
So again, it will teach you how to do that as well. You could put a press stud in there if you wanted to, or you don't have to have it at all. You don't have to if you don't want to. Right, so let's get started. Now, I have done quite a bit of prep of this because I just want to make sure that there is one key point in here when you go to make the box corners. So I just want to make sure that I get enough time to do that today. So the first thing to do is follow the instructions and cut everything out. And I have got a guide here where to place the things on the fabric, just so that you know, because sometimes we cut something out and think, oh, I haven't got enough left of the orientation. So it just gives you a little guide here, and everything is labelled so that throughout the instructions it will refer back to it. So if you label it, you'll find it much easier to find the pieces.
Brilliant.
Right. So
remember, everyone who orders today gets a free pattern. Everybody, every order, free pattern. It will be included within your order when it's sent to you.
Oh, that'd be exciting because you won't know what you get.
I know, and you think, right, whatever I get, I'm going to make it.
Absolutely, and please send us pictures. So the first thing to do is, working through it, you make the strap. It's my usual strap, and I'm going to make the tab now, which is exactly the same but on a bigger scale. And there are top tips all throughout the instructions. With this one, when you sew top stitching, I do it down either side it's just to make it look nice, because you only really need to do it down the open side. But if you sew the open edge first, you do have a little wiggle room to press the other. But if you start on the folded edge and these don't line up, then you're in a bit of trouble.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Right, so do the folded.
So do the folded. And I don't want to spend people's money, but I found this an absolute godsend. I've got the wool mat. And
I love my wool mat.
I absolutely adore it because it keeps things flat for you, which is really important when you're working to sizes. Now, the template...
I'm going to give you a board to put it on, though, otherwise you will...
Thank you.
Heat up your cutting.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam.
There we are.
Just don't burn yourself, please, because it's your birthday. Any other
Try
day
not to. I melted a fabric clip on mine the other day. Have you ever done that?
Well, actually, on here, although don't look, I had a pen near it.
I had a whole fabric clip and I pulled it off.
Yeah, and it's like...
I know, it all came off
We've
fine.
all done it, haven't we?
Remember, the Aliso iron, special price today, say £15, £149.99.
And I never tire of it. It sounds very space age.
What I love is if I can't remember that it's turned on or not, I just go...
Oh, yeah, you just touch it, don't you? And then you know.
Brilliant.
So with the template, it does tell you to cut on the outer edge because this has been designed to the exact size. So cut out the template on the outer edge, and when you transfer it onto the fabric, again, make sure that you cut round it so that it's the exact shape of this. Now, normally I would say, when you're drawing around these, I would say that size, the thickness of your pen matters. If you cut on the inside line, it won't matter. It won't matter how thick your pen is. So when you draw around this, like that, cut round the inner edge of that pen mark, and then if it's like an inch wide, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But if you cut on the outer edge of a really wide pen, it's going to put this out.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, so please don't worry, because as I say, we're cutting the back and the lining from
Yeah, to match it, which is great.
It's fine. But there is one bit on here that does need to match. So follow the instructions, and if you've labelled all your pieces, right, so that one and that one, just checking, that one.
So I guess if you were using your own fabric, you could do this all in different colours.
Oh, yes, and that's why it's a really good fabric buster, because you can just use, that's all you would need.
Yeah, so you could use, and could you do the back the same?
there is nothing to stop you doing the back the same as
Right.
the front. But because this is beginners, I wanted to do something different on the
Right.
front, but there's absolutely nothing.
So once you've made your kit and you know how it works.
You can do exactly what you want. Because you're cutting the back to the front, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't matter. Right, so I've laid my pieces out. Now, when you join these together, you think they're actually, because they're like a funny shape, I can't even think what shape this is. I know, yeah.
Trapezium.
I've no idea. I thought it was, but I've no idea.
The peas or no, but trapeze, they're all
Yes,
parallel, aren't
yeah,
they?
that's what I thought. Just a little bit of advice when you're using the denim. It's quite stretchy. So I always best press my fabric, and if you're going to do that, do it before and make sure it dries completely, because you want to cut the pieces when your fabric is at its resting. You don't want it to be wet at all with any of the best press. So I did that, and it's a little bit more rigid than the one you have there, purely because I've best pressed it.
Oh, okay.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to join this edge to this edge, and we place right sides together. And it's really important here that you line the edges up. So normally you have an overhang, don't you? But with this one, you don't. You line the edges up like that. Oops. Because there is a little bit of stretch in the denim.
Right, so match up the corners.
Match up,
then.
you want the corners,
right,
yes.
okay.
So the corners are matched right up. Having a bit of trouble with my pins today. And then, if you stitch with this uppermost, it doesn't stretch, because the denim, if you have the denim uppermost, as it's going through the machine.
Okay, so if you're using a fabric with a bit of stretch.
With a little bit of stretch, have that at the bottom.
Non-stretchy one on top, okay.
And let that, I'm just going to move these pins. Now you will have much more time to match them up than I do. And then we're going to do...
But it's all worked out, so that when you put the corners together, it'll all be done.
Yeah.
Now, it's great. It's really nice to have a bag design like this that it doesn't look like it's for a beginner, because it looks really professional.
That's what I wanted.
But it is for a beginner.
That's what I wanted. I'm just getting used to this. This is lovely, this is, isn't it?
Yes, it is very lovely.
Very, very lovely, this is. And then it's a 1/4 inch seam. It's very smooth. Oh, sorry, I've set all them to go fast as well. I do apologise.
No, mine's always on go fast.
Oh, I've put them all on go fast, sorry.
No, I don't like stitching slow.
Sounds like it's stopping coming to a junction, doesn't it?
But I can stitch slow. Just press less hard. So it's fine. Don't need to do that.
And then you press. I find it easier to press the cotton back.
Okay.
I think I do say the piece just added, but whatever works best for you. And then you can see, it doesn't look like it's going to be straight, but it does. It just works. I don't know how. And then we do the next one. Matching those corners up. Probably should have used clips, shouldn't I? That would have been easy.
No, it's fine. No, it makes sense. It's weird, isn't it? Because it looks like they're not going to be straight when they're sewn together.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Because I thought, no, that's not going to work. But it did.
I don't know what that shape is. It's probably got a really specific geometry name, hasn't it?
It has. I don't know what it is.
I mean, it could be a trapezium because it's got two parallel sides.
I did think that. Someone out there will know. Someone out there. And then the next one. So there's nothing difficult at the moment that you can see, is there? There's nothing there that a beginner wouldn't be able to do, because at the end of the day, we are sewing straight lines. That's all, isn't it? It's what you do with your fabric that creates the pattern. Oh, that was a big sigh from over there. You'll have to keep me in check with the time today because I haven't even got a clue what. I don't even know what day it is today.
Don't worry, don't worry. I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. I'll tell you when you haven't got any time left. I think it's nice to spend time on this bit though because
there's two
bits.
Yes,
of the bag,
there are two bits that are quite important.
So if you've never tried bag making before, and I was thinking this the other day about bag making. Before I ever made bags, I used to think of bag making as a thing and therefore difficult. But bag making is actually just making a bag. But you know how you think of it as a special bag maker? Oh, I'm a bag maker. And then you need to understand about interfacings and bag feet and hardware. It isn't like that at all, is it? It's just,
not at all.
It's just sewing. But I always thought bag making was a specific skill.
It's just having the confidence to have a go.
But it's not a specific skill, it's just sewing.
It is.
But I always thought bag making was like dressmaking, you know, a sort of a specific
and the thing
skill.
is, it doesn't need to fit you.
No,
like
thank
clothes.
goodness.
Yeah, like clothes. Whereas this one, you do have to be, this bit has to be right to make the rest of it fit. So I've made the front panel. I've made this middle. It's made in sections. So you have a middle, a top and a bottom. And the bottom is very clever because when you add the bottom, it creates the corners. So you don't have to do anything. And then the top, do not panic. The top needs to be longer because in a moment we're going to trim the sides.
Right,
so do not panic. Don't try and make that
Don't
all
think, oh
squashy.
no, I've cut it wrong.
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine. So we fold it and you can just finger press it in half and find the middle. But actually, as long as you have overhang either side, you'll be fine. And then we pin this right sides together.
So this might be your first ever bag.
Oh, that'd be exciting.
Would
That'd
be
be exciting for me. It would.
And if you're getting just the pattern, if you're not buying one of the kits, just think what you can do with it. Start off, if it is your first ever bag, follow what Wendy says and just use the two fabrics. But if you are experienced, I'm not going to say bag maker, sewer,
exactly,
then you'll know how to do it. This is a really, really nice set of instructions to have in your instruction set. Because of stash busting. I'm thinking of all the different things you can do. And also you can really personalise it, depending on who it's for, who you're giving it to, or what outfit you're going to have it. So if you're taking it on holiday, you could make it like beach hutty, couldn't you? Could be all stripes.
I mean, there's nothing to stop you having all floral fabrics. I like the fact that we've put it with a plain so that it really makes it stand out. But actually, it is the perfect chance to use all your fabric up.
Yeah, because you only need those little wedges. Yeah. So I'll just go back to the kits while you're doing that. Now, the most popular is the Sanderson, which is the one here. In fact, we're getting quite limited on this. So remember, you are getting in the kit, it's amazing value for money. You're getting a whole metre of this beautiful 8-ounce denim. Now, this is in your, like, traditional jeans colour. So it's not the deep indigo. It's not your sort of stonewash pale, 1980s. It's that lovely mid-denim. And then this blue is a lovely choice, this Sanderson fabric. And this is proper designer Sanderson fabric from the Arboretum collection. It's the Arboretum collection. So these are their Sanderson's original, like, soft furnishing fabrics back in the 80s.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, that they turned into quilting fabrics. So that's that one. And obviously full instructions, and then you can keep using the instructions over and over again. This can be your go-to bag. It's brilliant if you are making to sell or making for charity. Maybe you make for the church fete or the school fete. Use up all your fabric scraps. Make the bag with the kit. Then you know how to make it. And then you can use that for all of your makes. Wonderful to see you back, Wendy.
Oh,
your
so
patterns,
to be back.
Always like Rebecca's, go together perfectly with easy to follow instructions from Heather. Thank you, Heather. They are. They're always really good because they've got lots of words. We love words.
We do that.
Because somebody said to me once about one of my kits, oh, the instructions are too long. I'm like, well, just don't read them then.
Well, I hope you didn't say that.
No, but you sort of think, well, if you don't need them to be that long, that's brilliant. Because
but the thing is, when you are a beginner, for us, if I say to you, do that, you'll go, yeah, no,
I know. But if you know how to do, you just don't need to read them, do you?
I mean, you read it just to see if you're going on the right way. But there is, my daughter, I showed her and she went, don't know what you're talking about. And I went, yeah. She went, I don't know what you're talking about. So then it made me realise, hang on a minute, there are people out there that even though you've got a sewing machine, just think, what are they talking about? What?
Yeah, and I think, but it's only when you speak to beginners or show someone how to do something, you think, oh yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any
whatsoever,
sense.
does it? But then there's diagrams. So even if there's too many words, you can just read the diagrams.
Yes.
Right, now the fabric kit that Wendy is working with is this beautiful, it's a really, although it's an 8-ounce denim, it's not stiff. It's very
lovely,
soft, isn't it? It's quite like a skirt from this, actually.
Do it.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Do it.
Because it's really nice. And then it comes with Liberty. So £27.99 for a Liberty bag. Thank you very much. With full instructions as well. I think that is a fab price. Really like that. £27.99 for 1.5 metre of fabric. The denim is wide, and you've got Liberty. That's so £18 for the fabric. Yeah, that sort of doesn't make sense, does it?
And you do get the denim, there's a bit left over.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah, so there is.
Look at all the denim you get.
But I wanted it for that extra wide.
Yeah, you need that so you can get the whole handle, but you will have some left over, so you can make yourself a matching purse.
Easy.
Easy.
Makeup bag, easy.
Oh, yeah, well, you'd need that, wouldn't you, so you can find everything in your bag. Then the William Morris one. Second most popular, this one is.
I love that one.
It is lovely, isn't it? I just think it's very soft and gentle and summery. I think it would be, I mean, it's lovely for this time of year because it's just a soft spring green. But I'm thinking going on a cruise.
Oh, very nice.
Wouldn't that?
Very nice.
If you're going on the John Scott's cruise.
Very nice.
Wish I was. I've been asking him, can I come? He just laughs when I say that. I'm thinking, no, I'm actually being serious.
Well, I know if I were to go on with you, he would ban us.
I did say, would you like to do workshops? Can I come? He still laughs.
Oh, okay.
I know. Yeah, we should go together.
You'll have to wear him down.
Yeah, we could be the comedy duo.
We wouldn't get anything done, though.
No, we wouldn't actually get anything done. We go, should we leave the boat? No,
Did you see the raised eyebrows this morning? Like, when it's like, oh, gosh, those two together.
Yeah. we go, you know, when you got into the ports, we go, no, can't be bothered because we're having a chat.
Right, no, though, you know what he'd do? He'd go, yeah, we've got 4 hours here, only have 2. You and I would still be there.
Yeah, and then
they'd sail off without us, wouldn't they?
I think we need to go next year, don't we?
Yeah,
just go, surprise! We'll book.
Yeah, we could book it and
under fake names.
Yeah.
And then he won't. And then he'll have to let us go. Because I quite fancy it, but he hasn't said yes yet. Now, this is the Riley Blake one. I know the William Morris one is on the screen, but this is, sorry, Ben's just eating my cakes. I've had a red velvet one in the break. It's very nice.
I haven't had one yet.
Have you not?
No, I'm going to go in.
I might have one per break.
Yeah, I would.
This is the cheddar at twilight. Still haven't got to the bottom of that one. I don't think Riley Blake have ever been to cheddar, but then why would it be cheese at twilight? Because that'd be weird, wouldn't it? I wonder what else is in the rest of the cheddar at twilight collection, because it is a whole collection. I'm going to look into that. But anyway, whatever its name is, it's really nice, because I like the black and the yellow. It goes really well with the corduroy, doesn't it? I wonder... Ben, can you find out for me why it's called cheddar at twilight? He's going to... Well, we'll leave that with him, because we need to know. Also, if you want to use up your own fabric stash, so if you're making to sell, it's ideal. If you're a beginner to bag making, if you want to make someone as a bag for a gift, it's quite quick.
Have someone as a bag?
As a bag, as a gift. A bag as a gift, for a gift. You could make this in a day, max.
Easy.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. There you go. Ben, £9.99.
He's off in cheddar.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
in
he's
cheddar.
in cheddar. I
Yeah,
forgot he's a man and he can't multitask.
Yeah. He's in cheddar.
For a minute, I thought he could do 2 jobs at once. Don't be ridiculous. Of course, he can't do 2 jobs at once. £9.99. You can't find out. We'll find out.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery why it's called cheddar at twilight. Is there any cheese in the rest of the collection? £9.99 for the instructions on their own. Do get these. I think they're a fantastic addition to your little bag pattern library. Right.
So I've added the top, and I didn't actually do it because I wanted you to show you. That,
I'm coming.
Oh, are you coming? You're coming.
I'm coming to watch.
So because I want I want it to be tapered.
Yes.
I line that up along that edge.
So you don't have to cut it, because if you try to have it pre-cut...
Exactly, you wouldn't be able to do that. And that's why it's brilliant for beginners, because if you've pre-cut it, it has to fit.
Yes.
And then...
And if you've sort of sewn those slightly iffy...
Exactly. And then you can either turn it round and do it, line it up this way, or you can turn it over and do it that way.
Right.
But never cut towards you, because that's very dangerous. So we're lining this up along here.
Because your nails are really long, aren't they?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Look at mine.
Well, they have got they've got a special gel on them. They are my nails, but they have
Are they?
Yeah, they have a strengthening thing on them. I have a wonderful tail. I have a wonderful tail. Did you know that? I have a wonderful nail technician.
I've still got red velvet. I was thinking, what have I done? It's red velvet cake.
So this is the only bit that might be a little bit out if you haven't got your 1/4 of an inch just right, because you mark in, and it's all in the instructions, so you place your marks there, and then this has to go on those marks.
Okay.
So the best thing to do is pop them in, pin them first, because the box corners have been designed exactly to size, so that they're square.
Right.
Well, you'll know, because you have to work out your seam allowance and your turning back, don't you? So now, when I stitch this with my 1/4 inch seam, and everything is a 1/4, unless you are stitching down the side of the straps, you do them 1/8 of an inch, or as close to the edge as you dare. But everyone has their own technique, don't they?
Of what? 1/4 of an inch?
Of like sewing like straps and things like that. Yeah, how do you... I always work my 1/4 of an inch. I know these machines, and I know exactly where I need to sew for these. But you do need to work your 1/4 of an inch. And then that now is exactly the corner.
Amazing.
Yeah, so you don't even have to think about cutting the corners out.
Because it's...
I've done it for you.
It just will be.
Right, but because it takes forever for... H640 is the most wonderful invention in the whole world.
Have we got that, Ben?
But it does... You have to be patient when you're adhering it.
You do. And
especially the thicker the fabric, the longer it will take to do. So I didn't want you to watch me doing that.
There we go. How much do we need for this bag?
1/2 metre.
Right, there you go.
Because you just need it for that and that.
Right, so £5.99. You just need to get one of these units for your bag. Just one.
Right, so what I've done is a decorative stitching, and it's it's almost like a double, what's the word, box?
I see what you mean.
Yes.
I've never done that.
Oh,
one.
my
It's
goodness.
like a double
and it's on
blanket
here.
stitch.
I have checked, and it is on here. So that means that you've
Oh,
got...
wow.
Yes, you see.
So it's like a double blanket stitch either side?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't seen that
Well,
one.
I'm very disappointed with how little you use your stitches. I'm going to get you doing
yes,
it now,
I'm saying
right?
not how little I use my sewing machine, but how adventurous I am, clearly.
That's the one, that's the one. And I like this because it picks up both sides.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
It's brilliant for quilting as well. Because I don't like stitching in the ditch, because I daydream and then I go off on a tangent. Whereas if you do this stitch, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, that is a nice stitch.
Yes. And then what I did, it doesn't say this in the instructions, but I've done it and I found it works. Just if you stitch within the seam allowance around the outside, it holds the layers together, and it's much easier when you're doing when you're using it as a template. Now, so the back. And again, the size is all in the instructions.
Oh, that's a nice stitch. Leaves.
Well, I've left the friction on because I thought I was being clever and do a nice stitch. You probably can't see it.
What, the friction or the stitch?
The stitch.
Yeah, no, you can't really. I can see it.
I'm really sorry about that. So I thought, well, I'll leave the grid on just to show you what you do. You draw a grid, and all you do is find the centre vertical and the centre horizontal, and then draw lines your chosen width apart. Now, this is 2 inches.
Right, OK.
Your bag that I've done you, I think, is 2 inches. The bag over there is 1 inch. It depends how adventurous you want to be and what you want to do.
Yeah, and then choose whichever stitch you want. So depending on your machine, you'll have a couple of decorative stitches, even though it's just a zigzag.
Have I got my bags here? Oh, yes. So that one, I mean, this is, these are, I've got loads of them. That one, so is the same stitch.
Oh, wow.
But it really changes the look of the denim, doesn't it? Completely changes. You think that that is a piece of fabric. a piece of patterned fabric, and it's plain fabric, but we don't utilise our stitches enough.
And is that like a shiny thread as well?
Oh my goodness, I got these when I first came here, and there's going to be people out there that bought them as well. It was a massive box of them, and they're all shiny.
Oh yes, I know.
Do you know the ones I mean?
Yes, yes.
But
I think they were Metler.
I have no idea, but they are perfect. But what I did find is that you need to do the bobbin with the same as the top.
Right.
They don't like to have my standard
Oh,
thread.
okay.
You have to use.
But
this
that
bobbin.
looks like a fabric, doesn't it?
It looks like a completely different piece of fabric.
Wow.
And that's
So have a go. So this is really good. If you've never tried bag making, this is a great start. If you've never tried patchwork, you've only got 5 pieces to join together.
Yeah.
If you've never tried quilting, this is a really small space. I mean, you could try free motion if you never do it on this one.
Free motion would be great.
I love this idea because you've got lines.
Yes. So I left the friction pen on there just so that you could see.
Yes.
And if you could
Oh, can I press
that?
it
Yes.
off? I love
Thank you,
pressing
madam.
friction
Yeah, me
pens.
too.
And remember, the friction pens are on a special offer today.
I'm
Special deal.
just panicking that I didn't actually, but I did. I was just thinking, please let it be a friction pen I used. I've done that before.
The Aliso's on a special offer. Yeah, she's actually used permanent marker, but it's part of the design.
No, I've done that before. I have done that before.
I know. If I'm ever using a permanent marker, I go and put it over the side of the room while I'm sewing.
I double and triple check now. It's like, wow.
So the Aliso's on special offer, £115 off, and the friction pens are on special offer.
See, I didn't know any of that.
Well, it's nice and warm. A bit cold in here.
No, please don't put the heating on, boys.
Do you think it's cold in here? Oh,
You'll have me melting. I'll be like a snail.
Oh, I could put my arms on there to warm up a bit. There we go.
Yeah, so although it looks quite complicated,
Yeah,
you're
that's
getting
really-
a little snippet of everything, aren't you? And that's why I thought to get people sewing and build their confidence up.
And not think that bag making is a thing.
Do you know, I used to think bag making. I'm not
I
a bag
did.
maker.
Well, I thought you had to understand hardware and interfacings.
No. So the reason I do it on a square is now that you place the top one on and then you're going to eyeball, and no one's going to know if it's millimetres out. You're going to eyeball around that they're vertical and horizontal, and you've got them. You can place them in the best position. So, yeah, that looks like, have I got the same? I've got about the same, have I? Yeah. So that's all I'm doing, just eyeballing that they look roughly the same. And then you would draw round. Oh, where's it working out? Because we've just heated it, haven't we?
Yes, it's probably too hot
It is
to
too
draw.
Yes, but that's fine.
Or could you cut it?
Yes, you could. Yes. In fact, I'm going to cut it.
It's too, unfortunately.
It's too hot, yeah. Now, really, when you think about it, it should be that way because you're going to be putting right sides together in a moment.
Just in case you're not
Just in case I'm not symmetrical. And because this is flat, where this is not flat, it's going to give you a better cut anyway, isn't it? Oh, I love that sound. I love that sound. I'm standing on my tippy toes now. And try not to, just try and turn it rather than move it out of position. It's been so lovely getting back to my machine.
Has it?
Oh, yeah.
So do you think you're fully recovered now?
Yes, I think so.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Start
well,
crocheting again.
Yes, until the next time. Until the next time. Well, that's part of getting old as well, isn't it? Everything creaks at the moment. It's like, whoa, that shouldn't be creaking. That never used to creak. Because I've got a very special birthday coming up this year. Very special birthday. So, I'm not looking forward to it.
It's really weird watching you cut left-handed. It's just weird.
I wondered why you were like...
I know, it just makes me think, whoa, it's weird. Just looks so wrong. No, just because it... Yeah, just came out. I can't imagine doing that. It feels all wrong. It must be like when you look at right-handed
Honestly, it
people,
is.
though.
It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
That's all wrong.
I tell you what I didn't do. See, look, I can make a mess, can't I, with anything. There's one of my tabs.
Right, we've got bundles. This is important.
Okay, right.
We've got bundles. I'll just go over here and do bundles. So we've got, if you want, because obviously you're going to need 2 D-rings and 2 sliders. We've got a rainbow one.
Ooh.
So aren't they lovely? And a magnetic snap. There we go. on a magnetic snap, which you will need, obviously, for closing the bag. £6.99, bargain. Great price, that's lovely. I mean, just choose the colour that you want to go with your bag. If you've bought the pattern, you're going to make several, get yourself a few of these bundles. So that's the rainbow bundle. You've got the D-rings, the sliders, and the magnetic snap. And if you want the silver, this is the bundle for the silver. So we didn't put them in the kits because I know some people have them, some people don't. Also, if you're making more than one bag, or if you've bought just the pattern, you'd need this separate. So that's why we haven't put them in the kits. £6.99, and that's the silver one. Okay. So what are you doing, the strap tabs?
So these are the tabs that are made exactly the same way as the straps. So you press your fabric in half wrong ways, and then you press up to the centre fold, and then you press up. So this is 4 layers of fabric, so it's a nice firm strap. And we place it on here. Now, again, these are because you've got these, it's like everything that I use, you've got today. These are my go-to. Because instead of pinning, I'm not a lover of pins because I stab myself. If you put a little bit of glue down the centre, it will keep that in place.
I knew the glue was here because we had the glue, the refills at 8 o'clock. And I was like, where's the pens?
Oh,
they're here.
They're here.
I love these, and I discovered yesterday how marvellous the glue is for velvet.
It's my friend.
Just for, well, I find different things all the time, like sewing on buttons. It's brilliant for that.
Absolutely, just to hold things in place. Now, that is not permanent, but it's permanent enough at the moment for me not to have to worry about a pin.
Yes, so you
and
don't
that's
have to
really
tack it
important
together.
for me because, as I say, I'm a little bit clumsy with things like that. And what we do now is I'm not going to make the other pocket, but I've made one. Now you can make one, you can make 2 if you want to. This one hasn't got a pocket, and this one has.
Okay.
That one has. The pockets are the easiest thing in the world. Again, I've tried to make everything really simple. Is you get your fabric, and then you fold it in half, and we sew 1/4 inch down here, leave enough for turning. You don't need a huge gap because it's only a small pocket, all the way and up again. So you're sewing around 3 sides, leaving a gap. Trim away your corners, the excess from your corners, turn it right side out, and then you have a fully lined pocket.
Oh, nice, and you've got that nice fold on the top as well.
So it's a really, really simple pocket, and it gives it a little bit of rigidity.
Nice.
And then you fold it in half to find the centre point, fold this in half to find the centre point, and then you don't even have to mark anything because you just line the 2 folds up. As long as you stay away from the bottom edge, because these are going to be the boxes, so you don't want it to be caught in the box. And this measurement up here is for the placement of this, so you don't want to go too high to that. And then I've actually put another line of stitching down here to make 2 smaller pockets. So this one I was going to make 1 large, and I've got 2 small.
Oh, brilliant.
But it's it's a really easy way of making a lined pocket.
Yeah, because it's on, I'll come back.
Coming back?
I'm coming back.
Now, do you want me
the
to,
pockets on
I'm a
this
little
one.
bit conscious of time. Do you want me to show this? Because I think there are people who have...
You've got 6 minutes.
People have inserted these, haven't they? So there will be something somewhere to be able to see that, won't there? I think it's probably more important that I show the other step. And you don't have to, if you think, oh, no, that's too much, you don't have to put one in there.
No, you don't need one.
You don't have to.
No.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to place, this is the bit that I wanted to show you, we place right sides together and we sew down both sides, but not the bottom.
Right, okay.
So that's already thrown you, hasn't it?
Yeah, that
has thrown you.
Is it a bottomless bag?
It is.
For a bottomless brunch?
I was going to say, you always have to turn it around to alcohol, don't you?
There is a cake shop in Battersea, which I want to go. It's called the Bottomless Cake Shop.
Oh.
Now
you're talking. Now you're talking.
And I think there's actually a prize, and there is an award for who ate the most. And I remember thinking, there's no way, because there is a sort of time limit. But it's not just like rubbish cake. It's like a proper cake shop. You know, it's not just only old cheap cake. It's like beautiful gatto.
Whoa.
Sure, it's
so
in Battersea.
that's very clever, because the richer it is, the less you're
Yeah.
going to be able to eat. Anyway, that's quite clever, that is, isn't it? Yes, I like that.
I really would like to go
Oh,
there.
that would be amazing. Well, let's do it.
Shall we?
Let's have a business meeting.
Yes, a business meeting in Battersea at the Bottomless Cake Shop. And
Oh,
you
that'd
want
be...
to come?
Yeah.
Me and Wendy will be there.
That'd be amazing.
We'll see who wins.
We could bring our machines and we could
Yeah,
have,
it'd be brilliant, wouldn't
take
it?
a corner over. I very often sitting in the coffee shop crocheting. People look at me like, what's she doing? Little old lady sitting over there.
Really crocheting?
Crochet, yeah.
No, it's very cool and
It is
trendy
cool,
and popular.
isn't it? Right. I keep wanting to break into song when you keep saying popular.
What song?
I don't know. it's from a musical. I can't think what it is.
I've no idea what that song is.
Right, so before we do the bottom, we open it up and we have this down the centre. So we now want the seam down the centre. Because if you can see, and this is minuscule, I know, but this is me, it has to be perfect. This does a little dippy in the middle.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
So if you sew a dippy, then you're going to have, your bag is going, the bottom of your bag is going to try and dip under. So we need to get rid of that.
Oh, and is that because these are shaped?
Because they're tapered.
Oh, okay, interesting.
You wouldn't have thought of that.
No, I wouldn't have thought of that. That's very... Yeah, I was wondering why you do... Got
Yes.
it now.
Right, so I'm going to do it that way. So
So I
don't
do
poke
like
you
this
in the eye.
technique of sew it and then adjust it.
Exactly, because then it means that it doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's a little bit out. So now you want to make sure that the corners, you don't want to cut into the corners because obviously that's all been measured.
Yeah.
But we draw across here. And it is minuscule, I know, and you'll probably go, why bother?
Well, because it will
Why
make a difference. You
bother?
could use a rotary cutter for
You
that, though,
could,
couldn't you?
but I'm going to do both layers at the same time and make you go, because I'm doing left-handed.
Yeah, no, it just feels like it's wrong. Well, no, it just feels really like...
But you don't want to be cutting into the corners, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because the corners...
So it's just straightening off that little
all you're
bit.
doing is straightening off that. Now, I'm not going to do it to the lining. You do it to the lining, but I'm not going to because.
So when you open it up now, yes, it looks like really odd, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? But it just works.
Yes, okay.
And then trust me. But because I made one and I thought I don't like the way that bottom is trying to tuck itself under. I want it to lay flat. If anything, I'd rather it went the other way.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You could see that it was a tiny bit, but for me, it was still worth doing.
Right, we've only got 5 of the Sanderson bag left, this one here. And there were 41 in baskets. So just warning you, there are 5 of these kits left.
Oh, my
And 8 times as many, because I can do my maths, in baskets.
I can.
Impressed. Over 8
Very
times.
impressed. Just over, come along, just
Yeah, just over.
Just over.
8 and 8, over.
8 and an 8.
Right, there's now 4 left. And loads more. 3.
Okay.
And 42 in baskets.
Oh, see, that's 14.
So that's 7 times,
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
I think.
And all I'm doing
Probably not.
is taking one corner and pressing the seams in opposite directions and then offering them to each other and they'll snap into place.
Sounds like some deity.
Yes, I'm
or
offering
sacrifice.
I'm offering them. And if we'd have left the bit there,
Yes.
we would have been sewing around
Yeah.
sewing on a curve, wouldn't we? So now they're nice and straight.
As you can see, Wendy sewed round that curve, realised she didn't like it.
I did. It was like,
then
no,
worked out how to change
I
it.
don't like that. So that's that one done. So don't sew your bottom up until you've done until you've straightened it off.
Ever.
No, ever. Don't ever.
Never sew up your bottom until you've straightened it off.
Never. And because we've nested the seams, you'll have nice seams on the bottom of
Oh,
the
now I
bag.
can see this colourway. Right, this Sanderson
Gorgeous,
bag
isn't it? I love this.
has sold out. That's gone.
You are funny.
Right, which is the next one? Oh, William Morris is the next favourite.
Oh.
Come
Wow.
over here a moment so I can talk about William.
Yeah, you talk about William.
William Morris, which is your spring. It's the colour of snowdrop leaves and sage, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is,
It really is. It's the colour of pale olives on a Tuscan hillside.
Very romantic.
Or
Very.
to me, it's because it feels summery, doesn't it? But it would be lovely with a wedding outfit.
Oh, yes.
Because it's a nice size bag.
Just to put your cardigan in.
Yes, put your cardigan.
Just in case you get a bit of a chill at the wedding.
When you're a bit chilly.
Yeah.
You think of the size of this.
Yeah.
Of all the things you can get in it. Be really good, like going on the plane, wouldn't it? Because I never count the handbag. In fact,
No, I don't.
I put it under my coat if I'm wearing one, so they don't see it. You know, when you go on the plane, if you put it under your coat, you go, no, I've only got that bag.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Not that bag.
is.
But you get a lot in here. You get that bottle of water that you've bought in the airport, magazine, book, eye mask, earphones.
And it's soft enough to just squish it down.
And you could just squish it all down as well. Well, it's the sort of bag you could then put in your suitcase. But I think they'd be great to sell. If you had a stall and you had them all hung up.
Now, because you and I sew a lot, I can make these really quickly. But I'm not saying that I want you to make them really quickly. I want you to take your time. And then the only difference with the outer is you put your tabs on. And again, because you've put your tab over the seam, when you come to line it up with this, I'd like it to match, but if it's a smidgen out, no one's going to see. Exactly. So I've tried to make it so that...
So now we can see what this looks like. Oh, that's lovely. See, look, they always look different, don't they, when you actually put them together?
I love them.
So this is the Liberty one. Gorgeous. This is the Liberty one with the pale denim. Again, very spring, isn't it?
It's very spring, yes.
Beautiful. Get that one checked out. And then the final one is the midnight cheese. Cheddar at twilight. Midnight cheese. The strangest name for fabric. Do you know, maybe it's a bit like, I don't know what to call this. Oh, I know.
Well, that's why I've now thought, no, it's got to have a meaning.
I just think because it's American as well, they maybe have never been to cheddar. They probably only think of cheddar as cheese, you see.
And it's yellow. It's got yellow in it.
So the cheddar at twilight one is the one that has this gorgeous mustard-coloured cord and beautiful. Look at that. There's only 15 of this one left. Just saying. Right, pattern on its own. This is flying. Like that. Look at that. Amazing. Wendy's laughing. I was just demonstrating it flying out. I think this would be a great scrap buster. It'd also be nice if you were going to a special occasion and you really wanted it to match. You could put velvets in it and prints, couldn't you? Then it could match your outfit.
Yes.
Or be nice, actually, if you wanted to make one for a child to put stuff in. Be nice for baby, that little baby changing bag. Just, you know, when you don't want the whole big thing.
Yeah.
So many different things you can do. It'd be lovely in a tweed.
And those that do know what they're doing with bag making because of the art
Real
of bag
bag
making,
makers.
they could always put straps on. Not straps.
Zips.
No, the
handles.
That's it. The two handles.
Yes. Feet. Wendy was doing this earlier. I go, sounds like. Yeah. She was trying to do magnetic snap. Took me ages to work it out. We were doing charades of magnetic snaps. Anyway, thank you so much, Wendy. That was fab. I'm going to see you in an hour when you're going to be doing the beautiful quilt.
Yes.
Which could be a cushion.
Or a bed runner.
Or a bed runner or anything. Anyway, it comes in various colourways. It comes with printed panels. Wendy's going to be showing us all the different configurations. You can go and have yourself a coffee and a cake. Please do check out. Loads of you have got these in your baskets. As you can see, we've already sold one kit out. If you want to get the others, they're all low in stock. You need to get checked out. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time for Amber Make's brand new special birthday kit from me. Carefree Cacti and the feature panels and charm squares. I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The seam allowance for dressmaking can be 1 centimetre or 1.5 centimetres. It's important that you check what it is before you start, and your pattern should tell you. Your seam allowance will have been included on your pattern pieces. Before you start to sew, check in your instructions as to what your seam allowance is. You're going to use that throughout your garment making process.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So it's my birthday. It's my special birthday show today, and therefore, if you hadn't noticed, well, you might have just tuned in. It's my birthday show today. Everybody who shops today will have a free pattern chosen at random from the warehouse, and it will be included with your order. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to say, please, may I have the free pattern. It will just be popped in your order as a special birthday present from me to you. Well, from the warehouse to you, but as to celebrate my birthday. Now, whenever I have a birthday show, I always design something specific for the birthday show because I like to have a new item. So I decided I would design something I really wanted, and I have several crochet cacti on my windowsill because I'm not very good. Sorry, Levi's telling me off. What have I left pins in? I asked him to go and get my poinsettia out of the cupboard, and he's just stabbed him. He got stabbed in the cupboard. There we go. I'll put that over here. Thank you very much, Levi. I'm not very good with plants at all. Even cacti, they always just really not very good with that. They always just, even though they don't die, they look a little bit withered. So I decided I would design some cacti in pots. And I thought, we can't have one, you've got to have 3, haven't you? So I designed them all. It took me ages to work out because I wanted to have little rims on the inside of the pot so they actually look like if you had a cactus in the pot, you'd see the top of the pot sticking above. And they have to have gravel, because that's what you plant them in. So it took a while to work it all out, and I made them in all sorts of weird fabric, and I cannot tell you how many of these I made. I had long ones, fat ones, short ones. It took me ages to work it out. And then I sent them all the pieces to Amy, and she came back with this amazing fabric. It's brilliant, isn't it? So let me show you the kit to start with. I just love the prints that she did, because she does them all herself. We don't like buy in prints or copy prints. Amy draws them all herself. So she takes my strange outlines of things and notes on this needs to be a bit like this and a bit like this. So, and then she turns them into these amazing pots. So I said, right, I want 3 pots. Now, I worked out in the end, because I wanted that special rim on the pot, and I couldn't do it last time I did the flower pots. But then I suddenly had this thought while I was walking the dog, so my best ideas come from, think about dress facings. It just needs a facing. So that's how it worked. I'll show you in a minute because I'm going to demonstrate how to make a pot. So she designed my 3 pots in that kind of Portuguese mosaic style. So there's the pot, there's the rim. So you don't have to think about seam allowances or anything like that. They are designed in this specific shape because that's the shape a pot is when you join it together. You get grit. Because last time when we did the flower pots, we had soil, but you don't have cacti and soil, they're in grit. Then I decided, well, obviously, some of the cacti have flowers, so we've got flowers. We've got pot bottoms, because you need those. And then all the pieces for the cacti. So this is the prickly pear, because the prickly pear has 3 different size pads. It took me ages as well to find out what the real names for all these things. These are called pads. And then this is the ferrocactus. And I couldn't really work out how this was. I knew how to make it, but I couldn't work out how the design would work because with a ferrocactus, the prickles are on the edges. So what Amy did was she drew the prickles, and when you sew them together, because the seam allowances, all the seam allowances are included on the pieces, you don't need to cut it any bigger. When you sew them together, those V's join together and they look like prickles. Genius. And then this is the saguaro, which I thought was called the saguaro, and then I decided I ought to listen to, because I think it's a national park in America, so I decided I ought to actually find out how you pronounce it. That's this one here, the saguaro. I feel I really, really want to put eyes on it, though. But it's like the traditional Western movie, isn't it? Cowboy film. I really want to sew eyes on it, so please do feel free. Put eyes and nose on yours. And it's got the little flowers. So Amy spent quite a while researching what they look like, so that, because if you make this in just a plain fabric, it doesn't look half as good as she's drawn all the prickles on. It's got arms, it's got all the little flowers. And I spent quite a while working it out so that you would be able to do it in a way that wasn't too tricky, that they're quite simple to do. I mean, right, a third of the stock has gone already. So obviously, you know, they do take time. You can make them all in a day, but what I did is I made all the pots together. They're not difficult, but they obviously will take time because they've got little bits and lots of stuffing and things. In the kit, obviously, as well, you get full instructions. Quite a big set, actually. So I've taken pictures of the whole thing so you can see step by step exactly how you do it. So you can get the instructions, follow them along, look at all the pictures. I've taken photos of the steps that you need to be able to see rather than to just illustrate it, but the bits you actually need to see. But there is also, as always with Amber Makes Kits, a full video tutorial. Now, I know Amy put this on the Amber Makes website last night, so if you want to watch the tutorial, then you can wait for your kit to come and you can see it. There's a QR code in the instructions that you can scan. It will take you straight to the tutorial, and then you can just play it, pause, and you can sew along with me. So if you really want to make these, you think, well, I've never made any kind of 3D things before. I've only made a bag. All of the skills that are used in it, then there's nothing difficult, but obviously they just take time because you've got to sew. So there's the Amber Make website, the sewing tutorial. So you just go onto there and you click on, and then I filmed the tutorial, you press play, and I taught you, there you go. God, I've never seen on this before. So it shows you exactly how to make it. So you're not on your own at all, and then you can just pause it. So every single stage I talk through, because I film it, and then Amy puts it all together, and then I talk over it, so it's really easy. But you can also scroll through all the different sections of it. So if you think, well, I just need to stop at that bit, and then it's just a way of you being able to do something. Because I don't jump anything, I'll show you every single bit, because I film it as I go. Then you'll be able to do it. So that is the Carefree Cacti. Remember, you will get all three in your kit. Right, so over the half, it's gone. If everyone checks out, half of it's gone. So you need to get checked out on these. If you've bought any of the Portuguese mosaic pattern, the Portuguese tiles patterns we've done I think we've done a few bags in it with Sewing School. This the print goes really well with this. Really nice present for, but what a nice present. Oh, what was the message? Googly eyes would be great. Honestly, I was so tempted. Then I thought, is that just silly? So please do sew eyes. Please do sew eyes into your cacti, because I really, really wanted to do that. They're so cute, but they make really nice presents. If you're not sure, you know, what to buy something now, I have put a little bit of weight in mine, just because they stand up a little bit better. So if you fill them up more with weight, they'd make little doorstops, wouldn't they? But what a nice gift for somebody. Maybe you know someone who's going into hospital, because they're not allowed to have flowers, are they? They could have all these cacti on their bedside table. Or you could get all three, and you could make, you know, that's 3 different Christmas presents. But I know that, well, you know, don't you? People love having things that you've made for them. And that's just a really nice little gift. You could even put the person's name on them, because obviously you could embroider any bits as you go along. Can it be hand sewn? Yes, you could hand sew it. I mean, I don't tend to hand sew because machine sewing is quicker, but there are no really big seams. So as long as you hand sew by doing quite a nice close back stitch, because obviously things like this are very firmly stuffed, but if you do quite a close back stitch, then you can, because none of the seams are massive. But wouldn't they be lovely gifts for people? And with the prickly pear, I sewed mine together because there's 4 different branches. But if you don't sew them, they just all flop out like a really nice plant. But the only way that you're going to be able to make them exactly like this is to get the kit, because the fabrics Amy has designed specifically for this. I mean, you can embellish them more, because I've put a bit of quilting on the outside of the pots, but you don't have to. But they're so cute, aren't they? They are going to go straight onto my windowsill. And then all you have to do every now and then is just give them a little shake, get the dust off, done. And they will always look like that. You could even use this, well, these two, because they're stiff, you could use them as pincushions. Cactus pincushion. Wouldn't it look great? So that's the Carefree Cacti. Right, so now we decided as well, now it's become cactus hour, after I'd done this, because I always wanted to do the Carefree Cacti, I decided we would do, let's do some more things. So Amy designed 2 panels for us. And I love these, because obviously I gave her the designs for the cacti, so she did all the colouring and all the drawing in them. But then she took the designs that I'd done. So I'll start with the feature panel. So this is what the panel looks like, and then I'm going to show you what I made. So on the feature panel, you get 3 18.5-inch squares. So this bit is 18, but with the extra, it's 18.5. So you've got this one that's got the rows, and I love the way that she's copied them all and put the right ones in the right pots. So it's like the illustrated version of these. So this one has got all the cacti in rows across it. The next panel has got the 3 cacti with the lovely tiles around the centre. These are beautiful, aren't they? And, you know, what Amy's done is obviously she's actually drawn them. So it's not like photographs or anything. She's hand-drawn and copied what they look like. And then made them really sort of more realistic, because obviously when you turn a 3D into a 2D, it changes as well. I mean, I love the colours she's put in this. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And then the third one is like an all-over print, but this time the cacti are actually in the desert. And then there was a little space across the top, so she's put a little row of all of the cacti across the top. So then I decided, well, I'll make some things so you can see. So with the feature, this centre feature panel and the charm squares, which I'll show you in a minute, I made this wall hanging lap quilt. So that's got the feature panel in the centre, some plain fabric, that's vintage blue that we sell on Sewing Street in case you want it. A bit of vintage, but really simple. It's got like a 2.5-inch border there, inch borders there, and then I just put charm squares all the way around and then bound it with a bit of apricot. But it's really, really simple, nothing complex at all with that. I just sewed it all together, and then and because it's a small piece, I could easily quilt it in my machine. Then I decided I'd make some cushions. So this is one cushion, and this is really easy. So I've got the 3 cacti on one side, and then the multi. And all you have to do, all I did was put a zip in the bottom. So that's one cushion. But that's so easy. You haven't got to do anything. You just cut it out and sew it together. This is another one. So with this one, because I wanted to use one whole feature panel, I used that for that cushion. But I just put a bit of ivory on the back. So what you could do is if you don't have the 2 sides on, you could make 3 cushions if you put plain fabric. Now at $14.99. The colour is vintage, is called, isn't it vintage blue, that colour? Haven't we got one called vintage blue? Oh, what's it called? I thought it was called vintage blue. It's the Rose and Hubble plain cotton that we sell on Sewing Street. We'll have a look. So if you do, you could make 3 cushions and you can use whatever colour you want. Oh, it might have been duck egg then. Could have been duck. I think it was probably duck egg then. I thought it was always called vintage blue. But yes, it's duck blue. So for $14.99, you can make 3 cushions. We will double check. And then I also made, I made a bag, just because. So with this one, all I did, I've got one of the feature panels on the front, one on the back. I cut out box bottoms, I put some bosal in it, and then I lined it with Meadow Spot, which is one of the Rose and Hubble fabrics. And then I found some rope. So I just put rope handles. So if you make like little fabric pockets and push the rope into the fabric pockets, you can sew that on, and then it becomes a cactus bag. There we go. So that's what you can make from, well, I made all of that from 2 panels. And the charm square. So that's the feature panel. Let me put my cushions back. $14.99, it's brilliant, isn't it? But there's loads of different things. And like I say, if you want, maybe you wanted to make like a cactus quilt, if you know someone absolutely loves cacti, or you want a big wall hanging, get yourself 2 or 3 feature panels. They're all 18 inches square once sewn, and then you've got a lot, haven't you? So, I mean, I've just put 1 in the centre, but if you bought 2 or 3, you could make yourself a big quilt. Make it bigger by using plain fabric. If you pick up the colours, oh, I think I've lost my ears. I've lost my batteries, I think. Can I have some batteries, please? If you pick up the plain colours, so I use this sort of duck egg blue, the orangey colours, the greens, you can then, sorry, I'm just getting some batteries. I just can't hear a thing. Thank you very much. Hooray! Can hear again. Are you there? Brilliant. Sorry about that. Only the battery's lost. Then you can really, you can make them go much further. That's why on the quilt here, I just thought to show you by how you can make them go further. So if you've got 2 or 3, you can even make a big quilt. Now, Amy also did the charm square panel, which is this one here. Has to be. Oh, there's one in my bag, Ben. If you go to my rucksack, in my laptop case, there's a fabric chart inside there. Hopefully. This is the charm squares. I love this one because what Amy's done with it is she's done whole cacti. Oh, yeah. She's done the whole cacti. She's done some rows of cacti. I love this one. We've got some all over prints. I like the mosaic one as well. So you've got 40 5-inch charm squares, but they are just gorgeous on their own. Now we've sold quite a few patterns using just charm squares, like there's the charming market bag. Ah, there's it. Was it in my bag?
Yeah.
Let me have a look then, and I'll know which colour it is. Do they have names?
Yeah.
It's that. Oh, it's misty blue or duck egg. It's duck egg. Do you know what? I thought it was misty blue.
I'll schedule duck egg.
But it was duck egg. I thought it was misty blue, the one I called vintage blue. And there's the gift tags. But we've done a few patterns, like there is the just charming market bag thing that you can do with these. You can use them, obviously, like I've done. I've put them all the way around this. I also, in one of my artificial plants, I made a plant pot using them. So what I did is I've got one on each side. I sewed a little bit of this tile one above so I could use it as a cuff. So I've got one on all of them. I cut out half of one to put for the bottom. It's even lined in them as well. But that's a really nice way of, if you've got real cacti as well, of making little pots to put your real cacti in, or artificial plants like I have. But you could just make a simple cushion. So again, if you wanted to make a wall hanging or a bigger quilt, if you got yourself a couple of these charm square panels, make them bigger by spacing them out with plain fabric in between them, or space them out and put them round the side at the edges. You could use them to put a whole board around a quilt. So $14.99. for the whole of that. Right, so the duck egg fabric, I should have remembered to put that in the schedule. Well, do you know, I've got lots of different ones of our Rose and Hubble at home, and I tried lots of different fabrics. I was going to put a white in, but it didn't give it the same depth. Then I tried orange, but there was something about this duck egg fabric. It really works. It was a bit of a surprise. Oh, I know, I was going to put spotty fabric in it. Didn't work. So it was too much going on. It was too much. I really thought, because there were spots behind these, I really thought it would work. But it's a very simple design. It is just strips. I really wanted to see what they would look like together, so that I'm going to do it. How much solid? I don't know, half a metre, probably half a metre. Shouldn't think any more than that. I don't know, I didn't work it out. I should have drawn a design for it, but I was just playing with it at home, to be honest. But that's the thing with these feature panels and these charm squares. When you get them home, just all you need to do is how I did it, is I know how big they were when they were cut. They were 4.5 inches one sewn. I knew this was 18 inches one sew, and I got a piece of graph paper and I drew it on there, and that's how I worked it out. And then I just bound it in a bit of orange and quilted it with something. And really simple quilting as well. All I did was I drew diagonal lines from one corner to the other, and then I worked like in arrow shapes. So all I had to do was draw them on like there with a friction pen and then quilt over them. It was very, very quick. But I could have made it bigger. You see, if I had 4 of the feature panel squares, it's up to you really how many you want to get. So that's the charm squares panel, and that's the feature panel. Do you want to do the others? The flower pots. Right, so I thought as well, although we're concentrating on cacti, and I'm going to show you a little bit in a minute, that I would do the flower pots, because that was something we did, I think 2 years ago. It was a while ago, actually, the flower pots. You can see how I've worked out since. So the flower pots, these have soil, not grit. So in the kit, you get all of the pieces to make, let me hold it, like that. This is the flower pot doorstop. So it's obviously a lot bigger than the cacti. So you've got the bottom of your doorstop. You've got all this round, so obviously a lot bigger than the Carefree Cacti. This one has soil in the top. There's nothing special in here. These flowers are just super stuffed, which makes them stand up. So they haven't got wood and dowel or anything in them. Oh, there they are, in front of my door in the kitchen. You can fold them back. So the flowers have got like they've got 2 different layers inside which give them the colours. You can even fold the leaves back so you can shape them, and then you put a bit of weight in it, so that's your doorstop. And then you also get in the kit the little one to go with it, but these are tulips. Again, you can fold, you can shape them. There's no wood or metal or anything, so they're really safe. You just sew the tubes of fabric and they're really stiff. Let me show you the panel, because it is massive for this. £19.99. Now this should really be more than this, because this was the price that we first sold it at 2 or 3 years ago, and the prices of the other kits have gone up since then because of the price of fabric, but this one hasn't. So this is a great value for money. So there's your big pot and there's your little pot, and the big pot base and the little pot base. There's your soil, because the soil is in 4 pieces, because you sew them together and leave a little gap, and that's where you put the stems. These are the stems for the tulips. I mean, you've got so much on here. There's the soil for the flower pots. These are all the leaves, because obviously you've got backs and fronts of leaves. So you've got big leaves, small leaves, depending on which flower you're doing. These are the stems. And then you've got a template, because when you sew the soil together, you sew it together as a square. Once it's sewn together, you then cut it in a circle, so you can get the templates. And these are all the pieces, and I think this is really clever, the way Amy's done this. I sent her the templates and said, right, to make a flower, you need this funny shape, but I wanted her to colour it in. So if you see this, so that when you make the flower, it's darker at the bottom and lighter at the top. And then if you pull back that bit, you see there's another set of flowers there. And then on the inside, you've got the stamen bit, which is at the top here. So you have all of these different levels, and that's how you get that beautiful 3D effect of flowers. So that's the blue china. And then we also did it in terracotta, just because we couldn't decide which one we liked, so we did both. So this is the terracotta one. So this is like your proper old-fashioned terracotta pot, and it's even got a hole in the bottom to let the water out. And then you've got the little one as well, proper terracotta pot with this hole in the bottom. So this is all pinks, blues and purples. So you've got all of the flowers. They're made in exactly the same way, but they're just in blues and purples. And then the little one is tulips. But it's quite nice that you can sort of angle them. And these are great for, again, gifts for people. To keep them on just a shelf, or you can keep them on the floors. It doesn't have to be a doorstop. But they do make lovely gifts, because if you take this into hospital for someone, or you give it to them and they take one in yourself, you've got it on your bedside table, and it just looks lovely, doesn't it? It's there you are. Just give it a shake, get the dust off. And there it is. But they're really, I know a lot of people who have bought maybes, like things like Mother's Day coming up. When is Mother's Day? 20-something of March, isn't it? Brilliant gift for Mother's Day. Right, the last one I'm going to do, before we start doing some demo, is the poinsettia, because the poinsettia is obviously Christmas. Poinsettias come from Mexico. I've got sand in this one, actually. So we designed this for Christmas a couple of years ago, but because it's along the same lines, I thought I'd talk about it today. And it means that you could start getting this made. It doesn't have to just be for Christmas. But on the pot, it's got like the crackle glaze on it. It's got poinsettias, obviously. It's even got a hole in the bottom. You've got the soil. And then the flowers, well, they're not flowers. They're called bracts. They don't actually have petals. So you've got little ones and big ones in the red, and then you've got lots of leaves. And again, I mean, obviously mine's been sat in a cupboard, but you can angle all the leaves so that they stick outwards, and it looks really realistic. Again, there's no wood or metal bits. You just make the tubes and you stuff them really stiffly with toy filling, and that's what gives you that structure. So you never need to water your plants again. So that's the poinsettia. Right, let's show, right, the cactus kit, and then I'm going to show you how to do it. I've got so many plants on here now. So, right, we have loads and loads of, you've got this in baskets, so you need to get checked out on this, you want it. We did have a lot printed for today, but once they're gone, we'll have to then wait quite a while to get them all done again. So, I'm laying them down. You've got the saguaro, that I know how to pronounce, with 3 little flowers, with the grit. You see, you can see the size of them. Well, I'll tell you how big they are. Actually, I do think I measured them. I actually measured them in the instructions. They are 14.5 inches. That's the biggest one. By 9, the whole thing. Yeah, it depends on, they're different sizes depending on which one you've got. There we go. So that's the saguaro cactus. It's a cowboy movie cactus, isn't it? They grow in the saguaro desert, apparently. This is the ferro cactus. But again, do feel free to put faces on them, because I really want, maybe next time I'll do some with faces and arms and legs. I really wanted little eyes. And then the prickly pear would have looked nice faces. And you've got the flowers are really easy to make as well, which is brilliant, because I did them so that they're all printed and you just have to stick them together and pinch them. There's nothing complicated about that at all. So that's your 3 cacti. Right, demo. Okay, so what we're going to start with, I've got so many bits all over the place now. I have to move everything. This is my room. This looks like my sewing room. Oh, yesterday I was in a bit of a rush to get something finished. You've never seen anything like the mess in there. It took me ages to tidy it all up. It was everywhere. So the grit comes like this, as 2 semicircles, but they've got a seam allowance added to the centre so you can join them together. And the reason that you join the grit together is the grit is the section where you plant the cactus and where you stuff it. So what you need to do is take your 2 grit pieces. When you cut out all the pieces, it will explains in the instructions, obviously, that you just cut around the outer edge. Don't add seam allowances, that's all in there. And the reason for that is if you don't use exactly 1/4 inch by accident, if we put a white rim around the edge and you added it on, then you might not see all the print. So we always put the print into the seam allowance so that doesn't happen. You've then got to mark a little turning gap in the centre, because this is where or we should call it a planting gap. So the easiest way to do that is measure the centre and then mark it. So 1 inch either side. So all I'm going to do now is sew using my 1/4 inch seam allowance. And remember, this is all in the instructions and it's all in your video tutorial as well. When you need to sew a specific starting and stopping point, if it's important, I mean, it doesn't matter too much if you haven't got exactly, but if you want your starting and stopping point to be exact, if you've got a lock stitch on your machine, which is normally a little dot, have a look at your manual, then you don't need to reverse stitch, because then if you reverse stitch and you're trying to guess where you're going forwards and backwards, but because I want to be exact, if I press the lock stitch, what that does is stitches on top of each other, 2 or 3 stitches, and it works in the same way as a reverse stitch. So if you're doing something like this where you want to definitely stop in the right place, that's the best way to do it. Now, have I turned the iron on? Probably not. I've got the Aliso iron that's on special £15 off. This one. Special 5-way split pay. And this is the one I use at home. Well, it's not because I've got the yellow one, but it's exactly the same. Only this one's prettier. So what you do is give that a press. Always try and get into the habit of pressing to set your seams. When the thread goes through the fabric, it distorts it slightly. It's slightly wiggly. If you press the seam flat before you press it open, you'll get a better finish. Message. Happy birthday, Rebecca. I can't believe how realistic these are. It's like magic. You guys are such clever designers, from Karen. Oh, thank you. I know. Well, Amy does it, you see. You should see what I send her, and then she does it, and it's amazing. Happy birthday, Rebecca. I hope you have a fantastic birthday. Love the cacti pattern from Caroline. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I've always wanted to do it. And the thing is, I do all these things I like. But then I send them to Amy, and they're just in plain fabric. And then sometimes she says, I say, how's that coming along? Yes, I've drawn the templates out, and I think, this is going to be a nightmare, isn't it? And then she comes up with these things, and I put little notes on, can this be grit? I do bits of research and send her pictures sometimes. Pictures of grit. No, I just said grit, to be honest. I let her choose. And then press the seam open, and now you've got your grit, and it's got that hole. Now, normally, when I do a turning gap in anything, I rarely tack it because you're going to sew it closed. But with this, you're going to be planting your cacti through there, and you're going to be stuffing it through there, and you're going to be turning it right sides out. So I would recommend lengthen your stitch length to its longest and just tack it down. If you work from the wrong side so you can see it, just tack it close to the edge. These tacking stitches you will take out later after you've constructed it. But if you tack it into place now, it just makes it easier, because once you've stuffed the cacti in there, it can distort the edges a little bit. And by tacking it, it will all stay in place. Again, so you can see it's a little bit bumpy. So I'm just going to give it a quick press, and that is my grit finish now. So the pot body. Now, I have actually quilted this in advance just to save a bit of time. So the pot body, it comes like that, and it will, make sure you match one base with one body too, and rims and everything. Well, you don't have to, but obviously, if I'm doing pot 1, the bottom matches. They're all the same size, so if you want to mix and match, you can, because they're similar colours. But if you want them to all match in the way that Amy decided that they would, has designed them to match, then do match up the numbers. If not, it doesn't really matter because they are the same. So what I did with this, you get a bit of wadding. You don't need a lot of wadding. You will need half a metre, so 50 centimetres of wadding. is what you will need on top of this. If you want to know what extra things are, obviously, because the kit contains the full instructions and the panel, all the other items that you'll need, like soft toy filling and wadding, are listed. If you go onto the website, on Sewing Street website, and you go onto product details, there I have listed what you will need that's not included in the kit, just so you can see. Because all of the items that are on there, like wadding, soft toy filling, bonder web, all of that, we sell on the website, on Sewing Street website. So if you need soft toy filling, it's on there. But you might find that you've got it already. Obviously, 200 grams is more than enough. You probably get another whole kit. I think I probably only used half a bag. You need more than you think because of the filling of the cacti, which are quite solidly filled. But a 200-gram bag will be more than enough. But if you need to buy other things, I always list it on there so you can get it all at once. Right, so quilt. Then what I did is I decided, and quilting, again, a bit like bag making, you don't need to be a quilter. Quilting is just sewing along fabric. So you put your wadding on that side, and then all I did was I sewed along those lines. For the different ones, you can sew where you like. So for this one, I sewed along those lines, and for this one, again, I just sewed along the printed lines. It doesn't really need a lot of quilting. It just gives it a little bit of structure. And then for the base, I just sewed like that, but it just holds it together. Also, do sew around the edge, because with this H640, it does sometimes start peeling off from around the edge. And when you're sewing it all together, particularly sewing the base into place, I would just tack it within the seam allowance around the edge, and it holds it all together. So once you've done that and you've quilted it, I'm going to show you how to do the pot rim. And the pot rim, oh, it's got a bit creased in my bag. The pot rim is where it goes inwards. So this is how you get the recessed grit, like a real flower pot would be. So all you do, and this is the weird thing about optical illusions, is that looks bigger than that, doesn't it? Why does that look bigger than that? It's weird, isn't it? But it isn't. So it's obviously, this is more solid, this is more floppy. So you need to just not be careful not to distort it. So pin it together at one end, and then pin it together so it's right sides together along the top edge. So this is really, really easy, because somebody asked me on our website, is this easy to do? The techniques themselves aren't difficult. Obviously, there's a lot of different areas, because you're making pots, you're making cacti, you're adding flowers, but I've designed it in a way so it's not difficult. And oh, let me just move myself over. So once you've done it either end, it matches exactly because it's printed to be exactly the same. But what you find is sometimes because the fabric is thinner on the rim, you sort of feel like it's not going to fit, but it will. It's a bit like when you put sleeves in, you think that they won't fit. You haven't got to do anything special at all, just as long as you match up the raw edges. Now, whenever I'm matching up something like this, where it's curves, or whether I've got to get something to fit in, the best place to do this is on your ironing board or an ironing mat. Because if you're trying to match up raw edges and then pin together by moving the fabric, everything else shifts. So I always push all my pins in like that. That holds it all into place. You can then, without taking the pin out, pick it up as you go along and push the pins in. And in that way, you've adjusted it, you've made sure everything fits before you do anything, and it all goes into place. Right, so there's my pot rim pinned into place. Now I'm going to sew it into place just along the top edge using the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Always reverse stitch at either end, and just make sure you follow. My foot here is a 1/4 inch wide, so that's fine, I'm following that. If not, follow the mark on your needle plate. We had a great product last Thursday that was a special seam tape, sewing machine tape, that you can mark the 1/4 inch, but I think we sold the whole lot. So if you're new to sewing as well and you can't see, sometimes the lines on these needle plates aren't brilliant to see in artificial light, but you can just put a bit of washi tape on your machine if you want to be sure. Because there's some things like this where it's important you do the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that's the rim attached. Again, always press to set the seam. Oh, do you know I've done? I bet you all do this, don't you? forget to put this, I'll have to leave it like that now I've done it, because I tacked those, the last seam. I've now got those tacking marks in, that's quite fun. I've got the longer stitch length on my machine. Oh, I'm going to have to do it again because it looks wrong. How many times have you done that? It'll be easy this time because I haven't got to follow it. Have you forgot to set the stitch length back down again and then tack the whole thing in place? Right. Okay. No. I do that so many times. Right, press this seam upwards. That's really important. If you just push your iron in like this, you can press it. This is why this iron is really good, because it's got quite a sharp point. And we talk about like things like collars and cuffs, but when you're doing something like this, being able to get that sharp point in does make quite a difference because it's quite fine. To help it to curve, I'm just going to snip. So all you do is snip about half an inch, a quarter to half inch apart. Just make sure, do it a bit slower than I'm doing it, that you don't cut the seam. I'm just doing it like this for speed. But when you do yours, I would cut it like this with a sharp pair of scissors, because you don't want to cut the seam, but this just helps the seam to ease out. If you do cut the seam, and it does happen, don't worry, just pop it back under the machine and re-stitch the bit that you've cut. She says, because she's done it before. And that will help it to lay flatter. Now, to finish off the pot, I'm going to sew it together because this is the seam that runs down the centre of the back. Most important is to match up the seam that joins the body to the rim. And the easiest way to do this is if you match it up so the raw edges match, pop a pin about an inch, 3/4 of an inch down through the seam, because you can see it, and then just pull that top back and see if that pin goes through the seam below. And you can see I've missed slightly. So I'm just going to put there, lift it up and put it back in. Again, this is why it's always good to pin on a mat, because you can push the pins in that you can't do with a table. So now I know that that matches up exactly. I can then keep that, I could call that like a positioning pin, and then pin across the seam from one side to the other, and then take out the positioning pin, and you know it matches up exactly. And then pin it together at this end, and pin it together at the other end. And then I'm just going to sew this together. Now you don't need to leave a turning gap in this pot, because the turning gap is in the grit. So normally when you're making something like this, side seam might be where your turning gap is. But because I decided it was better to leave it in the grit, then I didn't need to have it in the pot. I'm just taking out the pins as I go. So that's done. And then just, normally I would press the seam. I'm not going to press the seam flat because of the wadding, because it can melt a little bit if you're not too careful. And then because you've got wadding here, I'm going to finger press this open first, and then take the point of my iron. Don't have it on too long, or put a pressing cloth underneath. But if you just run the point of your iron down, that just holds the seam open. Turn it round so it's right sides out. And then I'm holding the seam open there, and then press it. So that's the pot body finished. There we go. So to put the pot base on, you could just make this as a pot. So what you do is I need to find the quarter points, because the best way to because the circle is going to go in the bottom. The best way to put a circle in the bottom is by matching it up in 4 equal places. It's just easier. So where the seam is, put the seam on the edge and then fold it along. And where that the opposite fold is, mark that with a pin. That's your halfway mark. Then take that pin. I'm just going to put it in straight again. It's easier if you put them in with the heads of the pins facing upwards. Then match up that pin with that. You could do that. Sorry, Ben's asked me a question. Yes, if you want to make more pots, then you could trace the pieces before you start sewing them together from the fabric, and you can use those as templates to make your own. Just so you could make them for your own things, but don't give the patterns to anyone, because obviously you've bought the pattern, so the pattern and the copyright of it belongs to us. But if you want to just do it for your own personal use, that's absolutely fine, but it means that you could make more pots. So there's the 4 quarter marks on there. I'm going to do the same with this. And actually, you'll find that most of these, I think all of them, have got quarter points marked in the design, and that's what I've sewed along. But if you're not sure, fold it in half. So I've got 1 point there. Put a pin on the opposite side. So now I have 2 halfway points. Fold it together, match up those pins, and then mark a quarter point this side and mark a quarter point on this side. So now we have 4 quarter points. So all you've got to do is carefully, because I don't want these pins to move, turn this wrong sides out, turn the body wrong sides out. So we are going to sew a straight edge, straightish edge, to a curved edge. So the straight edge is the one that's got to bend, the curved edge is the one that won't. So it's the one that has to bend that you need to have on top. So that's obviously the body. So the body needs to go on top. This is one of the quarter points. So match up the seam with one of the quarter points on the base. It doesn't really matter where you do it because the base is symmetrical. Then take the next quarter point and match that up. So you just match up the 2 pins. And that's why I say have the heads of the pins facing this way, because you can take one of them out, join the 2 together, and then take out the other pin. Match up the next one. Make sure the raw edges match, and it match at exactly the point where those pins are. Pin it together, and then take out that one and join that one together. Now all you need to do is pin between them. So I found that these, because it's not a very big gap, and I designed it, obviously I made lots of bodies and bases until it fitted, so that when you sewed it together you didn't have to work anything out, it all matches. Sometimes when you are sewing a straight edge to a circular one, you need to ease it a little bit, and the way you do that is you make little snips into the straight edge, 1/4 of an inch in length. But I found with this I didn't have to do that, and I don't know whether it's because the body stretches a little bit. If you do have any difficulties getting this to ease round, then make those little snips, because what that does, it opens up the fabric, which means you can bend it round corners. But for some reason it was fine. So just pin it between. I think it's because it's quite a small area. And then once you've done that, I'm going to sew them together all round, but the pot body must be on top. The base will stay flat. Oh, I haven't pinned that one. The base will stay flat anyway, because it's a whole circle. It's the body that you need to manipulate, so always have that on top. So I'm just going to sew this into place. Now, I am going to sew over my pins, so I apologise to anybody who doesn't like that. But when you are, go really slowly, but when you are trying to deal with manipulating a fabric round a circle, keeping the raw edges matched up and everything, taking out the pins at the same time, sometimes makes everything shift. But if you don't like sewing over your pins, I will sew slowly over them. Then just as you meet one like this, take it out and take it out. So you don't have to sew over them. It's just because I find it easier. But if it's something you're not comfortable with, then there is no right or wrong. But just please do go slowly. If you go at speed, you can snap your needle or a pin can fly in your eye. Right, so I've gone all the way round. And I've now got the base sewn in. So I'm going to turn it right sides out to show you. So always turn it right sides out before you do anything else, just to make sure it's all nice and even. But look, you can see that's fitted in really evenly. So that's done. So the next thing you need to do is sew the grit into place, and the grit goes across the top. So again, I'm going to turn it wrong sides out this time, because that's the way I'm going to sew it. You've got to match those quarter points. It's exactly the same. So seam on one side, fold it in half. We're matching it on the rim because the grit is sewn to the rim, not the body. because that's obviously the top section. Then match up again the seam to that halfway point, quarter point on that side, and then quarter point on the other side. Right, and then when we do the grit, obviously you've got your halfway points matched already because that's where your seam is. So all you need to do is match those up. Because this isn't wadded, you can actually just make a little crease mark with your finger. Right, now it's up to you. It doesn't really matter which way your grit goes. That's a really weird sentence. It doesn't matter which way your grit goes. But what I did with mine is I wanted the seam, which is really hard to see actually. Yeah, there's the seam. I wanted the seam to go on the back, and I wanted the grit to therefore go side to side. I mean, it's a very fine point, but if you do want the grit to go side to side, or you don't want, it's up to you, then just position it in that way. If you do want to do that, just make sure the seam of the grit doesn't match up with the seam on the pot. But honestly, it doesn't really matter too much. So just pin it together in the same way, all the way round. Match up those quarter points. And then you pin them together and sew them in exactly the same way. When you've done that, the pot is finished. I did say earlier, I'm not going to finish it off, but the thing is, you know, you've got that whole video tutorial. When you sew yours together, if you want to add, I've just got to find it, weighted filling to it. What have I done with my weighted filling? Now I can't find it. That's really strange. Because I made some to show you. It's fallen out. Oh well. Never mind. If you want to, if you want to add a little bit of weight to it, you make a little cotton bag out of just any plain cotton fabric. All the instructions, details are in the instructions, and then you fill it with a little bit of. I use sand in mine, but you can use these polythene pellets that we sell on Sewing Street, and you don't have to have it, but it just adds just that little bit of extra weight that it makes it feel, it makes it stand up better. So if you look in the instructions, it explains exactly how to do it. I can't find the little bag that I made. Who knows? I'll probably find it on the table underneath the flower pot in a minute. Anyway, but there we go. But that just gives it a little bit of weight. But once you've sewn that together and you filled it, that's your pot done. So you can see it's not difficult. It's just there's lots of different little stages. But it's quite nice to make because you make a pot, you make a ferrocactus, and you work all the way through it. Right, so quick recap of the cactus kit. Remember, in the kit, you are getting, it'll be easy to find because it's the best seller on the website. You get this big panel that has everything printed to size with the seam allowances. You've got all the flowers, you've got all the pads, the grit, you've got the pots, you've got the saguaro flowers, you've got the bases, everything that you need to make all 3 cacti. Obviously, you also get full instructions. Full instructions will come with it, with a link to the video tutorial. If you buy the kit, you can go onto the Amber Makes website now and you can watch the tutorial, and then once your kit arrives, you'll be ready to make it. But at least it will show you how to do it. Yay, see, and then, if that's your little birthday present to me, isn't it? Because I made it to celebrate my birthday, so you can celebrate it with me. And if you buy one, I will give you, or Sewing Street will give you, a free pattern with every order. It's like win-win, isn't it? You buy the kit, I give you the pattern. Brilliant. So that's the cacti. If you want the feature panel, which features in the quilt that I've made on the wall, you can also make cushions with it, like this. You can make cushions like that. another one of the best sellers of the day. So you could make 3 cushions from this feature panel, or, I mean, I put one on the front and one on the back. It's up to you. If you want to make 3 cushions and you want one on the front and the back, then buy 2 panels. Or if you use a plain cotton fabric, the duck egg blue is the colour that I used on here. That looks really nice. You could, if you bought 1 feature panel and you bought, you would need a metre of the duck egg. That would be enough to back all of them. Or if you bought a metre of duck egg and you bought the feature panel, you could make 3 cushions and back them. So there's the feature panel. And then lastly is the charm square panel. So you've got 40 5-inch squares, which you can make all sorts of things with. Bags, cushions, little pots for plants, like I made. They make lovely little plant pots. And you need 10 for that, so you can make 4 of those, couldn't you, from the whole thing? There we go. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me for this hour. Don't forget to check out your baskets. The Carefree Cacti are getting quite low now, so you need to check out all that and the feature panels. I will see you back in a few minutes' time. Wendy will be back showing us how to make this amazing quilt. It uses a panel. You can make a quilt, but you can also make cushions as well. And she's going to use the Stripology. And we have managed to get the Stripology XL back in stock. And Hayley very kindly said that we could have it today only as a special gift for my birthday. We've got the Stripology XL on split pay. Now, I know there's a lot of you who wait till split pay to add the creative grids to your stash. So this is that day. The Stripology XL is on split pay. I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's welcome back to Wendy Orlando.
Welcome back.
Hasn't even gone home or anything.
I'm all fed and watered, so...
Are you?
Oh, yes, I'm raring.
Oh, what did you have? Did you have cake?
Had a cake.
Did you?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. I've had 2 of the flavours out of the 3 now. I just need to have the other one.
I've only had one.
So your new design, the Flourishing Flowers, talk me through it before I sell it.
Again, so this is designed for beginners. Excuse me.
Brilliant.
Because it's, as you can see, it's a very simple quilt, but I just put in like a little bit of piecing there to get you used to it. But in the whole of the quilt, there's only 2 seams that need to match.
Right, so you could
That's
make
really important.
a quilt like a lap quilt or a play quilt or a single bed quilt, but as a complete beginner.
As a complete beginner. That's the only thing that you need to piece. A
Right.
little bit of a plique, but I've supersized it because when you're learning, having small intricate things in front of you, it sometimes it's a bit of a challenge. But these are all supersized and they work up really quick.
So they're easy. Right, so there's different colourways as well, just need to explain. So you could, if you use the panel, because I'm going to show you the panels and the instructions in a moment. If you use the panel, you can make the whole of that quilt.
That is the panel and the fabric that comes
Right,
with it.
But if you want to make something else instead, you've given us some other options, haven't you?
I have.
So on here, so this is a different colourway because there's various colourways, which I will show you in a moment. You can make a bed runner or a table runner.
And I'll say there's 2 cushions. So you could make a table runner, 2 cushions and a wall hanging. The only thing that you wouldn't be able to do, but that's going to be exactly the same with all the kits, you'll get all the fabric to make the front, the topper.
Yeah,
you obviously won't get
no,
the wadding
right,
or the
but all the
backing.
top.
Yeah.
So you could make from this, another one, because I'll show you the colours, you make the whole table runner, bed runner, tablecloth.
Yes.
Could be whatever you like. Massive cushion. That one. And then you can also make the cushion, this one. So another cushion. That would be nice on you. But actually, wouldn't that be nice? You could have
Now,
those 2 big ones on your bed.
That one is a 26-inch feather cushion.
Wow.
It's stuffed in there because I like a big plump
Yeah.
cushion. But the other one is, I would say, I think it's probably a 24, but just like the...
Oh, just a flatter one. So
Yes.
just, oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
So you could have on your bed, you could have, this is the bed runner.
Yep.
2 cushions. And then there's also enough left to make, I'll hold.
Yeah, I didn't put him on his pole, but to make like a little wall hanging.
A
Or
wall
whatever
hanging.
you want to make with it.
So there's lots you can do. Or you could make 3 cushions, or you could make 6 cushions, but there's so much you can make with it. So let me show you the panels, and then you'll understand the colourways. So there are 3 different colourways. So the first one, let's do the brights one. Is that the one that's... No, this is the brights one. That one. The brights one... Oh, no, which is the one that's behind Wendy? What's that one called?
That should be the bright.
This one is bright, that has blue fabric.
Oh.
Yeah? That's got blue.
I can't think what it's called. It's a beautiful name. I can't think what it's called. That is that one, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it? Right, okay. Right, let's do brights first, okay.
Are they trying to confuse you on your birthday?
I'm confusing myself. Which colour fabric has this one got in it? Got it. Right, so this one is called Brights, and this is the one that makes all the cushions and the bed runner, is this one here. So this makes this kit. It's got quite, and that's called Brights, interesting. So this is what you get. Now this is something we haven't explained. You get this whole printed panel. So look at this.
So that panel is this one. Just to confuse you.
Okay.
Yeah, so that panel is this one.
So you get all of these. Now, the way it's done, it's all printed into 2.5-inch strips. So all of these different prints and colours that you get for doing all the borders are all printed on here. They're all carefully curated, so you've got pinks and oranges and blues and purples. And then we've got greens all at the bottom. So this is bright. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love all of these greens, and then the purples and the blues. So they're all 2.5-inch strips. So it's a really big panel, because you've got 18 2.5-inch strips on here that are all coordinated. You also get in the kit a metre of white, so that can be used. Then you get a metre of yellow, and then you get a metre of green. Beautiful. So that's kind of bright. It's kind of sort of springy, isn't it? Lovely. Right, then the next one is this one that has the blue and the pink in it. This one's pastels. So you've got all these beautiful shades of purples and blues and yellows and greens. It's very spring as well. Pale spring rather than bright spring. Going all the way down into those. Now with this one, you get 1 metre of white fabric. Then you get half a metre of, oh, I can't remember what that one's called. It's like a Wedgwood blue, isn't it? It's kind of a bluey purple. Can't remember what that one's called. Chambray. A chambray. And then you get 1 metre of fuchsia.
I love that. It's very bright.
Is it fuchsia or is it pomegranate?
I've no idea. Oh, it might be pomegranate.
Can never remember.
It might be pomegranate.
Pomegranate.
I think so.
Right, then there's one more. Oh, sorry, do you know, completely forgot that in the last kit. Both of those kits come with full instructions. Of course you do, I was getting so complicated. So, full instructions. And in the instructions, it tells you exactly how to make all the blocks, how to do the applique, how to cut it all. I mean, Wendy will go through this in a moment. But they are very, very thorough. So you've got loads of options. So whether you want to make the quilt or how you want to make the blocks, you've got all of the templates to use as well, how to bind the quilt, everything. All the templates for the flower, they are really, really comprehensive. It's fabulous, isn't it? And then the final one, oh, I like that one, is blues. Now, look, let me just show you, because Wendy's made a little a big. How cool is that? Oh, I think I like this one the best. Right, let me show you the panel for that one. That is gorgeous. I like the sort of the stripe that you put on it, because it makes it look like a bit beach hutty, doesn't it? So, in the blues, so you get this blue one. I love the shades on here. You've got I love these shades. You've got like spotty, you've got florals. That one looks like little tomatoes, olives maybe. I know you're like, Wendy's like, what is she on about? Well, they're like little fruit with leaves. Maybe they're olives, berries. And then it all goes into the dark. So you've got loads of different shades and prints of blues. Now, in this one, you get 1 metre of white, half a metre of light blue, and half a metre of dark blue. $49.99. Oh, yes, and the instructions. Keep forgetting to say that. $49.99. Amazing, amazing value for money. I love this one. I think it's gorgeous. So you can make all of this. So you can make the whole quilt, you can make the cushions, you can make the bed runner, all sorts of things. Once you've made the squares, it's entirely up to you. So all you have to do is choose between the blue and the brights and the pastels. Tricky. Tricky, I know, but I think difficult. Lovely, aren't they? But it's lovely that we put it all together because you're making this full-size quilt, $49.99. You're getting all of this fabric, you're getting that massive panel, and you're getting 3 metres of coordinating fabric for it to go with. Right, Wendy, what are you going to show us?
Well, I'm going to show you how to make the block.
Oh, sorry, do we have to do instructions on the own? Okay. Yes, sorry, I've got to do the instructions on the own. Okay. Hang fire for 2 seconds.
I will.
Right, the instructions on their own. So if you've got your own fabric, obviously these are all 2.5. These are all 2.5 inch strips. So maybe you've got your own 2.5 strips. You've got jelly rolls. Then the instructions on their own, $9.99. You can use to make these. Wendy's going to demonstrate in a minute, so you'll be able to see how they all work and what they look like. Fabulous, aren't they? Right, $9.99 for the instructions. Gorgeous. Now, this is exciting. So the Stripology XL, which is the best ruler for cutting strips across the width of a fabric, and even cutting these 2.5 strips, because you can cut them evenly. Now, I know loads and loads and loads of you are after this. We have sold out, but we have just got it back in stock today. $69.99, and we did ask Hayley very nicely, could we have it on split pay, because it's my birthday. And she said yes. So I know there's a lot of you who want to have the creative grids, but, you know, it is a considered purchase for these bigger ones, so have waited for them to be on split pay. So we can do this at 3 equal payments of £23.33. All you've got to do is pop it in your basket and then tick the split pay box, because that's entirely up to you. It's interest-free. We don't charge you an admin fee either. We'll send it to you straight away, and then you pay it over 3 equal payments, and then you've paid it in total. Wendy's going to show you in a moment how to do it, but let me just explain to you about split pay and how it works.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Right, so that's how split pay works. So if you want to get hold of the Stripology and you want to spread your payments across 3 months, absolutely brilliant, because it does make a big difference, doesn't it? Now, would you like to use this, Wendy?
Yes, please. And again, as I always say this, I don't want to spend everyone's money, but in this case, the bigger that you can get, the better, because you can always cut small things on a big thing, but you can't cut...
Yes, that makes sense, yes.
That's the right way, yes. So you'll be able to do everything on the large one.
That back.
Whereas if you have the small one, everyone's got their place. I'm very fortunate I've got all the sizes and I do use them, but this one is the one that I use more than anything. Now, you will be able to use it when you cut the strips, actually.
Which is brilliant, isn't it?
Yes.
It makes such a difference for, like, accurate cutting.
Yes, now, the panels are brilliant because the colours are joined to each other. If you don't want to cut any out for the applique, that's fine. You can just place the template on the applique and you don't have to cut them out. The instructions tell you to, because you may want to use your own 2.5.
Oh, okay, right.
But if you didn't want to, you could just place the template down over the panel,
right,
and cut them out that way.
Yes, that makes sense.
And again, the instructions, wherever I put them, are very thorough.
Yes, so if you're buying the instructions on its own, obviously you don't have the panel, so you're using your own 2.5-inch strips, so you need to join them together. But if you've got the panel, so
then
I can see on, like, your
So if you've got
flowers.
the panel, if there's 2 or 3 that you like that are next to each other, then you can just use the flower template and put it over there.
So if you look at this flower, you can see that it goes across the colours, which is great because it gives the impression of the petals.
Exactly.
Without actually having to join fabrics together. So clever.
I have joined. So all the ones on what I've made, I've actually joined the 2.5-inch strips. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
Right,
you can
okay,
just place them
brilliant.
on there. But the one thing I will say is when you are cutting out the strips, use a ruler or the Stripology to do that, because you do need them to be exactly 2.5 inch. And you explain this so much better than me with the strips.
Yeah, so when the fabric panels are printed, the fabric does slightly distort in one direction but not the other direction. So you may find it's just the way it is, and also if you wash it. And sometimes when you press, well, any fabric, particularly if you use steam, it can alter the shape and can shrink slightly or can expand. So if you find that the strips aren't exactly 2.5 inches, you need to just cut the first one a little bit wider, not 1/4 inch because that's your seam allowance. But if you cut the first strip about 1/8 inch bigger into the white fabric, it will all work out. But it's just the nature.
You still cut it to 2.5, but you put it over the.
You just need to stop, because you've got 1/4 inch seam allowance. You just need to just be mindful of where the lines are between each one. Just because fabric does distort slightly when it's printed, because it has to go through the heat system, there's still enough fabric to do there. The strips are 2.5 inches wide, but some of them might be just a smidgen left, and then that all adds up.
Yeah, and a millimetre, it doesn't sound much, but a millimetre over all the strips, by the end, you're going to.
So just be mindful as you're doing it that you make sure that you cut them.
Yeah, the first one I would always just, as you say, just cut a little bit. So as long as you don't have more than 1/4 inch of white, because you've got 1/4 inch seam allowance, and it will disappear.
And it's only the first one.
And it's only the first one. But with the Stripology, what you can do, you place this over, and then you can see where the 2.5 is, where the 5, where the 7.5
right,
is.
okay.
And then if you can see it going off slightly, then just start a little bit further to the left. If you eyeball them first before making any cuts. Have you got one of the panels? And I'll just show what I mean.
Which one would you like?
Anyone, madam, that will do.
Would
Thank
you like
you very
blue?
much. Blue will be fine. Yes, so when you cut them, what I do is I cut all the white off first and keep it, because this white is the same as the panel, and you can use it for like the flower centres.
Oh, okay.
So I don't ever waste that. But when you place it down, I always cut it all off and then fold it in halves, because you can't cut all the way across here. So I would fold it in half. And then as you place it down, you'll put the 2.5, let's just put it on, sorry, madam, put it on there.
Right.
And you'll see that when we get to the 15, which is a multiple of 2.5, it's not bad actually here, it's not bad. But if you find that it's going into this one too much, just slide it to the left slightly, and as long as none of these go over 1/4 inch out.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen with all, but it's because this is printed fabric, and it does happen sometimes.
But I always best press, always. Even though they are a nice weight, I still like to best press everything, because I do like that little bit of rigidity in it.
Yes.
But always do that before you cut, and make sure you allow it to dry fully, so that it's
because
back
anything like that, any sort of heat, best press, everything, it can change the fabric.
It will change it very, very slightly.
Very slightly.
Very, very slightly. But
okay.
I don't want you to get your scissors and just cut, because it may be that they're a little bit out.
Which is where the Stripology really comes in.
It really, really
make
does.
Absolutely accurate cuts. Because unlike a normal ruler where you're cutting along one edge, this has got little gaps, laser cut into it.
Brilliant. Absolutely. Who invented these?
I know, it's magic, isn't it?
It
The
is
fact
magic.
as well, there's the little teardrops to get your rotary cutter into.
That's
you
clever,
started.
isn't it? That is really clever.
Well, because you wouldn't see them otherwise, would you?
No. And it's got like, it's just so easy, because it's got all your lines going across. So it's not just used for cutting strips. You can cut your half square triangles out of it. When you've made your square, then you've got the 45-degree angle to line
Well,
it
it
up.
saves loads of time, because you can cut on both sides. And it's got all the 1/8 inch and the 1/4 inch and the 1/2 inches, and you turn it around for black one side for the half. It's
it's
absolutely amazing.
brilliant,
And this is a brilliant time to buy it. $69.99, back in stock, and we've got it on 3-way split pay, but only today. So if you want to get this, it's something you've been looking at. It will save you time, and it will save you patience as well, because you'll have an accurate cut.
That's the thing with when you're doing quilting, and this is for beginners. If you can, I invented the pop sack years ago, which is your preparation of your project and your seam allowance consistency. And if you get both of those right, you're going to finish up with a beautiful quilt, with kind of not even trying.
Yeah.
Because if you get that preparation right, if it says to cut 2.5, don't cut, that'll be all right, that'll be all right. you need to cut what's edge.
I know. I think you learn that as you go along, don't you?
And it's really worth. I don't know how you work your seam, your 1/4 inch out, but I very often get like 3 bits and then stitch them and measure the middle, so I know that if it's lost 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch each side, then I know I've got my 1/4 inch spot on. And it needs to have that, because there is a little bit in here that's troubleshooting. If your blocks aren't all the same size at the end, then you trim it to the size of the smallest block. But we don't want to be doing that. Really, you want to be making these blocks, and every single one.
If you cut it, but then it's about having the right tools, isn't it? So if you've got a rotary cutter,
if you've got something like this,
it makes a difference.
Phenomenal.
If you've got something like the Stripology ruler, it does give you greater accuracy, because when you're cutting strips from fabric, every sort of 3 strips, you have to re-line up your fabric. But with Stripology, you don't have to do that.
Well, you've got the whole 20 inch, and you know, you line it up, and it just works because it doesn't move. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is one of my favourite tools. So, again, the instructions are very thorough, and you'll notice when you turn them that 2 of the pages are blank. Now, this is because this time I want you to be able to cut these out.
Oh, okay.
Because it suddenly dawned on me that not everyone's got a printer. I hadn't thought about that
loads
before.
of people don't have printers.
So you've either got to go to the library, or you've got to try and go around a mate's
Or you
and do
just
it.
trace from a bit of greaseproof paper.
Or you can trace it, but if you want the template...
Yeah, and you want to keep it.
If you want, and if you're going to do that, just make sure when you cut the page down here, so you leave the spine, otherwise it will detach itself.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, if you want to, and what I would do is I would put them on a piece of, like, I don't know, a cereal box or something, and glue it onto it, and then you've got an even thicker one, because this obviously is...
Yeah, that's true.
It's nice quality, but it's not going to last.
Trace them onto freezer paper, cut them out, iron them onto your fabric. Easy.
That was a game changer for me.
I love
You
it.
can get at least 6 presses out of it, can't you? And there's 6 flowers here. So you could make all 6 of these the same.
With 1 bit of free, and it is more accurate. So there's another way, and then you'd have to cut it out.
Yeah, but freezer paper's quite thick, isn't it?
It's thick enough.
Yeah, no, but for you to be able to see, you would be...
You can see, you can definitely see
because
through.
again, I've tried to make these nice and...
No, you can easily see through.
Yeah.
I trace loads of stuff with them.
So that's what I do. And what I've done, I did have is that in there? So I have, again, I've photocopied them on the thickest card my printer will allow. And my printer doesn't really like thick cards, so I do have to work hard at that. But then they do last.
Yeah, then you've got them to keep.
Yeah,
You can just keep them.
They have. And with because there's flower 1 and flower 2. With flower 1, I have cut out, I've given you 2 leaves. Now that is because you've got a lefty and a righty.
Right, okay.
But you only need to do 1 really, and then turn it over if you wanted it. Or you could, it's up to you, do what you want.
That's true. But then it's nice, because if you've got these templates, you can use them for other projects as well.
Yes, you can.
Perfect.
And I've made sure that this is nice and big. So if you've got another idea, your own applique that you want to put on there, that's a nice size. Because if you don't want flowers, then maybe you want it more, something like a car. A nice bubble car would be nice in there.
That's true, actually.
Or anything like an animal you could put in there.
Yeah, depending on who you're making and what
Yes, you don't have to have a flower, but I've designed it with flowers to make it nice and easy for you.
Springy.
It's springy.
It's springy.
It's springy. So the first thing to do is cut all your strips out, and you will be left with a nice lot at the end to be able to piece them together to do your applique.
Okay.
And it's all in the instructions. Again, it is very wordy, but I like to think of it like you've got me there.
Yes, well, it's all there, isn't it?
This, and this.
And, you know, if you're more experienced, you can skip over that, but it's nice to have everything there so you can see what you're doing.
Well, it's just little things like when you're joining things together. Normally, I like to put do my fabric, press it behind to strengthen it. But I know in quilting, they like to some have their seams open, don't they? But when you're doing applique, you really do need to have your seams open to get the flattest piece of fabric you can.
Yes, that's true.
And it's just something that you and I would just do it without thinking, but someone may do it and then have a little ridge. So I've put everything in here for you, absolutely everything. And I've done the blue colourway, but it's just generic, so it doesn't matter which colourway you get. It's the same instructions. Right. You've got a funny look on your face.
Just concentrating.
I know you are. Oh, and actually, I forgot to show earlier in the bag making. Do you ever do this?
No, no.
Well, I'm very disappointed.
And this is why I don't use all my stitches.
Very, very
because I never do this, but it's a brilliant idea. And if only I did. Because I look at my manual and go, I wonder what that looks like.
But what I do, and this is how sad I am, I like the one I like, I write it down, and then I write what length and width I've used. Because I never, ever use the stitch as it comes. I look at it and go, nah, I don't want it like that. So I always lengthen it or widen it. And then by writing down, I know exactly what my optimum is. But you need to, this was for the bag, so you need
That's really impressive. So if you've got, whether you've got 5 or 500 decorative stitches, you really should do that.
Well, I would say not.
Right. I'm just going to go back to the kits.
Okay. Have we got...
Right, big news, Wendy.
Oh, big news. Big news,
We've sorted the kits.
Fantastic.
So the kits were slightly confused earlier. I know you might have noticed that I looked a bit like really confused because the panels and the plain fabrics were mixed up. And I hadn't realised until we were going through them, and that's why I was like, why does that look different to that? And so we sorted it. We've sorted it now. So what you buy, what you order, will be the same as what the sample.
So what you see is what you get.
What you see is what you get. So let's start with this the yellowy one. Don't worry about the web image. Ignore it. Ignore the web image. It will be like this, okay? It's called pastel. Right, so now everyone who put it in their baskets and looked as confused as I did. Now, we've got 50 people who've got this in their basket, and you might have thought, what are you doing? Do you know, it's just one of those days. It's one of those days.
This is your birthday.
It's because it's my birthday. Yeah. They're just trying to test me. So things get a bit confused. Anyway, so what you will get this version. Ignore the web image. We promise you will get this version. So you will get this big, massive panel with all the pastel pinks and purples and greens and yellow. And as you can see, it's exactly the same as that. You will get a metre of lemon and a metre of mint, light green, ice green, can't remember what it's called, light green, and you'll get a metre of white. So this is the bundle that you will get, and obviously the full instructions as well. So this is the bundle that you will get. That panel, those 3 fabrics, the full instructions, and it will make this colourway because it's all exactly the same now. It's sorted out. So we've got loads and loads of you have got this in your basket. You need to get it checked out because I know you've sort of been waiting and thinking she's got that in the wrong order, which it seemed right to start with.
It did, didn't it?
Wrong.
Yeah.
And then I thought, ever so wrong. Anyway, but we've sorted it out now. So ignore the web image. It is sorted out now. In the pastels, you will get the pastel panel and you will get the pale yellow, the pale green and the white, metre of each. It's an amazing value kit. The panel is massive. 18 2.5-inch strips. Look at them. And they're all 55 inches long as well. They're not your normal length 44-inch strips. They're 55. So that will make that colourway. Now, if you want to make the colourway from the big quilt in the sample that's called Bright, that's the one that's behind Wendy, that's sort of purple and, pink, blue and bright. This is so the sample that's behind Wendy that you've shown, this is this one, and it's called Brights. There we go. And in this kit, you will get a metre of bright pink, I think it's fuchsia, a metre of chambray colour, and a metre of white. And that will make the brights, and that makes the sample that's behind Wendy. $49.99, bargain. You've got 3 metres of fabric, the big panel, and full instructions for just $49.99. You can make the 6-panel quilt, you could make 6 cushions, you can make a bed runner, 2 cushions, all different configurations. They are big squares as well. I mean, you can make a 6 20-inch cushions with this, or you can make the big...
24?
Oh, 24!
Yes.
24, 24-inch cushions with this. Or you can make the big quilt, which is brilliant. Once you've got the instructions, which come with the kit, you can then use your own fabric, because you can use jelly rolls, you can cut your fabric into 2.5 strips. This, if you look at the fabric quantities involved in here, is amazing value when you look at it per metre and what you're getting. And also it's really bespoke. This panel has been designed to feature the colours that are in the plain fabric, so it all goes together beautifully. And the blue one, which there were no problems with, the blue one was correct. I guess that was easy because it was just blue. So the blue one's right, but if you want the blue one, now the blue one is the one that Wendy's going to be demonstrating with. Borrow. It reminds you of borrow. The colours, mine's Ben of borrow.
Oh.
So my son Freddie said to me the other day, well, I've got a hole in my jeans, Mum. I've got this like really cool guy on Instagram who's mended them. Can you do that? And I watched this video. I went, oh my God, he's doing Sashko. So there's this really cool 20-year-old guy doing Sashko. And I went, oh, that's Sashko. I've got a book. And he looked at me like, how do you know that? I went, oh, well, I said, you're so in. Sashko's so in.
Oh, have you done them?
I have.
Oh, wow.
So dead cool. All you do is fill in the hole with a bit of fabric behind you, a bit of Sashko, you know. But it was just like, when I went, oh, yeah, I've got the Susan Briscoe book. But who knew? Sashko is on Instagram with all the young down with the kids. Anyway, slight aside. Thought you'd find that funny. This is the blue one. All the blue strips. You've got dark blue, light blue and white and the full instructions. So those are all the kits. They're all in the right order, all in the right place. We have got absolutely loads of you in baskets because I know you're probably thinking, that looks a little bit confused. So please do get a check out. If you want the pattern on its own, because you want to use your own fabric, you'll need 3 different metre fabrics and you'll also need strips of fabric. But you can use your stash, you can use little bits of your stash for them. Only £9.99. Obviously the instructions are included in all the kits. So entirely up to you. If you want to buy all the fabrics that we have in all the different kits, then do so. But if you just want the instructions, that's those there. The Stripology, don't forget the Stripology, £69.99. Back in stock today. There are loads of you've got it in your basket, but you do, 47 of you. You need to be careful. You need to be careful. I know it's only just back in stock today, but we are getting close to, if everyone checks out, selling out. Remember, it's on split pay. Split pay is a way of you spreading the cost. It's entirely up to you. I mean, when you come to checkout, whether you're checking out online or whether you're doing it on the phone, it's entirely up to you whether you tick the box or not, but it's interest-free. And I know a lot of you prefer to spread your payments when you're buying pieces of equipment like that. Right, Wendy. I'm sorry,
Where are you? I've moved on.
Right, Wendy's moved on.
I've moved on.
She's made the quilt.
I finished. What I'm doing now is I'm starting to build the block. And with this pattern, you build the block first before you put the applique on. And that's because the eagle-eyed will have seen that the blocks are exactly the same. You just twist them.
Right.
So you make the block is all the same. And then once you put it together, you turn them a certain way. So if you put the flower on before you realise where they go on the quilt, the flower might be on its side.
Yeah.
But also it's teaching you something without you knowing you're being taught. If you're appliquing a bigger piece of fabric, it's teaching you to start moving more than you need around the machine, so that when you progress to quilting it, it won't be so daunting. Because it would be very easy to put the applique on at the inner stage.
Yes.
So that you haven't got so much. And also, I don't know about you, I find it easier to move around the machine when I've got more fabric.
Well, yeah, because you've got something to hold on to, haven't you? Yeah, it's really hard otherwise.
Now, if you find that, I can't put all that through the machine, then you can do it before. The first thing I would say is put the first border, which I'm doing now on. You don't really want to be doing it without a border because we need to protect the edges.
Yes, I see what you mean. So you could applique after border 1.
But
not after.
You could, but you would need to refer to the picture, work out what block you are making.
Yeah.
So that you know which one.
No, just do it afterwards.
It's
just do it afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, you
follow
can.
Wendy's instructions.
You can.
Just do it afterwards.
I'm So I've stitched my side borders on. Now this is the same for all of them, so I'm not going to sit here sewing the whole block because there's far more important things that I just want to explain. So I've done my first ones, and once I've stitched my 1/4 inch, I'm setting those stitches before pressing back. And that's important to bed the stitches back in, isn't it? Then you get a much nicer seam.
The thing is, once you do it about 300 times, it becomes natural and you can't not do it.
It does, and but that's what I think it should be about, that you do something so many times that it just becomes second nature.
It's like having a shower and trying to wash yourself in a different order. Have you ever tried to do that?
I'm going to try tomorrow.
You know, when you have when you get in the shower, everything is done in the same order because you don't think about it, do you?
It is, yeah, I never thought
And
of
if
that.
you ever try, or if you skip a stage, then you get really confused.
I'm going to try that. I'm going to try.
It's just the weirdest thing, isn't it? And it's the same with sewing, is that once you do something often
gonna
enough,
try
you just try
That's
doing it
what
in a
it is.
different
It's
order.
all about
Really
repetition.
confusing.
So don't be scared. Just have a go. And the more you do it, you'll think, oh, yeah. And you'll eventually do it without even needing to see the instructions. With the borders, so I've put the 2 side borders and I'm doing top and bottom. You make the block fit the border, not the border fit the block.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes,
that
I
makes
do.
sense. Okay. Because that would just mean these are a little bit, that's a little bit out, and that's probably because I haven't pressed it well enough. So don't stretch this over to this. You want to make this fit this. So that means that my 1/4 inch is probably a fraction out, but this, I'm not used to this machine. So
It's fine because you
yeah.
can stretch it.
Yeah, but you don't want to be stretching. You don't want to be stretching the border because you've cut them to the right size. So we do each end first, match each end up, and then the middle, and then all the bits. But that's
exactly how I do it.
I've just
exactly. I sort of like go.
And I was stretching the back then. I wasn't stretching the border. I promise you.
No, and then I sort of. But it's the seaming, doesn't it? Sort of pulls it in a bit.
It does, but because you have, because you've cut them to the exact size you need, it means that when you come, he's playing silly things. When you come to the end, the finished block, they all should be the same size. Now I've probably made about 18 blocks, and every single one of them are exactly the same size. And that's not me going, it's because I have cut
Because
everything.
you've cut them.
Yeah, I've
yes,
cut it.
so that makes sense. But again, with all of these things, is that it's about you're building techniques, and then those techniques are transferable to other things. So if you're doing like log cabin later, you'll understand the process of joining blocks on, or
That's
or
exactly
whatever.
right. And the more you can do it, the more you're going to learn. So I won't put the other one on yet, but you'll see, press that down, and then, yeah, I just didn't press it back enough. Right, so, and then you would put the other one on, and then the other borders are exactly the same that you do the sides first, and then the top and bottom, and then the sides first, and the top and the bottom. But this here, you'll make it exactly like this. Pretend the flower's not there, and then you'll turn it before you put your flower on.
Yes,
Look at the
okay.
picture and then turn it. This one here is made from the strips. Now, I've done a short, so one of the side borders and either the top or the bottom in the same fabric.
Okay.
Because I wanted...
So a bit log cabin-y.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
I wanted
like
it
that.
to look like that. Now, you could, if you wanted to, do the 2 side ones the same and the 2 top and bottom the same.
No.
No, I personally wouldn't. But the thing that you have to remember there is the one that you're going to be doing top and bottom is longer than this one. So when you come to make the flowers, you may not have much of that particular strip left.
But it's all in the instructions, so just follow the measurements. I really like the stripy border.
Oh, right. So, again,
That's really cool.
I waited until the final round to progress you on to piecing
Right.
bits together.
Okay.
So, we put the applique on when it's all finished, and...
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got our applique.
So like you say, you can sew the strips together to make that, or you can cut them from the strips.
Yeah, I mean, I like to sew them together purely because, again, it's another skill that I'm learning, I'm practicing. But then I chose the ones that I wanted to, and then it meant that I could have 6 completely different flowers. So we sew them together in strips, and the instructions tell you what size to do. But again, those that are used to, that are quilt makers, you could probably use less. But again, when you're learning, you want a bit more.
So, I mean, I would say, yes, if you're new to this and you're a complete beginner, follow the instructions or whatever level you're at, and I think that's the same with anything, is read the instructions and work out which bits you think, oh, I know that, and I know that, and I know that. Not sure about that, so I'll read that. But it's nice to have it all.
See, this one here, if you sewed 3 strips together, I mean, it's a bit tight, but you could.
Oh,
but I wanted
like
to...
a bit of
Exactly.
space.
Me too.
Like a bit of space.
And when you are learning something, if something's a bit difficult, you don't want to do it, do you? And then we'll draw around them. I like using a pencil. And then we draw around. And then you'll cut that out. And yes, you can see you've got a little bit left over. But you know, I always keep those kind of bits if I need to use to do my sticky through bits. Can't think what they're called. You'll know. You'll know. And then, do you have a special...
No idea what you're talking about, Wendy.
The clips.
Magnetic snaps?
That's the one, yeah.
OK.
You know, do you have a pair of scissors just for this?
No.
See, I have...
Do you?
I'm one of those... Yes, I have...
No, I do have fabric scissors, but I'd still use them for that.
Do you? Yeah, so I have a pair of scissors.
You have Bonder web scissors. Excellent.
All right.
Excellent.
Okay.
That's quite impressive. No wonder my scissors are always blunt, because I don't.
Yeah.
No.
That.
And also, sometimes I have to say, if I've got to cut something like a bit of paper like that, and I shouldn't, I just cut it really fast as if it's not happening and I'm not using those scissors.
No.
I'm kidding myself, because they're mine. Who am I?
No, that doesn't.
I'll just cut it quickly and...
No, that doesn't work.
No.
That does not work.
I'm really kidding myself. It's like cheating, isn't it?
And there's a couple of things you can do. So you can place it down.
Would you like me to cut that one out? Have you got some scissors?
No, because I don't know where they... No, don't use... No.
You haven't got your Bonder web scissors?
Don't touch any scissors.
Don't touch.
So we place it down. And with this one here, so this piece here, I've done it so you put 2 together, but actually you can see that it fits on a 2.5 if you really wanted to cut it out of one.
So you could
but again, because I wanted teaching the technique of joining them together to cut out. Now, so you can either...
You could put more than one flower. You see, what I think I'd do is I'd want another stem and you could have
It's up to
it's brilliant.
It's up to you. You can either do it like that and stick it down, or what I do is I remove all, so actually these are at the bottom, all but the bottom layer, and stick them down first. Sew round them.
Yeah, OK.
I never sew round the whole object, the whole applique to start off with. So you want to remove the paper.
Just because you get that layered look. I see what you mean.
Well, you get not so much.
And then you can use it. Could you make me one of these? I really can't be bothered.
No.
You've got the same machine as me.
No, because, and it says it in the instructions, that you need to create the sandwich exactly what you're working with. So if I did
I'm not making this for every project. I'm making one once in my lifetime.
No, you make... No, excuse me, madam, thank you.
Oh, I see. So you make one person. No, well, that's never going to happen.
But you don't do all the stitches. I just did to show you.
OK.
You choose the stitch that you think you're going to like.
Right.
Just create a little sandwich.
Oh, you see, no, I do it on a bit of scrap fabric and then chuck that out at the end.
But as a sandwich?
No, not even
you see,
that.
but how do you know then?
No, I'll just guess.
Yeah. So I would do... I would do that one first, go all the way round it.
Stitch that, then do the next.
Then put that one on.
I guess it's easier because you've got a whole shape to go around. Otherwise, you've got to stop there, then go up there, and then get yarn.
But also, if you start here and finish here, you can hide your ends.
Yeah, that's
And again,
true.
with this...
It's a lovely blue, that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? If you start here, go all the way round and end here, it's going to be covered up with the flower.
Yes, that's
So
true.
there's ways that you can make yours look because you're disguising things. So you can either do it that way or stick it all down. Again, I'm not going to go all the way around it because I can see
you haven't got time.
I can see the time. But what I did want to show you, so pretend that I've done all my borders.
Pretended.
I've sewn all my borders, and it's a case of looking in the instructions. It will tell you what pieces, all my pieces, are labelled with the letter. I pick them up, put them all in a row, and sew them with 1/4 inch. But now, because that looks like that, I need to make it fit. So what I do is I press to the dark side on the border. I know I've created a real... And the reason I do that is so that hopefully if I've got a very pale fabric, it's not going to show through at the front.
Yes, and I guess if you've got this kit where you've got that navy blue, I mean, with things like the pale blue, it won't.
Yeah, it won't matter.
I really like it. I think it gives it a really unusual look.
Right, so then what you do, and I don't know, again, if you can go as big as you can. I've got a big cutting mat, so I know they need to be, got this round the wrong way, so they need to be 24, and it's well short. And that's because at the moment I've just pressed them relaxed. So now you can really press them, but be careful, you don't want to get it out of shape. But press them.
Pull it just a little bit.
A little bit, and then measure it again.
Okay.
And pull it. If
Got
it. Needs
it.
to be, and a little bit. Because if you give it a jolly good tug and iron it, and you've gone too far, you can't get it back again. I knew that was coming. I saw your shoulders go. Right, let me have a look. Right, so we're very nearly there. So all I would need to do was a little bit more of a press. So start relaxed, and then if you need to extend it, then you...
Or just pin it on and stretch it.
No, no,
do that.
Absolutely not. Because
Really?
what have I just told you?
Yeah.
What if I just... You make the borders the right size.
Yes, I see what you mean.
So you can't put it on and stretch
No,
it.
you can't. Good point, yes.
Right. So now we're at the right size that we need to.
Right, so you get that right because of the set.
Get that right. So make sure that you've got two different sizes, because you've got the side border, which is slightly shorter, and the top border, which is longer. So just gently press it first, measure it, and then just keep pressing it until you get to the size that you want.
Right.
But be patient here, because the more accurate you can be, when you get to the end, your block will be exactly the right size.
Right, I'm just going to go back through the kits very quickly. Very quickly. She's laughing at me now. Right. The Brights. The Brights is this one. This is the one that's behind Wendy. You're the Brights. Wendy is the Brights. So what you get in the Brights kit, this is the most popular. So you get this amazing Brights panel with pinks and greens and blues and oranges. You get a metre of white, a metre of chambray, and a metre of fuchsia. And you get the full instructions. That's the Brights kit. Da-da-da-da-da. Ignore the picture on the website. It's wrong. Just follow these pictures and also the samples. If you want the pastel kit, it's the pastel colourway. So the panel has got all of these 18 2.5-inch strips. It's massive because it's 55 inches long. So even longer, your normal jelly roll strips would be 44. This is 55, loads bigger. Then you get a metre of pale green, a metre of white and a metre of pale yellow, and full instructions. Then if you want the blue one, which is the second most popular. Love the blue one. With the blue one, you get the blue panel. Beautiful. Love the shades of blue on this one. It's just, I mean, do you know what? This is such an amazing value kit. Amazing value kit for what you're getting in it. You're getting 3 metres of Rose and Hubble quilt and weight cotton in white, pale blue and navy. This massive panel. And you're getting full instructions. Da-da-da. What more can you want? Right, that's that one. Instructions on their own we also have. £9.99 for instructions on their own. Absolutely amazing, because do you know what? This can be a right scrap buster as well. You could just use it to just make one panel. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. These have been flying out. If you want the instructions on your own. Finally, the Stripology. Finally, the Stripology back in stock. We have 67 in baskets, 64 left. So 3 of you are going to miss out. Be quick. You don't want to be one of those 3 people. Don't want to be in the bottom 3, do you? No one ever wants to be in the bottom 3.
No, not in the bottom.
Although better than being in the bottom 1.
Yeah.
This will be taken off split pay at midnight. It's only on split pay at midnight. 3-way split pay, which makes it a really, really good way of you getting hold of one of these rulers, because it's the sort of thing you want, but you think, oh, can I justify it? But we can always justify £23.33.
Oh, yes.
You know, 23.33. And then next month you'll have forgotten, then you just pay another one, and then it's it, and then you've got it, and it's lovely, and you will be more accurate, and you will waste less fabric. There's now 72 in baskets. Still only got 63 left. Now you're going to be in the bottom 9. Exactly. No one wants to be in the bottom 9. Last deal of the day is the Aliso iron, which we've taken £15 off. And I don't know why it's on this 5-way split pay. Amazing. That is a special birthday gift from me to you. Well, I'm not funding it, so more like, that sounds like I'm paying the £50. I'm not. But it's like a special birthday gift from my show to you. £149.99, £15 off, and it's on 5-way split pay. So £29.99, you can have it, send it to you. You just pay it off afterwards. But it's entirely up to you. When you come to checkout, you can choose. Don't forget to check out on that because we have got them back in stock. Wendy, it's been a joy.
It has been a pleasure. Have a lovely rest of your birthday.
And make sure next time you're on, I'm here, whenever that may be. Okay. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, all right.
I haven't seen you for ages.
Well, if you tell me when you're working.
I know, but I think your dates get planned before my dates.
Well, I'll wait for you.
Which confuses things, doesn't it? Have a lovely afternoon.
Oh, have a lovely birthday.
I will be back with you in just a few minutes' time with Sam Sabido, my second guest of the day. Couldn't be my birthday without Sam Sabido, could it? Not really. Not and she's got a brand new cardigan design, which is gorgeous. So I'm just going to have 3 minutes to go and have a look at and try them all on. And I'll be back with you, and Sam's going to show you how to make it. So I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Look what I've got. I mean, how does this ever happen? Sam's made this for me.
It's so lovely on you. Fits you well.
I changed my top, but actually I think it'd be better like with a plain top.
Yeah, it's nice to...
It looks nice.
It's got that laciness, hasn't it? But
this
is lovely
beautiful.
There.
This is the sort of thing you see in these like boutiques, don't you?
Well, I'd like to think so. I'm really pleased with how it's turned out. Yeah.
I love it because it's sort of lacy cardigan.
Yeah. So it's like
but
going
granny
to be your
square.
spring summer staple. It's going to go with everything. You'll go with your dresses, your...
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Jeans and t-shirts. And it's got that, well, it's made with join as you go technique, which I will show you shortly, but it's got that laciness and the shell stitch around the cuffs and the
Well, it's just
edging.
nice to give you a little bit of warmth.
Yes.
And I guess you can wear it under a long sleeve top, so it's nice and warm, although I think I'd wear a plainer top. Really.
Yeah, it goes with those colours,
it's
though.
Nice. But then in the summer, you could just have it as a little vest top.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
with arms. So, you know when you have those sleeveless dresses that you think are nice, and then you realise you don't, I've left my cup of tea there. And then you realise you don't want your arms on show.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect for that.
Yeah, without being too hot. So
it's available in 3 colourways.
Yes, it is, yeah.
The black is the most popular one, so we'll bring her forward. This is cool.
It is cool, isn't it?
So they've all got really cool
funky
names. So this is Radiant.
Radiant. It's named, obviously, I designed it for you. So happy birthday.
Fabulous, fabulous.
And I know you love a festival.
I do, I
Got a
do.
festival vibe going on.
It is.
This one's the classic festival.
Oh, it
It's
really
very
is.
at home at Glastonbury, wouldn't
And it does look so lacy, doesn't it?
It's just
The black.
beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it really
Absolutely
makes that lace
gorgeous.
stand out.
I
Yeah.
love that one. And I love the colours that you've got in it.
Yes, that's
really
super bright.
vibrant pinks
Yeah.
and purples. Have we got a picture of the kit, or do I need to bring that forward? Could you pass me the, or
Yes.
pass us the kit so we can have a look at it? So, beautifully arranged in this box. Look at that. Arranged by Levi. So we've got red, yellow, purple, orange, pink and blue, and then lots of black, obviously.
10 balls of black.
Full-
5 in this, actually. It's sorry, 500 grams. Yeah.
Full instructions.
Yeah.
And then beads.
Little beads.
Little
because you've got this
beads.
little feature
Oh, yes,
of your
of
little
course.
tie at the neck.
Sizes?
From, I'll have to remind myself by having a look here. It goes up to a 61-inch chest, so an extra large.
Okay.
So, yeah. So,
I'm just-
well, you know, I put some notes right to
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating. What
Yeah,
was
up to a 61-inch chest.
Oh, wow.
So up to I've called it extra large. I think it probably is more like a 3XL.
Right,
in
so
terms of
it's a
clothing.
nice big size
A nice
range,
range,
then.
yeah.
And full instructions. So that is the black one that's called Radiant Sunshine. $44.99. It's all a beautiful acrylic DK, so you can wash it.
Yeah.
It won't be itchy.
No.
So, and I think because you might be wearing this with or without sleeves underneath.
Exactly. It needs to be washable.
So you want something
Yeah.
washable but non-itchy.
Yeah, and I've been experimenting with putting my acrylic crochet cardigans in the washing machine recently.
Yes.
On a delicate wash, in an organza bag or a pillowcase, just fasten it at the top, they're fine. As long as you've woven your ends in well, they will wash on a delicate wash. I haven't actually even been using the wool wash because I want a bit more of a spin.
No, I
so I've
stick
been
mine
using
on a
the
30
delicate.
degree.
Yeah.
I stick them all. Anything I've crocheted goes in your normal 30
and
degree
it's-
wash. No
comes
bags.
out fine,
Yeah.
really.
Yes.
You must be very good with your ends.
No, well, some of them might come out a bit.
If an end comes out, though, it's not the end of the world. You can easily just get a bit of yarn and sew it back in.
But
it
they
shouldn't
all
do if
fine,
you-
and I've put my crochet trousers and all sorts.
Yeah,
in.
it's just, and it just refreshes it. And if it's acrylic, you know, you're safe doing it in
Yeah.
a washing machine, and then just shape it a bit as you dry it, and it's brand new. It's good as new.
Or you can hand wash. What I
can
do
hand wash.
is I hand wash them first time because I'm really good.
Yes.
You know, and careful, and after that I can't be bothered.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. And it does make all the difference. And you get the opportunity to block them again, and then they look beautiful as if you just made them.
So that's the radiant one.
Yeah.
So that's the one, don't forget the black background. Right, we've got more of this one in baskets than we've actually got in stock. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. It's the sort of thing that you can make for someone else as well.
Yeah, it'd be
isn't
lovely
it? And they will
gift, wouldn't it?
absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Because I've seen loads of these sort of things. These
Yeah,
in
but it's
shops.
still very fashionable, isn't it? Crochet?
Always.
It's still in the high street.
Yes.
I mean, as usual, I take my inspiration for what's available on the high street, and there are lots of things like this out there, but you can make your own.
Absolutely. Right, blue. Should we do blue next? So this blue is the, well, it's not called blue, but blue is the one that Sam is wearing. And this one is called Moonlit.
Moonlit, yes, again, another funky
So let's have a
festival
look at the
name.
colours in here. So you've got lots of the, is it royal
so
blue?
this is 50 grams of French Navy, it's called.
French Navy,
And because
okay.
these are 50-gram balls, you get 10 of those.
Okay.
So all
So
the main
still
colours, you
500.
always get 500 grams, and then you get a ball each of your contrasting colours.
Lovely petrol.
Starting with a blue base.
Yeah, because you've got the petrol, the kind
Yeah.
of the teal and the light blue.
And then a couple of other colours, and there's one missing.
Oh,
No,
yes,
it's
I know,
fallen
it's
off
fallen
those.
off.
Yeah.
And then you get the
There's
pinks.
6 other colours, and you always get your little bag of beads to go with it. So they'll be in there somewhere.
Bag of beads,
Yeah.
they go in there as well. Full
Yeah.
instructions,
Full
obviously.
instructions, 7 pages of instructions, everything you need to
It's
know.
gorgeous, isn't it? I love this one.
And you can actually make it longer if you want to. So I had a couple of people say, oh, I'd like mine longer. So obviously I've gone, it actually sits just on my bottom, and I'm tall, I'm 5'8". So
Yeah, mine sits across the middle of my bottom.
yeah, so you know, I'm tall, so it looks sort of, well, it doesn't look cropped. There's that photo.
No, but if you wanted it a
photo.
bit longer.
Yeah, but if you wanted it longer, you can add, there's enough yarn in there to add another
that's true.
row around the bottom.
Oh, it's tricky decisions. So that one is Moonlit. And then the final one, obviously the best one, is the one that I'm wearing. Best one. Can't have your favourites, but I've got mine because this is mine and I love it.
It's lovely on you.
This one's just overtaken the blue.
Oh.
I sort of feel like I'm going to buy myself a top, a plain top in one of these colours, like maybe that.
Really nice,
'Cause
yeah.
it would be lovely, wouldn't
Lovely.
it? I just, you know, when you get something like this, I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? But I think if it had a plain in maybe that colour there, I think that would look really nice. It's very earthy, this
It's
one.
very natural, isn't it?
Natural
but with
and
some
earthy.
thingy colours as well. I mean,
Yeah,
that
it's
olive that you
beautiful.
just showed us.
Yeah, and I just think it would go with so many... Well, it will. It's going to go with so many things that I own. I can't believe it's mine. But then you won't have it if people want to see it. I'll post it.
It's fine. I took some photos this morning. Yeah,
Right.
it's fine.
I can send you photos
It's
whenever
always
you want.
been going to be for you.
Oh,
that one,
brilliant.
so.
Well, that's fantastic because I absolutely love this. And and actually what I can do, so when you get yours, is get yourself a couple of long sleeve tops in a couple of the colours.
Yeah, definitely.
Or
it'd be-
T-shirts.
Yeah. I mean, I don't wear plain very often. I had to buy this dress especially.
Oh,
It was
did
a
you?
perfect excuse to get a dress.
It
but
was
obviously It's in a bright
perfect.
colour, but you need a solid colour under
Yeah, I
it,
think
ideally.
so. I think that would have looked better.
But, yeah.
But look at the colour. I like this background colour. See, I haven't got my glass. I've no idea what it says.
So they've called that taupe, if I'm saying it right. But it's
Yes.
kind of a caramelly oatmeal-y look to me, and it just sets off those pastel-y shades.
Yeah, but they're lovely, aren't they? It's very
Yeah.
earthy, I
Yeah.
think. And a bag of beads. And so this one's called Sunshine, and obviously it goes so up to a size 62. What's the smallest size?
The smallest size is around about 28 to 30.
Oh, okay.
So let me just see. The smallest finished is 34-inch when it's actually finished. So you can
Wow.
go smaller than that.
I mean, and this is a
good on you.
fantastic price, because what you've got to think when you buy these kits is we all buy patterns, but trying to get the yarn that you've made it in is almost impossible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
I don't know
It's
what
just
happens
nice
to
have
yarn.
it
It
all
just
there.
sells out, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. To have exactly the colours. And obviously I've described how many to make of each colourway and what...
But then once
you
you've done it,
need.
you've still got the pattern.
Yes, exactly. And it's...
So what you see and what you... I'm almost the most popular. Almost. Next time you make it, you could make it longer. It could be
You'll
like...
have requests, people will be wanting it, won't they?
Oh.
You know, you'll be making them for friends, family.
it could be full length.
Oh my word, that would be
Couldn't it? It'd be
amazing. I would
fabulous.
love that.
I've got
yeah.
a full length cardigan.
That would be
I got carried away.
amazing.
I'll show it to you sometime. Or you could have it just past the knee because
Yes,
that's quite...
that'd
but
be
once
nice.
you've got the pattern, you
Yeah.
see...
And it's actually a quick make because it's join as you go.
Okay.
So, you know, some projects, I've just finished one, which was submission for a magazine, and it took me forever, and it was beautiful, but I was grumbling away to myself.
Oh,
It's
really?
4-ply yarn.
No.
It just took ages. It looks stunning, but this one I picked up to do yours. I thought, oh, this is so easy and quick. I was just
That's
like,
so nice.
thank goodness.
It's so nice to have something because it's so nice to have something made.
Yeah.
I don't get anything made. I think you're the only person who ever makes anything
Oh,
for
there
me.
you go.
It's lovely. Oh no,
It
actually
really
that's a
suits
lie.
you, that
Wendy
colour.
made me a bag.
Oh, I saw that.
Wendy did
Lovely.
make me a bag, and it's lovely.
Lovely.
I think it's great. I'm going to get
Yeah.
several clothes to match it as well. I think it's lovely.
excuse.
But it is. It's a great. It's for ladies who don't want to show the tops of their arms but have
Well,
sleeveless
exactly,
tops.
exactly, yeah. I did
up.
buy also a little confession, don't tell my husband, another dress that was vest straps, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
And that looked lovely.
It will look
similar,
lovely.
but I wasn't warm enough.
But will look nice
It'd be
in
nice
the summer.
in the summer, so that can go in the wardrobe for when I wear this.
And then
later
it
in
just
the summer.
covers it up, doesn't it? It's
Yeah,
lovely.
yeah.
Right, so those are the three kits. We haven't got the pattern on its own. You've got to buy the kit. You've got to buy the kit. That's the way it is. But you've got the pattern afterwards that you
To
can
make as many
make
as you want.
many as
Yeah,
you want.
and
But
yeah.
I think buying kits is quite hard to do though. It's strange. Sewing, you can get kits, but crochet knitting.
They're not available really, are
No,
they? It's
no.
hard, especially in clothing.
I guess
Yeah.
I guess it's difficult, isn't it? Because you've got to commit to the quantity of yarn, but they're not the easiest
but-
things to buy.
No,
are they?
exactly. And it's interesting because we're talking about it at Friday Club, and everyone was saying, which is my weekly club that I have at the Garden Centre Cafe.
Lovely.
Anyone is welcome who is local, and we sit and crochet and chat
In the
about
garden centre. Do they
everything.
let you have the cafe?
That's a really large section of it, yeah. So they
Wow.
reserve a table for us.
Well,
on
I guess
Friday.
everyone's buying tea and
We all
coffee
buy
and
tea,
cake and
cakes, bacon sandwiches.
Is
are
that in
popular.
Tring?
That is in Tring.
Okay.
So lots of chat goes on, but often around my kits, and people saying how lovely it is to receive everything you need
Oh, it's
through the
wonderful,
post, and it's
wonderful.
all there in one place, and you're just like, oh, I can just sit and make it.
Oh,
I
no,
know what it's going to look like.
I love that. I
so
love that with the
I
kit.
enjoyed that conversation.
Well,
Thank you,
also, the
ladies.
problem is, even if you buy a pattern and then you try and buy the yarn and create your own kit, you can never get the same yarn. can you?
No, No, that's it.
I'm knitting a West Yorkshire Spinners blanket at the moment. I've done knitting for a while, but it's a complete kit with all the fair isle and everything, and it's so nice to have everything. And it's all in an organza bag, and it just
lovely.
It's the loveliest thing.
Yeah, it's just like a gift
there
to yourself.
It is.
Even if you're making it for someone else.
It's just having
it's
it
just,
all there.
Yeah,
and the colours that I'm knitting.
And the little beads. And
it's perfect.
That's
and
why I've got some out to show you.
So nice. Right, anyway, so that's all the kits. I've overtaken now. So be careful. There are loads and loads if you've got this in your basket, and you don't want to miss out on it, do you? So where do we start?
So we start with a square, which actually starts as a circle. So I've called the whole thing the Sunshine Cardigan because you start actually with a circle and then you make it into a square. So I've left my yarn over there. I'm going to demonstrate how to make a square.
I'll move you back.
Thank you. And I'm working in your colourway, the Harmony colourway.
Okay.
I've got all these little beads littered around me.
I know, I'm surprised we haven't got any on the floor.
I wanted to just show you that in your kit you get these beads and they come in all different colours. So every kit will be slightly different.
Oh, I see.
But it will match your top and you'll have 6 of them. And I just heard one ping on the floor, so sorry, I'm making a right mess. But I really wanted to show you.
Don't worry, your kits are in the warehouse, not here. So you won't lose any.
No, exactly. So, yeah, these are just ones I brought in with myself. They aren't from the kits. So just to show you. So I put them away now. So they're not going everywhere. Okay, and just to say again, once you've chosen your size, you have got enough yarn in the kit to... I might have to...
Yeah, I'm going to swap with you.
We'll do a bit of a
You've
tussle
got beads
here.
on it. So
yeah,
I'll be the bead picker-upper.
You have got enough to make longer sleeves. So I've got long arms. I added another round for my sleeves of squares. You've just got 3 there, so
and you've got
yours is ended up 3/4 length.
Perfect.
So it's up to you how you want that to be. And also, again, as I said about the length. So this yarn is left over from making Beck's cardigan.
Oh, wow, OK. So I could make
And
it
there's
bigger.
like 4 more of these as well.
Oh,
so yours
wow.
isn't the biggest size. So
Yeah.
people that are making bigger sizes will need to use more yarn. But just to show you that you have got enough to play about with.
Yeah, so I could add another row if I'd wanted
Exactly.
to. Right.
Yeah.
I don't. I love
I'm going to
mine.
give this to you before I go, so you can play about with it if you want.
Just in case I...
Just in case. Right, and then I've got 2 little finished centres of the granny squares here. And I'm going to start by showing you how to make your centre, so your sunshine part. And I'm looking at your top, so I'm thinking, what colourway shall I do? I'm going to go with this olive in the centre.
OK.
Love this colour, absolutely love it.
It's really nice because it's quite a yellowy olive, isn't it?
It's very zingy,
quite, yeah, it is
for
sort
the
of
spring and
citrusy,
summer. Yeah.
Like lichen.
Very nice, very natural.
Very natural. They should rename them, shouldn't they? Yeah. This is like kind of... Well, it is, isn't it?
It is,
It is very neutral colours, isn't it? Earthy.
I like the earthy idea. Right, so I'm going to chain 4 as normal, and I do a lot of granny square designs, so you'll be used to me doing that. And then I'm going to slip stitch in the first chain to make a little circle, like so. So just put my hook through the first loop that's right next to the knot, the first one I made. Just under 1 strand is fine. Grab the yarn and pull it back through there and the loop on my hook. And then you can see I've made a little circle. I'm just going to show you with my scissors where the centre of that is. So find the centre. And then I'm going to make this spokey part in the very middle of your square. So I'm going to do a chain 4, which is counting as a treble and a chain 1. And then I'm going to make a treble in this circle. So where I showed you where my little centre is, yarn over, into that middle of that circle, under the chain, and I like to pull the tail around and go under the tail as well. Pull the yarn back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. Grab the yarn and come through 2, grab the yarn and come through 2. So I've made a treble, but where I had a chain 4, there's a little gap between that treble and the next, like a spoke of a wheel.
Oh, OK, and that's what gives it that lovely circular.
Yeah, so we're going for sort of a lacy look for the spring and summer. Chain 1, and then another treble in that same hole. Really simple. Chain 1, another treble. And we're going to do that until we've got 8 trebles and 8 chain 1 spaces. So if you've bought the kit, you could have a little play with this while you're waiting for it to arrive. So far I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, and then 8. And then one final chain 1. And all I need to do now is to fasten it together. So I'm going to make a slip stitch in the third of that first 4 chain that I made. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to pop my hook through that third one up. 1, 2, 3. Push it through the chain. Grab onto your yarn and pull that back through that chain and through the loop on your hook.
Right, got it.
The loop. And then all I do, it will say in the pattern, fasten off. People say, what does that mean? It's like, it just means cut the yarn. It's a really fancy way of saying just cut the yarn. So I'm going to pull up a loop. Now, when you're buying a kit and you're given yarn, don't use too much for your tails. It's a good way of conserving yarn if you do think, I might want to add more rows, for example. So I only ever use about 12, 13 centimetres, about, what would you say, 4 inches, probably. Yeah. If some people will use leave this much yarn hanging, and it's amazing how much.
Well, also that sometimes gets caught in, doesn't it?
Exactly. So
it's too much.
It's really just if you're using a crochet hook with a handle, the length of the handle part.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So just 4 inches, 12, 13, 14 centimetres. Cut it at the top there. Pull the end that's attached to the ball. Out it comes, and that's the centre finished. So that's all you do for the centre.
Brilliant.
Look at your top again.
Yeah.
Now I want this denim blue.
Yeah, now blue, please. Blue.
So I've done the centre. Now I'm going to do this second round here, and that's in the denim blue. So as I said, the pattern tells you which colours to use when and how many to make of each. It doesn't tell you, though, this time the order to put them in, because I thought we'd have some fun with random, because I always say a layout and it gets very patterned and geometrical looking. And when I was researching to design this, I saw lots on the high street of very random colours. So yours will look different to anyone else's.
But then you have to do planned random.
So you'll have to...
Yeah, see, I'm rubbish
or
at
just
that.
pick one. Just don't put the same colours next to each other. It's all that I use as a guide.
No, but you see, I would end up planning. I'll go, right, so I've got this many squares.
Yes.
And I'm going to have this many with centres in the... Oh, yeah, I'd have to plan it, because I'm not very good at random.
I know random's tricky, and I apologise for that, but please trust me.
Just go with it.
Just go with it, because you've got a column of 5, and there's 6 colourways, so it's going to have to be random, because you can't get every colour in every column.
Yes, what you mean. Oh, gosh.
So, and I just looked and I thought, I haven't used a blue one with a blue as a main for a while. I'll stick that one in next. I promise it works.
Just randomly pick them. Yeah, because it's supposed to look random, isn't it?
It's supposed to look random. A lot of the time, although I like the effect, it can end up looking quite geometrical. So
there's only 9 of mine kit left, just saying. Only 9 of this one. This gorgeous Harmony Sunshine.
Well, I have to speak up for the Radiant and the high one, Moonlit now. Come on. Buy the, what's it called? Moonlit. Anyway, so second round. You're going to start off joining your colour in any of these one chain spaces that you've made. So just put your hook through the hole, grab a loop of your new colour and pull it through like so, and then just chain 1, and that's all you do to join it. And then you're going to do a chain 4, which again is acting as a treble and a chain 1, and then you're going to put a treble in the same one chain space. So yarn over, go into that same one chain space, pull the yarn back through, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. We call that a V-stitch. So you're making a little V-stitch in that one chain space.
Oh, okay. It's funny, when you then look at them, you can... When you look at them, you go, oh, I can see, yes, I can see that.
It's subtle, but it gives you that. It just gives you that nice lacy effect rather than a solid block of colour.
Because if you did solid ones, it would look different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's just trying to. In fact, my lovely friend Terry Ann made the black one, and she went through a very painful process with me, where it started off solid.
Oh,
and she got quite far on with hers, and I went, I think I want it lacier than this. Do you mind taking it all out? So she's the most patient friend you could ever ask
Oh, bless her.
So I've got a little kind of a Grua face on my messages, and then we took it all out and went lacy, and I'm so pleased with the effect of it, so much better. But solid, yeah, so really playing about with stitches and chains makes such a difference. Okay.
She must have a massive crochet wardrobe now.
She has, and it's brilliant. She'll show us sometimes. They're hanging on a rack in her studio. When I have a Zoom class, she'll show us, and it's just like heaven for crocheters.
I know,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
brilliant, isn't it?
And every time well, I was talking about Terry Ann now, sorry Terry Ann, every time she goes anywhere, she's wearing something crochet and it gets such admiration. You know, everybody says, oh, that's lovely, I love it. Will you make me one? Where did you buy
No, but I find the same whenever I wear anything, even if I've got my crochet handbag.
Yes.
It's always, where did you get that? Where did you make that? Oh, my goodness.
Stop you. I'm so sorry, but I just have to say I love your cardigan.
Yeah, all the time. I know.
Will you make me one? No.
No.
£2,000.
Yeah, exactly. I know. People, my favourite one is, do you know, you could make money selling those.
No, you can't.
No, I couldn't.
No,
I couldn't.
Be a gift of love.
Yes, it is a gift of love. You would make nothing. Because what people would pay for them is you'd make nothing.
It's very hard to get money back for the time you spend.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I do. Only ever make things for people who really appreciate the time it takes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so which one have we got now? Radiant, so that's the black one. That's the one that's on screen at the moment, is the black one.
So chain one, and then you're going to do another V-stitch in the next one chain space.
The black one is just going to, there we go.
Pop up in a minute.
There we go.
So into the one chain space, make a treble, then a chain one, and then another treble. And then you chain one again. And then you're going to do that all the way around, just in every space. The brilliant thing is we're not working into stitches, just into big spaces. You do your V-stitch and then a chain one.
So anyone who's done a granny square, this is going to be be easier almost,
yeah, absolutely. This is why it's so quick, it's straightforward. Because it's V-stitches, it's loose, it works up really quickly, as you can see. So you do a chain one in between, and then into the gap, you do a treble, a chain one, and a treble. And I'm just going to do that all the way around. And you'll see, coming to the last one, treble, chain one, treble, one final chain one, and then I'm going to slip stitch in the third of that first 4 chain that I did. So we've got 1, 2, 3, push your hook through the third one, pull the yarn back through and through the loop on your hook, and fasten off again. And that's the second round done. So there's only 3 rounds to these little circles.
When you do yours, do you do all round one?
So I do, so you've got a certain number in each colourway according to which size you're making. So yes, I'll do all the round one in one colourway, then I'll pick it up and do all the round 2 in that same colourway.
Right.
So I finish off one colourway at a time just to keep it interesting. So you could do all the round ones in every colourway, and then all the, if you see what I mean, it could be like 60 or 70 or whatever it is in the pattern. But I like to do it sort of 10, 12 at a time, so I'll do a colourway at a time.
Okay.
But all the round ones, then all the round 2s, so you build them up quickly, because then you know what you're doing each time you pick it up.
Yes, I see. Yeah, because I think you forget, and it's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, you go back like weeks later and you go, oh, I have to read the pattern now.
Yes,
and
exactly.
And then you do 2 or 3 of them, you think, I've got it.
Get to a stage where you're not reading the pattern. It's quite interesting. I did a crochet along recently making an item of clothing, and some of the ladies on the Zoom classes for that were saying that they make little notes to themselves, which is how they phrase the pattern in their head. So, so for example, like where I was calling it a V-stitch, I might call it something else, or, you know, so that's another way of making it stick into your head.
Oh, it's just sort of saying how you would say.
Yeah, so quite often, for example, if you put 3 trebles, you might call that a group in your head or a cluster.
Oh,
so they might write cluster 1, you know, it's just to get it firmed into their head in their own words. I always find out when I'm teaching, there's so many different ways of that people think about things.
Is there?
Yeah,
oh, okay. But
anyway,
they say different. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, and you get used
phrases.
to a certain way.
Yeah,
I know sometimes if I particularly pick up like free patterns on the internet, which are always like they're written in really weird ways.
Yes, definitely. And lots of different ways of writing it, and it's how people think about it. In
the worst one is I bought a Turkish pattern that had been translated into English, made absolutely no sense whatsoever. None at all.
Oh no. Right, so I've joined my purple and I've done my 3 chain, and then I'm just going to do 1 treble in that same place. So not a V-stitch this time. Chain 1 and 2 trebles in the next 1 chain space. And that's all I'm doing all the way around for this round. Chain 1, and because we did one chain spaces between the V-stitches, there's actually 16 one chain spaces. So you'll end up with 16 groups of 2.
Oh, okay.
So 2 trebles, chain 1, 2 treadles. I'm just going to do that.
It must be. Was it difficult choosing the colours because they're all mixed? They've all got to go with each other.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun. I like choosing the colours, and I play about with them quite a lot.
Have you got all of them?
Most of them. Yeah. I've been putting together a little collection of cards with all the colours on, so that
How do you wrap them around card? Or
yeah, so
pegs?
the collection I saw is an idea I got from Instagram, and it's I'll show people online at some point in social media, but it's little cards that you wrap a bit, so put a spot of glue on, glue an end of your yarn, and wrap a bit of yarn around it, and you just build up a collection, write the name of it underneath.
Right.
Tags.
So do you wrap it all round, or do you have it hanging out?
Wrap it round a few times and then glue the end down.
Oh, so you don't have like, you know, when you have shade cards and you have like a bit
yes, you have a bit loop. You could do that as well. Terry Ann does a thing when she's starting a project where she gets a piece of craft card and cut punches holes.
Right, yes.
Knocks it on like that, so she's got the whole...
I did a crocheted a temperature blanket and decided I'd do it all lovely on Instagram. So I bought proper pegs and I wrapped the yarn around each of the pegs and then wrote the name of it. It looked lovely in my Instagram pictures, but never again, took me ages.
It does take ages.
I keep finding them now, though.
Lovely ideas of things you're going to do. Yeah.
I keep finding these pegs
lying around, and you haven't even kept them in a nice place.
No.
They're just randomly dotted around the house.
I find them in the ribbons and the zips and all sorts, but it just looked good on the photo. Silly idea.
Oh, dear. So I've finished that round now. And that is the centre of the circle. So just in my haste, I split the yarn there. So don't forget, you'll always finish that repeat with your 1 chain at the end, slip stitch in the 3rd of the 3 chain. And for the next part, I'm going to shape it into a square. Shall I continue on?
Yeah, do. I'll just run through the kits, one moment. So the radium, which is on screen at the moment, is this one. It's the one with the black background. Super bright, was winning. I'm winning now. It's gorgeous. I love this. This is like probably the most traditional one. This is what you think of as these lacy cardigans. I mean, it's lovely in the winter because it's black, but it's beautiful in the summer because you can just buy a black top or a black dress. Yeah. Like a black jersey dress.
That'd be lovely. Or pick out any of these colours, like a pink or an orange if you're into very bright colours like myself. But and then this laciness really gets shown off against the...
Oh, yes, suppose so. So if you want the colours to pop, wear black.
Yes.
And if you want the black to pop, wear colours.
Yeah, if you want the laciness to really show up.
Yes, then so against this red, it really does, doesn't it? Beautiful. So that's the black one. Remember, you've got enough yarn in there to do up from a 28 to a 62-inch bust. So it's going to cover everybody, let's be honest. That's the black one. The one that Sam is wearing is the moonlit one. They're now singing Moonlit Shadow.
Oh.
In fact, you can't hear them. Like a moon shadow. I know. One day we should turn this on so everybody can hear and you can hear all their singing and laughing.
I can only imagine.
Yes, singing now. That's the moonlit one, and then the one that I'm wearing is Harmony. Oh, gone.
Who knew?
Who knew?
There we go.
Can't have mine. Can't have mine. It's mine. I won. There we go.
Okay. Well, I better show you, for all those people that bought it, better show you how to
let's
make
do the next one. We've got 3 rounds now.
Okay. So we've made the centre. So what you do when you're joining as you go is you make your first square. So to make your first square, you're going to do the next round, round 4. 7 chains, which is acting as a double treble and a chain 3.
So this is where we're going lacy now, isn't it?
This is where we really start to look lacy, yeah. And then a double treble in the same space. So yarn over twice for a double treble. Into that same space we joined in, pull back through, which gives you 4 loops on your hook. Grab the yarn and come through 2. Grab the yarn and come through the next 2, which leaves 2, grab the yarn and come through the final 2. So you work it exactly like a treble, you've just got another set of loops on your hook. because you're doing yarn over twice rather than once. Chain 2, and then into the next 1 chain space, you're going to make a treble, like we were before. Chain 2, and into the next 1 chain space, another treble. Chain 2, and another treble. So we're shaping it into a square with this round. You can already see we've got a corner here and a straight edge. Chain 2 again, and then in the next space we're making double trebles because we're going to make the corner. So yarn over twice, into that space, pull back through, which gives you your 4 loops, yarn over through 2, through 2, through 2. 3 chain for the corner space, and then another double treble, so yarn over twice, into the space, pull back through 2, through 2, through 2. So you can see that's shaping it into a square, and it's quick and it's easy.
I love that. I mean, I've done circles into squares, but never lacy like this.
Yes.
It's so cool.
It's really cool.
I'm
it's
try
really
the black
fun.
one on.
Chain 2. So now I'm going to work along and do my trebles and my chain 2s. I'm just going to whiz along, show the same again. So I've done chain 2 treble, chain 2 treble, chain 2 treble, chain 2. Time for another corner. So it's a double treble, a chain 3, and a double treble. And again, now I'm working along the edge. So you can see it taking shape into a square. Lovely, lacy square. Such a lot of fun, and it's so quick. Chain 2, treble, chain 2, treble, chain 2, treble, chain 2, and now my final corner, double treble.
I like
the
this
transformation
one.
next
Transformation. I know. I've put the black one on. Liking this one as well.
Nice,
I think there's no
isn't
point in
it?
wearing that one because that's just giving,
Boys, yeah.
that's teasing, isn't it? You can't have this one. How cool is this one?
So cool.
This one is radiant.
I put it on for the first time this morning.
Did you?
You can see on social media some photos of me in it for everyone that's watching.
Okay.
And I was like, I love this one. I've got to give it back tomorrow.
I know, and you know that you don't have time to make your own, don't you?
No, I know. I get to keep this one though. I get to keep the moonlit.
I like. Well, I'm glad I've got that one. I love them all. I think they're great.
I would wear any of them very
I would
happily,
actually.
to be fair.
Yeah. Well, I said it this morning. I have no idea which one to choose.
I chose for you.
So I'm glad you chose
There you
for me
go.
because I would have no idea. I think they're all great.
Okay, so I've got to the end of this round. I'm going to slip stitch in the 4th of the double treble, like so. And you can see there's my lovely square. So I've made this circle shape into a square. Now for the final round, slip stitch in the gap, and this is even easier because you're going to do a chain 5, slip stitch in the same space, and then chain 5, slip stitch in the next space, chain 5, slip stitch in the next space, chain 5. So you're really quickly working your way along there, even lacier.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, chain 5.
Oh, I see. So the lacy bits is what joins into the other lacy bits.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so when I get to the corner, I slip stitch in there, and the only difference with the corner is that now, so you can see I've done, that's one corner, chain 5, slip stitch, chain 5, slip stitch, all the way along, and now I'm going to do chain 5 and slip stitch back into the same place. And that just makes the corner because you haven't done.
And it's quite wibbly as well, isn't it?
It's wibbly. I'm going to show you
wibbly.
before
It's
the
a
end of the
technical
session.
crochet term,
I'm
that.
really holding on to have time to show you how to block it, show you the difference it makes. And then all I'm doing is continuing around doing the same thing. Chain 5, slip stitch, chain 5, slip stitch. And when I get to the corner, just make sure you slip stitch twice in that corner. So I'll show you now as I get there. Chain 5, slip stitch in the corner. So you can tell it's a corner because you've got your 2 double trebles in the same space. If you're in any doubt, just mark it with a stitch marker when you make it. Chain 5 again. And slip stitch back in that same corner. So that's the only difference on the corner. So you end up with these pointy loops on the corner. I love it just as it is, actually. You'll see when I get to the end of this first
Did it take a while to work? Well,
much to Terry Ann's
Yes, I know you made
annoyance.
Terry Ann take it all apart.
Yes. I had a whole cardigan almost made with a solid a solid round 4 and 5.
Oh no.
I was like, this isn't what I'm looking for.
Yeah, but sometimes
did
you
Terry
have to
Ann,
know.
bless
It's a
her.
bit like my blanket that I'm knitting. You know, it went wrong somewhere, and I'm thinking I'm going to have to undo like 2 evenings worth of work.
Yes.
But if you don't,
you just want the final.
it won't be right, and
when
you'll have to undo 4 evenings.
Yeah, and when you're designing and it finally turns out how you want it to, the pleasure in that is just so satisfying. Right, so I'm just coming to the end of this. I'm whizzing along, but you will whiz along as well. Look, so pretty,
Really
even like that.
pretty.
And then 1 slip stitch in that first chain space that you started in, that first corner space.
Well, you can practice your first square, make it into a coaster.
Yes, I know.
And then you can make all the others for your cardigan.
Or I thought bunting.
Oh, bunting.
For spring, hang it up.
Yeah, so if you've got any left over,
make
bunting.
Make pretty bunting.
Matching bunting.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly whiz round this second one for round 4 again. So what you do is you finish your first, which I call square 1 in the pattern, and then you start on your next square. So for this one, you work round 4 exactly as we did for the first square. So I've done my corner, chain 2, treble, chain 2, treble, chain 2. It becomes, it's like a little song. Chain 2, work your corner.
But you see, if you get it wrong, you just undo it.
So
Not like
easy.
knitting, as I do my head
so
at the
easy.
moment. When you do it wrong, you can't just undo it. You have to take it 1 stitch at a time on your needle because you can't get them back on again.
No, I've
Tried
no
that.
idea how to do that with knitting. It's really hard, yeah.
Well, I did have to put them all back on, but it's like, no wind, don't breathe, no nothing. Otherwise you lose them all.
So I'm on to my
frustrating.
corner.
Anyway, so the Radiant, which is the one I'm wearing, 13 of that one left. Not many. That's this one. How gorgeous is this? I'll give you a little twirl because actually, look, you can see the back. A twirl. Look at that. Look at the back of it.
Lovely.
It needs a black top underneath. I feel I want to work because I want all the colours to.
Yes, that would be nice.
Really
Yeah,
want that
yeah.
Yeah, 13 of that one. They are going. Be quick. The one that Sam's wearing is Moonlit. Moonlit. Can we have that one on the screen? They're not listening to me anymore.
What are they up to in there?
I don't know what they're into. Just don't know. Probably eating my cake.
Okay. So I've come all the way around. Look, another square, round 4.
So that's the blue one, the Moonlit. That one is on screen at the moment. If you want to get that one, put it in your basket and check it out.
I need to do it. Come on.
Yeah, can we do can we have a little twirl?
Alteration. What's going on there? Oh, that's where I've been busy doing speedy crochet. Let me just adjust.
Just adjust. Oh, beautiful. Oh, look at the back. Wow, look at that. That really is a street stopper, isn't it?
I think this is...
As you're walking down the street,
yes,
everyone will stop you.
And I just think blue is so wearable. That's why. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it
love
is,
the
yeah.
thought of wearing it with jeans and a T-shirt
Yeah.
or a denim dress. They're so fashionable at the moment.
Absolutely.
Or a denim jumpsuit. Love denim.
And like these little T-shirts and that, a little pink T-shirt, look amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so, yes. So.
You're going to have one in every colour, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
I love the blue one. Oh, I don't know. I like all of them. I'm glad you chose for me.
Yes,
It's difficult,
that is
isn't it?
good, isn't it? Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to join it. So, first square is the only one that you do as a standalone square on its own. And then when you come to doing rounds 4 and 5, for all the future squares, as you add round 4, because you work them in the same colour, 4 and 5, you add round 4 and on round 5 you join it to the next square. So what you can do if you want to get all of your circles finished and line them up.
Right, so you
can
don't
do,
you
but
don't do it up to
make
there.
all of these separately because no, I would go up to the But
and
round
even there
3,
you don't stop because you need the yarn.
If you can fasten off here, but it's a shame you're creating another end. To
So
weave
do all
in.
the circles
I would do
first.
all the circles first, or just do the whole square at a time and join it as you go. But don't go any further than round 3 until you're ready to join.
Right.
Okay. So there's
okay.
no sewing. I've done round 4.
So what's the benefit of that? Is that to make it quicker,
It's
easier?
quick, it's easy, and there's no sewing together. So whenever the lacy garment especially, it creates its
Of
own
course, you
effect.
don't want that seam. do you?
Exactly.
Got it.
So I'm going to slip stitch in the 3 chain space. Now, it's all written down in the pattern. I'm going to take it really slowly. Chain 2, So I'm on the corner, I've chained 2, find a corner, so these corner bits.
Yeah, they're quite easy to identify, aren't
Find
they?
one of those, put your hook under, so both these squares are right sides up. For the first time you do it, I recommend do it on a table, even though you desperately want to sit and watch telly while you do it. Put the yarn behind.
Lap tray. Lap
Yes.
tray is what you need.
Okay, or put your laptop on the table. And then pull the yarn through the 3 chain space on square 1 and the loop on your hook. And that has joined this one to this one. Then chain 2 again and slip stitch. Whoops, sorry, it's come off in my excitement. Slip stitch in the chain space of square 2, which is referring to the new square. So I'm going back in that space there. But I'm getting carried away and not keeping the loop on the hook. So back into this square, slip stitch in the space, chain 2, and now we're going to join it all the way along this edge of the finished square, square 1. So find the next chain space on this square, which is here, and slip stitch in there. Chain 2, find the next chain space on the new square and slip stitch in there. Chain 2, find the next chain space on square 1 and slip stitch in there. So you're just alternating a chain 2, slip stitch in the new square in the next space, chain 2, slip stitch in the finished square in the next space. So you can see it's continuing the lacy look.
Yeah, it's lovely. So would you always do it on a table?
No, once you've got the hang of it, I didn't do it on a table.
Oh, okay. So you haven't, it's not like you've got
you don't
to
have
keep
to
it
at
flat
all.
then?
No, once you've got the hang of it, you can do it on your lap. I put a cushion on my lap yesterday when I was finishing yours off. I was a bit tight on timing this time.
Oh, bless.
But I put a cushion on my lap so I could see that as I went. But it's really, you know, it's very instinctive. I've slip stitched in this square in the chain space. I've done my chain 2, so now I find the next
because I guess
space.
do you block it afterwards
Yes.
then? So
yeah.
if you haven't got it flat,
Yes.
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I'm going to show you. And so I'd continue that all the way along until I put a slip stitch in the corner space of my new square. And now, so you can see I've got a slip stitch in that corner space, chain 2, and slip stitch in the corner space, which is this pointy bit here of the old square, square 1. Chain 2, and then you just have to remember to slip stitch back in the corner space on the new square, because we did 2 slip stitches when we worked around for round 5 on the previous one. So I've done a slip stitch in there, chain 2, slip stitched it to the chain space on the finished square, chain 2, and then slip stitch again. It's the only place where you slip stitch twice in a space.
I think that's easier than join as you go with normal granny squares, because you can really see.
You can really see it.
Because with normal ones, sometimes you miss, well, I do,
Yeah.
miss one.
Yes.
Because they're quite close together.
Exactly.
But that's really
Look at that
easy.
lovely
And
lacy
you get that
effect it
lovely lacy.
creates.
It's really nice.
And now, because I've joined it, I only want it joined there, because this is going, what I do is I join in columns first. So then, chain 5.
Oh, so you join them in
like,
yes.
So you have 5, this one's not done like that, it's pre-confusion, but I'd have 5 in a row because that's how it's laid out on the chart,
Yeah, okay.
layout chart. Then I'd start joining at the bottom of the next set and join up.
Oh,
So once
okay,
once
got
you've
it,
finished
yeah.
joining on the edges that you want to be joined to, you then just carry on as if you were working the other
okay,
square. So
yeah.
just chain 5 and then slip stitch in the next space, chain 5.
But it explains that all.
All explained, and it's all, and then and then sometimes you join on 2 sides, but it's exactly the same, and that's all explained as well. Have I going to have time to?
Yes, you got
block?
4. How long have we got? 5 minutes? Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Oh, plenty. So I'll get
Hours.
around this to show you. And then I just really, with this design, the blocking is really important. So by blocking, we're talking about dampening an item before you wear it or before you use it as a bag or whatever. So you dampen it, you shape it, and you air dry it. That's the principle of blocking. So I just wanted to show you the difference it made. So I'm coming around here.
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people say, oh, there's no point in blocking acrylic yarn. But there is, isn't there?
It really makes a difference.
It does make a difference.
Yeah.
I know there was always a great controversy about there's no point because it just goes back to the same shape, but that's actually not true.
No, it does keep its shape. That's what I was saying earlier about if you wash something and then shape it again, it's like it's brand new again. I mean, I'll wear them several times before I wash them. It depends if I've got a top underneath it and things, but it is really nice to get them washed and blocked again. So then you can see I've come all the way around, chain 5, slip stitch, chain 5, slip stitch, all the way around, and I'm going to finish with a slip stitch in the first space that I started in, that corner space, just slip stitch in there. And fasten that off, and then I don't know what I did with that purple. Just put it on the floor. Oh, hang on, I'm going to do, it's just down here. Oh. Okay, so then you've got another square, another circle,
right.
And then you would, with this next circle, let's say, because I just joined it there, didn't I? And I joined it like that. You're going to do round 4 exactly as I showed you, and then you just join along this edge and continue it on.
Right, okay.
So you that's how you can build up and see how quick it is. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's fab.
This is just a little sample I did to show you. So this is just 4 that are joined. I really wanted to show you, look at that lace. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, because when you look at this, where you have blocked it, that's what it looks like.
Exactly. So at the moment it's a bit ruffled up. So if you wouldn't mind passing me my spray, which Bex was like, what?
I know. I thought Levi'd left his cleaning.
That's just in case I coughed. I was coughing last time I was on. Yeah, I have my fabric spray with me. So
is that just water?
This is actually one of those smelly ones. Am I allowed? Oh, the brand's not showing anyway.
Oh.
It's one of those smelly ones you get. So it's got like a bit of softener in it as well. So it smells really delicious.
So it's
but
just
water would be fine.
Is it water?
It's fabric. It's called fabric spray. It's one of those things you can spray on your curtains or your coat.
Oh, like Febreze.
Yeah,
are available.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So spray it on quite liberally because you really. And then what I would do if I was at home, I would put it on my ironing board, and I would actually get my iron out and steam above it, not actually touching it. Or you can pin it. But if I just give it a bit of a stretch now, you can already start to see it taking shape.
And then you have to leave. Then you've got to
leave it to air dry. And can you see? I also wanted to show you this beautiful flower in the centre.
Oh, wow.
That is where they're all joined in the same place when you get to that point. So that's all in the pattern. They basically slip when you come through that corner. You slip stitch in the same slip
and like
stitch.
if you're wearing it with a colour or if you put like white under that, you'd really see
that's where it really shows that. So I just wanted to just give it a stretch by hand. But if you're at home, so many ways of blocking, but one way is pin it to your ironing board. I would really give it a good sort of stretch out like that.
I've done it with bigger pieces. My carpet.
Yes. What you
towel on the carpet.
I've done that as well. Yeah.
Pin it out.
Yeah.
There's always a flat surface somewhere.
And you can buy foam blocking boards.
Yeah, I have got some of them, but some of them not even.
I bought some from my local DIY shop. They were the children's ones.
Yeah.
They're so much cheaper, and you can pin to that. So I just want to show you, just to finish off, that is what you're looking for.
Well,
that beautiful, lacy
fabric.
Thank
you so much.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
Look!
Ooh.
A cake!
And presents.
Oh, a cake and presents. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much.
Like we should be singing.
Thank you so much. Well, I've had a lovely birthday. Thank you, Sam. It's been lovely having you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for my cardigan. I will swap them over. I know this is yours, Terry Ann. Don't worry. I will have mine. That's so kind. And it's been lovely having Wendy on as well today. Thanks, everybody who's joined me for my birthday. Well, lovely. I've got cake and presents. I'll have a look at those in a minute. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, who is presenting for? Is it John? John is at 8 o'clock. He's loving fabric at 8 o'clock. He's with Barbara Donovan at 9 o'clock with Joseph Bear. I got really confused. I thought it was Jason Donovan then. Barbara Donovan with Joseph Bear. At 10 o'clock, Jane Greenough will be here with the Cross Stitch Guild till 11:30, and then Barbara will be back at 11:30 with Joseph Bear. And at 12:30, it's all about the Elna Air Threader Overlocker. Hope you have a fabulous day. I'm going to eat my cake and drive home now. And spend the rest of the day just lying on the sofa. How nice.
Lovely.
That's the best thing.
Enjoy.
Please don't forget to check out your baskets and everything. We are very low in stock on a lot of these cardigans in particular. Bestsellers of the day. We're going to just show you really quickly. You can see those the Carefree Cacti and the friction pens. Oh, Stripology, don't forget that's on split pay. And the Aliso iron, also on split pay. Look, there they all are. Have a lovely day. I will be back with you next Thursday. See you next week.